A and a new group dawning here in Wimbledon. There's 5 new teams and only 4 spots up for grabs in quarterfinals day next week. We're on the European Cricket Network and the action is about to begin.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and OneXBet.
Peacock Friday here in Wimbledon and the sun is doing its very best to come out as we commence Group B action. It's just a sneak peek at Group B today really, as we have one day and then the weekend off and the next 3 days of Group B action coming Monday through to Wednesday before of course quarterfinals day on Thursday and finals day on Friday. But let's take a quick look back at what happened yesterday. Of course it was the culmination of Group A and unfortunately it was the Twickenham side that came in 5th place, so we won't be seeing them at quarterfinals. I think the captain Carlos Nunes can consider himself a little unlucky personally and for his side. They showed promising signs but they just weren't able to put all their elements together at the right time. As for Banstead though, they go through as group winners, so they're certainly a team to look forward to seeing in quarterfinals. Of course it's the top 4 that go through. We know our 4 from Group A and now we turn our attentions to Group B. And there's a few interesting new teams. Wimbledon, in fact, are the only side that we saw last year. Of course, they are the hosts. And last year, they got all the way through to qualifier number 2 before they fell at the hands of Spencer, who then, of course, we saw at the weekend and over the last few days, they went on to lose the final last year against NCCA. So Wimbledon, the hosts, I think they want to get through to quarterfinals. We've got a few other teams that are very interesting as well. CFS Pinnacle Pro, if that's a name familiar to you, that's because they played in Hornchurch. They did get through to quarterfinals, but then they fell at the first step in the knockout round. And then the other 3 teams are teams that we haven't seen before on the network, and that always means they're going to throw up a few surprises, and I know it's going to be an interesting contest today. 5 games again to bring you today as we go through into, well, it's actually a cricket-free weekend for us here in London, but of course many more games to bring you over from Gibraltar on the network. But let's turn our attention to what's happening this morning, and the first game is London County Cricket against the hosts Wimbledon. London, they're a new side. I know they're looking forward to getting out there. They've actually got the big shift today, so they're playing matches 1, 3 and 5 of the day. As for Wimbledon, they're playing the first 2, and I know both of these sides will be eager to get out there and to show us what they can do, and of course get a win on the board. We always say that games and tournaments aren't won and lost on day 1, but it's certainly a good opportunity to get some points on the table early on. I know Rico is very much looking forward to hopefully taking you through a sunny Friday. The weather toyed with us a little yesterday, but today the forecast looks good. It's Peacock Friday, and I'm looking forward to calling the game with him. Rico, it's over to you, and I'm sure you have news from the toss as well.
Hello, good morning, and welcome cricket lovers around the world. It's nice to have you with us, and certainly looking forward to this day, the start of Group B, and we'll start with London County Cricket taking on Wimbledon. But we always do like to have a look back at how things finished yesterday. First of all, have a look at that field. It looks absolutely stunning. I think the rain, a little bit of rain that we had yesterday, makes it look nice and lush marked. And Anthony, the groundsman, have given it a nice fresh cut. So it looks absolutely brilliant. Yesterday, Banstead, they had a fantastic day, didn't they? They did finish top of the group, and they finished with 3 wins out of the 3 matches played. 159 to 152, winning by 7 runs against Twickenham. That was one that Twickenham really had to win to keep their hopes alive. It was Jacob Gordon who turned on the star with a player of the match performance when he scored 81 of just 27 deliveries. Twickenham would be back in action again against Weybridge, and they did need a win, and they did get a win. Well, they thought they were going to get a win, didn't they? They put 153 on the board for 6. Teddy Fleming did really well, 45 of 14. So did Patrick Dixon, 37 of 19. Giles Cunningham, though, had other plans for them when he took 4 for 28. And then the rain came when Weybridge were replying to that, but Weybridge had a good start. 93 for 1 they were. The rain did come after 5 overs, and it was a DLS win by 20 runs for Weybridge. And Twickenham, with that result, would go down and wouldn't finish in the top 4. Spencer taking on Banstead because of that rain. This was a 5-over-a-side match. Spencer made a fantastic start with 25 for the first over, but then after that they were restricted to 52. Banstead made easy work of it, 53 for 1. With 13 balls to go, Luke Pearson-Taylor continued his good form. 21 of just 6 deliveries to get his team the victory. Match number 19, Spencer were taking on Weybridge. Spencer piled on the runs with a young Weybridge side. The youth had no answer to the skill of the captain, Gus Grant. Great knock from him, 64 of 30, and Jens Wagstaff showed what he could do. A fine young player, 41 of 13. Archie McPherson, 36 of 10. Weybridge, their youngsters just didn't perform with the bat on this occasion. Max Hunt took 3 for 22. Harshil Patel, 2 for 3. And Weybridge were all out for just 60. Final match then, Weybridge did want to come back. The youngsters performed better this time. Ben Choi was outstanding. Played the match performance, even though he ended up on the losing side, 65 of 23. But then another youngster, Gabriel Galman Findlay, 41 off 11, was outstanding. Arush Waval, also 34 of 14. And Nicol Date chipped in with 33 to give Banstead a win with 4 balls to go. And that meant they did finish clear at the top of Group A. East Moseley, Spencer and Weybridge would qualify. Twickenham, though, they would lose out. So we bid farewell to Twickenham and wish them the best after the coming year. Maybe some of the lads will be here during the remainder of this series to give their support to some of the other teams and players. We'll have to wait and see. So today it is Peacock Friday. So first of all, happy Peacock Friday to all of you around the world, wherever you are. And nice to have you with us. And let's talk about these two teams. So London County Cricket taking on Wimbledon. Now Wimbledon, they are a side that we know well. We've seen them in action before. And the home side as well, you could say, playing here at Rains Park. They'll be looking to go well. Plenty of support for them. Now remember, they did defeat Hornchurch by a massive 93 runs last year. They also beat Tunbridge Wells by 10 wickets. And they did have a couple of matches that were abandoned due to rain. But this time around, hopefully the rain will not play a part. They finished top with a 6-0 record in the group, but lost in the qualifiers, didn't they? They lost first of all to NCA at 171 for 2 compared to 110, losing by 43 runs. DLS did come into play in that match. And then in qualifier number 2, they lost to Spencer 179, and Wimbledon in reply 133. They went down by 46 runs. But this time they are keen to do better. Let's see how they fare. And a good morning to everybody that is tuning in on the chat and also watching by fan code. Namaste, Salam Alaikum, Sasri Akal, Aibawan, Venakam. Nice to have you all with us. And I know a lot of people in the chat are there as well. Hello to Ian Smilan and Dave. So here's the first of Group B. And no ball call straight away. It looks like there's a foot fault here from Ahmed. So there's the call of no ball. Let's have a look at this. And, well, yeah, from this angle you can see it doesn't look like he's got anything really, any part of that foot behind the line. So no ball to start. There will be a free hit. And this is an opportunity straight away for Wimbledon to latch on to this. It's better delivery this time. Wasn't able to get it right, but it's another no ball being called here. So it's got to be a repeat again. Let's see here. This time, because of the height. So that's not a good start. And, they had plenty of time to warm up, didn't they? London County Cricket. So Ahmed has bowled the foot fault. Abu Bakr Ahmed, and now that one was too high. And, well, he's keen to get back into it. And this time, the free hit will get put away through the covers. 4 runs, 4 carreras. Well, that's the Wimbledon crew. Looking very good indeed. I wonder if we should call them the Wombles. Should we call them the Wombles? I think we should. I think Wombles is got to be their name. There's that one. Nice looking shot there from Boyle. Chap Boyle gets that one away. That one's on the pads and gets whipped away as well. Not the right areas to be here from Ahmed. It's a full toss, really. There's a bit of movement there. He's getting some swing, but onto the pads, and it's an easy put away. That's 4 more. 4 carreras más. Yeah, it's in the process saying some good mornings. Good morning to Dave, the ECN Supporters Club. Hello, Scotty. Good morning to you as well. Hello, Wayne. Rob Thompson. Very good morning to Rob. Kroom was in the chat earlier as well. And now this one is going all the way to the boundary. Leg buys. Catches a bit of the pad at this time of Boyle. But again, it's the areas. It is leg side-ish, and he's lucky, actually, that those runs at least won't go to his bowling figures. But once again, not a good delivery. Ahmed, well, that's slightly better, but gets played away. Fielder comes across, makes a stop. And, well, it is a good day to wear your shades, I suppose. Comes across, makes a stop, dives in front of that delivery. That was Luke Griffin doing a bit of the fielding. Chance now to see James crossway through. Plays that away for, well, with ease for 4. Just bouncing before the boundary. 4 más. First time, of course, we are seeing London County cricket on the networks. So they're going to have to get used to this format pretty quickly. It wasn't the best of starts, especially with the no balls. Slightly slower delivery, and that's going to be sent all the way. Bolle. Ginnasona. And that means that at over, it's a magical start for Wimbledon. The Wombles are going well. 28 of that first over. A little bit of a nightmare. Hey, why don't we take a look at Group A and how things finished after their 20 matches. It's a good time also to welcome in Tina Goff, who's doing a lovely job with the intros this morning. Looking stunning in the sunshine in her Peacock Friday outfit. Tina, Group A, they went well.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much, Rico. You're looking pretty dashing yourself, I must say. Yeah, Group A, 20 matches, over 5,100 runs and almost 200 wickets, which does suggest there's something in it for the bowlers as well. Almost 6 wickets per innings. And that run rate, well, we say 150 is probably around par. We've seen a couple of big chases, thinking of last night in particular. But 150 is certainly a score that's showing itself to be competitive out there in the middle, and well, maybe Wimbledon eyeing up even higher than that with that magical start. And have a bit of daily run rate as well. I mean, digging deeper, love these kind of stats. So it's 148 across the series so far, but we had that one big day, that was the Tuesday, but this one looks like it could be a big Friday. That is an absolute monster, and unfortunately maybe, the kids are back. It's always good to see them having fun out there, but they're also having a few grizzlies flying their way. Yeah,
I think there is 1 or 2 ball retrievers deployed that side of the ground, and I think one of the jobs they've got to do is scream heads, because, yeah, with cricket happening in that part of the ground when the Judies are playing, they were here bright and early this morning, has to be said, but some big shots like that. Now, that was a biggie from Boyle. That could cause a few issues at that side of the field as well. Right, this is Mohammed who's doing the bowling here. And he's going to go for another one. Bolle. Well, the kids, they decided, well, they are the Wimbledon kids, because I can see the kit there. There's the baby Wombles are sat over there. Well, they're enjoying a little bit of this, but they had to duck out the way of that one. As Jack Boyle goes, boom, shakalagia one more time. Taha Mohammed comes into the attack, but in all fairness, he's the one who's been attacked here. And he comes again, the man with Nelson on his back. It's up in the air again, going, and this time it's the batter who's going to have to go. Good catch held, nicely held. And that is Ismail Maharami. Good catch, first opportunity. Well, there you have it, wicket 199. And you can see he's watching, thinking, is he going to get it over that man? And no, he doesn't. Good catch held. So first opportunity that presents itself. And London County Cricket they do hold on to it. That will be the end of Jack Ball. He'll go for 33 of 9.
Yeah, the first one ball back in its burrow, but it was still a decent start here from Wimbledon. There's only been the 9 balls bowled before that wicket. He tries to go for one big hit too many, but if as an opener you can hit 10 balls for 33, you still say that's a pretty decent start. There's a half appeal here. I think that's going down leg side. Might have been a bit of bat involved as well. Just on the one balls, I can't remember who it was, and if you're in the chat, make yourself known. We were talking about the wombles the other day, I think, when the ball was in the undergrowth, and someone said, "What the heck is a womble?" And it just made me laugh because it's such a common phenomenon in the UK. So maybe I'll do a bit of a Wikipedia deep dive.
It's pretty full, and it's going to be whipped away handsomely through the covers for 4 runs. Cuatro carreras, over pitch delivery. The last off the over from Taha Mohammed, and that gets the treatment as well. 18 will come off the over. It was the one leg by there as well, but 48 for 1 after just 2. Let's take a quick look at how, once again, remind ourselves the Group A finish. So Barnstead finished there at the top. So remember, Barnstead will be playing the team that finished 4th in Group B. So just bear that in mind, how the pattern shapes up for the quarterfinals. And then you've got the likes of East Moseley in there as well. Spencer just made it through, didn't they? As did Weybridge. But it was Twickenham that would lose out. Right, next bowler coming in fast and quickly is Farouk Tahir. He's going to be whipped away, but nice fielding there done by the man who's wearing the shades. And a little bit of the Karate Kid about Luke Griffin, who's out there, isn't it? He's got the braids in his hair. And he's wearing the shades as well. There's Luke looking the part, looking pretty cool. Well, as is the bowler here. This is Farouk Tahir. He's got his hair nicely done up as well. I don't know if you call it braided or plaited. We'll have a closer look at him a bit later, or maybe now when he walks back to his mark. The men in black then are LCC. Crossway on strike. And gets a Gundy ball. Oh, that's a tremendous save. It is absolutely superb. He throws himself at this. Abu Bakr Ahmed. Wow. The reactions and the reflexes here are sensational. This is travelling. Great save.
And he put his body on the line there as well because he had no idea where that would hit him. He just hoped it would hit him somewhere. And this one has hit the middle of the stumps. It's a big swing from William Sewell. And Farouk Tahir gets one to go through. And it's the 2nd wicket. So Wimbledon, who started so brilliantly, are now just crumbling a little in the power play. 48 for 2. Still 3 balls remaining. That one was just full and straight, and it did for the batter.
Does the damage. Jagale put a little bit of joy then for Farouk Tahir. And maybe that wicket actually does belong to the fielder there, because if it wasn't for that great bit of fielding from Abu Bakr, then there would have been a different batter on strike, and that wicket would not have happened. So, well done to OCC. They didn't have the best of starts. The first 2 overs being pretty expensive, but wickets are starting to fall. And there was one there from Taha Mohammed in the last. It's played away to Ward's point. They will take the single. So James Ware getting off the mark.
So the Wombles, actually, the motto is make good use of bad rubbish. I think that's quite a good cricketing phrase as well. Is it bad ball? Hit it to the rope. He's made some use of that rubbish, but fumble actually from the fielder who did so well in that earlier part of the over, Abubakar Ahmed. Not costly on this occasion.
Yeah, one thing about, I remember watching I mean, you don't, of course. I'm not even going to ask you the question unless you watch some reruns or something. But I remember watching the Wombles when they were, of course, on the telly. Good delivery, but not out. Just misses the edge. Good over there from Tahir. In fact, a very good over. After 28 and 18 came off the first 2. That one only goes for 3. He does pick up a wicket. So Wimbledon were looking to be around about 60 odd in that power play, but with that over, they've been restricted to under 50, 49 for 2. But going back to the Wombles, remember watching it, and it was all about keeping the Wimbledon Common nice and clean. And, used to go around and pick up the trash and the rubbish. And that's the reason, because it was all about the environment and keeping the environment clean. That's the reason why they're making a comeback after 50-odd years. I think 51, 52 years. Because, of course, that's a big thing at the moment, isn't it? The environment and keeping things clean and all about recycling, etc. So the Wombles, they are on their way back.
Yeah, absolutely. 1973 was the original. It did come back in 1997. So maybe I caught a bit of that one. Stop motion, isn't it? The animation that they did.
Played away towards the wide long on. And the fielding gets done here. So we are now outside of that the power play. So extra bodies can be pushed back. I'm noticing that nobody at the moment, well, just as I say that, they are pushing one fielder back on the offside boundary. So they do put a sweeper in. But other than that, everybody else seems to be deployed on the leg side. Let's a quick look at that. So they can. I don't think they've got their full quota of fielders out, actually. I think I see 4 at the moment. That's worked away. Should be stopped by the fielder who's come around from mid-wicket to make the stopper in that square leg area. Just a single.
Mike Sim in the chat saying, without Googling, can you name all the Wombles back from the boundary?
Wow. Well, have we got any of that, Alex? Have we got where that bail ended up? Well, the kids were doing the fielding from the boundary, apparently. That was a delivery and a half, wasn't it, from Taha Mohammed. Picks up his second wicket and just gets done by pace. And if you want to know how much pace was on this, well, enough to send the bails to Wales. As they say, that is flown away.
I just saw it in real time, and the ball and the batter had pretty much already left the pitch, and the bail was just doing somersaults to the boundary. It was a brilliant delivery.
Taha with his tail up. Well, this time it's a bit shorter, and he gets it in the gap between that man on the 45 at fine and square leg. In the gap, and it's going to go a long, long way, almost up to that Let's Play Cricket Stronger Together banner at the far side of the ground. Yeah, just a little bit too short. I think he's better off, Taha Mohammed, getting that ball up there, Yorker length. Tom Wilkins puts his first ball away to the boundary for 4.
I think if I listed some of the Wombles, you'd definitely recall them.
Yeah, give me the names.
Great Uncle Bulgaria. Tobermory.
Yes. Tobermory. Oh, Great Uncle Bulgaria. No. Gone right over my head.
Orinoco.
Yes.
Bungo.
Yeah, Bungo, of course.
Tomsk. Named after a city in Russia.
Okay.
Wellington.
Yeah.
They're all kind of named after places. There's Madame Cholet, a kind-hearted but short-tempered female Womble, and the cook of the borough. That's a bit pandering to gender stereotypes, isn't it? I suppose it was the 70s.
It was a long time ago.
And Alderney. Alderney is the last one.
Yeah, that's the areas to be. That last delivery, better one there from Harvey. Good figures, 2 for 24. And Wimbledon, just remember how well they were going after the first couple of overs. Well, that over just goes for the 7. The over before that went for the 3. That's another wicket that falls in there. So they're 3 down now with a score of 56. Of course, we don't know too much about the batting of LCC. So we'll have to wait and see just how they go when it comes to the batting. But they are, like we said before, they're very much a new side. They're on debut on the European Cricket Network, and all new players we don't know too much about. Got to give a few shout-outs, actually, or mention a few things, and maybe do it in this over, as this is Ismail Barami that's coming on to bowl. And good areas, keeping it outside the off. Bit of a rash shot there from Wilkins. I think he just wants to get on with it. First thing I want to say to all the Swiss out there, it's a national day of celebration for the people in Switzerland. So Switzerland is a mountainous Central European country boasting several surreal lakes, villages and majestic Alps and peaks. Just going to be a single here, reaching for this. Good use and variations there of the pace there. Furthermore, it's a country that's renowned for its excellent ski resorts and adventurous hiking trails. Banking is an important industry, and Swiss watches and chocolate are known around the globe. But it's National Day in Switzerland, so enjoy your holidays. Hey, I wonder if HQ are having a day off today. Then, if you are, enjoy your day off. That's blasted. Too much width this time. Gets it over the infielders, and it's too wide for the sweeper on the offside to do anything about. 4 more runs. Good shot. Well struck.
It was one that was needed as well for James Crosswaite, as he was just going 8 off 8. A bit of a pressure releaser there. Lanzerman saying in the chat that first concert was the Wombles on Blackpool's North Pier in 1975.
No ball is the call, and that's going to go all the way. It's no ball 6. That's a 7 up. Well, that's how you get a 7 in cricket. Once again, must be overstepping here. What do we can see this again? See if it's a long way over that line. Let's have a look here. Not a long way, but you can clearly see all the line behind the heel there, which tells you he has overstepped. Yeah, because the Wombles, one thing a lot of people don't realise about the Wombles, it was more the music, actually. There was genuinely the band as well, the Wombles. Had a number of songs. Right, free hit to come after the 7 up. Barami. It's a fair bit of swing there. If we have a look at this delivery again, he is getting that ball to swing around. Let's see this one more time. It certainly looked like it did a fair bit in the air. Yeah, starts to move away. It was slightly slower as well, and that's why you had the batter reaching for it.
The Wombles played Glastonbury in 2011.
Did they?
Yeah.
We've got to find that. You've got to find it. That's going to be super cool, I bet. Wants to get funky, but yeah, he's disappointed with himself. I think he just shows his hand too early, and the bowler cleverly just aims it right at him. And that's well bowled. We're talking Wombles here. We'll talk more about Wombles. Of course we will, because Wimbledon are playing today. But today is also Spider-Man Day. It is Spider-Man Day today, everybody. Spider-Man, created by Steve Ditko and Stan Lee. Spider-Man is Marvel Comics' most iconic character for the past 59 years. So it's kind of Spider-Man's birthday. So Spider-Man Day, and well, that's absolutely brilliant. Well, it is Spider-Man Day, and right on cue, he spins the web and gets that grizzly right in the middle of the palm of his hand. It's caught and bowled. How about this on Spider-Man Day? A little bit of Spider-Man action and jalebi catch there from the bowler, Ismail Barami. Well done, well caught. What a way to finish the over.
Oh, we saw Ben Choi yesterday going to the left. This time he goes to the right, and it's another wicket. Tom Wilkins falls for a runner ball 6. Worth taking another look at this one. He has to do an about turn. The umpire's running for cover. No need, though, as that grizzly is snaffled.
It's a good opportunity to welcome you into our home. We have a room with a view, all the action happening in front of us. Very good morning to you all, wherever you're tuning in from. Rika Full here and Tina Goff.
Yeah, looking forward to Group B action. And well, I think we have a bit more exciting news on this Friday as well, don't we? With another potential reveal.
There's a reveal and another piece. Ah, come on, you could have given us a bit more of the puzzle has been revealed there. What do you reckon, folks? Day 2. Something new is hatching at ECN. What do you make of that then, people?
Deep sea diver?
Yeah, somebody with a snorkel maybe. Bit of snorkeling action happening there. But yeah, every day, a different part of the puzzle will be removed. So we'll do a reveal every day. And yeah, we'll show that a few more times throughout the day. So you'll get a chance to have another look at it. But there is something new happening on the European Cricket Network. Let's have a look at that catch again one more time. Fantastic cat. And also, happy Peacock Friday to all of our viewers around the world. And, well, I've got my number on. There we go. I've got a little bit, I've gone a bit tropical today.
Flamingo Friday.
Flamingos, pineapples as well. Come on.
I've got a bit more, it's like techno, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
really
camouflage, techno camouflage for, well, maybe the Wombles are making a return in AI.
That's going only one way, and that is for 6 runs. Good hit, good strike. And Wimbledon want to get on with this. They sort of started really well, then LCC came back into it, but they've still got James Crosswaite out there. He's sort of taking his time. He's getting himself in. He's seen a few wickets fall at the other end. He's got Gert, who's gone out there to join him. And these two now looking to make sure they probably wanted to get about 70 off the remaining 5 overs, I think, to get them to a pretty good score to try and defend. That's too wide, and that will also go all the way. Boom! Shakalagia manos arriba from the árbitro. 6 carreras más.
Wimbledon are certainly rattling along here, even when they're losing the wickets. Looking at a score, well, hopefully for them, well beyond 150. Expected score 137. I suppose that is because they have lost those 4 already. Seems to be every batter that coming in though is happy to go and go big.
Yeah, the only thing with Wimbledon at the moment is when you look at over by over, every over bar the first, they've lost a wicket. So they are losing wickets. So LCC there taking the chances that are presenting themselves, but this looks like it's going to be another biggie, you know. It's going to be 6 more as the kids of Wimbledon, the baby Wombles are trying to get, or the junior Wombles I should call them, are trying to get their hands onto that one. Well, this over, it's not going well for the Karate Kid. Well, Luke Griffin has taken his shades off, but at the moment he's the one who's getting the treatment. There's a little bit of kung fu fighting going on out there, and at the moment it's James Crosswaite who's doing the winning. That's high in the air. Has it got the legs to go all the way? Yes, it has. That is 4 in a row. Boom, chugga, boom, boom, boom. 6, 6, 6 and 6. 4 pulls, 4 sixes. James Crosswaite, right after the end of the 5th over, the start of the 6th, has decided it's time to cut loose. Moves to 43. Griffin, in he comes again. And this time it's sliced into the ground on the offside. Has to get his skates on, and he's going to get back on strike as well. The bowler not quick enough to get behind the stumps. Nobody backing up on the leg side. That's pretty poor, really, from London County Central. Somebody should have been backing it up. London County Cricket. And they come back for 2. So 26 of the over.
It gives the skipper here a chance to get to his half century in this over still. So we're getting slightly invaded by spiders on Spider-Man Day.
And that will be number 4. He's hit somebody, I think. Somebody's been struck, but he's taken it out on his own teammates. Oh, one of the Wombles is down. One of the Wombles is down. Well, which Womble is that, I wonder? Let's have a look. I think that probably does hit. Well, he says, you know when you say, put 6 on the scoreboard? Well, this is the way to do it. 6 on the scoreboard, please. And there's the Womble who goes down. I think that was James Ware. Well, James Ware almost was wearing a grizzly. End of the over. That was also 50 to James Crosswaite. What a way to bring it up. 5 sixes in the over. And 32 supersonic over. And, well, Luke Griffin, the Karate Kid, probably won't get his second over. And just like that, Wimbledon also have put the 100 on the board, not just 50. But you can see where he's hit all of those shots as well. What a wagon wheel that is.
Oh, we saw a lot of wagon wheels yesterday, didn't we, with the vast majority of the hits behind the keeper. But James Crosswaite, he goes left and he goes right. So the scoreboard and maybe the kids on either side need to keep an eye out, because the captain is on the charge here. 51 off just 17. 32 of them coming in that 1 over alone. It goes supersonic. Costly misfield as well, which allowed James to get to his half century on that final ball. There's Ismail Baharami coming back in here.
Oh, asking the question, but well, there is a pre-signal from the umpire who will signal a leg bite. It's worth having a look again, but it does come a long way forward, and it looks like the ball, yeah, it's got a lot to do, isn't it? Gert's come a long way forward. You can see all he's looking to do there, Gert. His mindset is, I'm just getting a single and just letting the captain, Crosswaite, do his thing. He's moved to 51 of 17. 6 sixes and 2 fours. 5 of those 6s came up the last over. Right, in comes Ismail Baharami. That's a good delivery. Really good delivery. What a Yorker that is. Well, you know, sometimes we go and see stumps being shattered, and I almost say, well, the timber has been knocked over. Well, it's not just the stumps. It's the bat as well. Have a look at this delivery. That's nice also. A little fist bump all around, but that's a great delivery. And a little bit of frustration, I think, there for the captain. You can see he's... and I think we'll let him off and say the bat kind of fell out of his hands there, but he's disappointed. It's a great delivery, though, and to all the youngsters that are watching, the lesson is get it full and straight. And Ismail Baharami, it's another one of the bowlers here for LCC that has got a fair bit of pace. That is quick, that is fast, it's on the money, and it knocks the timber over. That is what we call a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball. The next batter that comes in is Finlay Pearce.
I've been really impressed with the length that LCC have been bowling. They've had 3 clean bowled, Crossweight, Sewell and Weir, and that shows that they're bowling good lengths. They're targeting those stumps, and you can see on this pitch in particular, it just sits up. Anything short is going to go into the summer camps. If you just challenge the batters, and well, if they hit you straight over the top of the bowler's head, you say, okay, fair enough, but at least you're asking them a different question and bringing the stumps into play.
Well, just a little bit shorter. It's just, he's got those fielders pretty deep. I mean, this field, if we can just have a look at the field, Alex, if we could, maybe before this delivery, but he's got a 2 sweepers on the offside, but look how deep they are there. So they're too deep, and nobody's there to catch, and also they're not very quick walking in. So as the bowler's coming in, I'm keeping an eye on them now. They are barely moving. And that's why that anything that's just stopping short, they're not going to get there. That's very good running, actually. The non-striker there goes straight away. That's Pearce to get back on strike. It's been a kind of a roller coaster type of innings. They started well, and then they slowed down. It was almost they went uphill and slowed down, and then they came whizzing down again, sparking runs all over the place thanks to the captain. James smashing the ball all over the place. Crossweight 51 of 18, and now again they're in that point of going upwards and things slowing down. Need to get going again. Pearce got an interesting stance. That's well bowled to him. Well bowled again. He does well to get back onto that. He just beamed this into the stumps. Does the bowler, and a very good over again. So after that one over that went for 32, went supersonic. Ismail has come back with a really nice tidy one. Just the 4 runs off that picks up the wicket. 105 for 5.
I'll take a look at the format of the tournament. Of course, we've had all of the action from Group A, and it's Twickenham who we've had to say goodbye to. Looking forward to seeing the other 4 teams in action on quarterfinals day. We'll see 4 of the 5 teams from Group B today. Creative Sports, well, they have the long weekend, and we'll see them on Monday for the first time. Of course, no cricket action from Wimbledon here tomorrow and the day after, but Vinny and Rash over in Gibraltar taking you through 13 action-packed games. And then, of course, we come back bright and early on Monday to take you through the final 3 days of Group B before we go to the business end of the tournament.
It's up in the air, but I think it's going to be safe. The fielder's pretty wide there at third. And the batters, oh, that's excellent running. Excellent running. Superb. They've just made up their mind. We're going to here. They know that we're getting to the closing part of the innings. They've still got some wickets in hand, 5 of them. So they're really going to try and get as many runs as they can and be as creative as they can. This is the captain. First time we're having a look at the captain of LCC having a bowl, Usman Ghani. It's again well bowled. Pearce, you can see from his stance, he looks like a batter that wants to get creative. He wants to play those creative shots. He's looking to play the scoop whenever he can and get under the ball. But at the moment, the bowlers have kind of read him pretty well. They read him like a book. They know what he's trying to do. Oh, looks like a helmet change there for Gert. Didn't feel comfortable with the one he was wearing, so it makes a change. Ghani in again. Right, high. Don't think it has the legs, but there's nobody there at square, and well, I think that's a great bit of fielding, is it? And no, the umpire says it's going to be 4. Well, we're going to have a look at this. Looks like the umpire straight away was in doubt. So let's see. Bounces inside the rope. And let's see the fielders work here now. Gets, so far he's okay. Hand onto it, plays it back. Let's keep this going here for a moment. So he's okay. Now where does the ball land afterwards? Ball does go back into the field of play, I believe. But, well, they're giving 4 here. They are giving 4.
Well, did you see maybe the reaction of the fielder showed it there? Maybe we can see it one more time, because he puts his hand on his head as if to suggest, oh, no, I almost got it. Look here. Because we can't see the ball, but look at his reaction. He looks up and he says, Oh.
Yeah.
So I think he betrays his own feelings there. Maybe it is then a 4. The issue is that we haven't been able to catch up with the ball. It was an excellent effort nonetheless, and I think the umpire just consulting with the men in the tent to make a decision here.
I think if you go by the reaction of the fielder, you're right, and maybe the fielder himself has to just say, actually guys, I didn't quite get enough on my forehand to keep it in, and I think that shows it there pretty well. He didn't get it over the line. So, well, it was 4 and this will be 6 as Gert goes big this time. That is a biggie. It's a big shot, 6 runs down the ground. Usman Ghani, the captain, just putting it in the slot this time, and Gert gets right underneath it and plays it away. Well, you see what happens when you get a helmet that fits you. All of a sudden, you can steady yourself.
I think that was Guildford waiting in the wings. Of course, they're playing in game number 2 today, and they'll be facing up against Wimbledon. And they're getting an early sighter of their future opponents.
That's crunch. Oh, that's a cracking shot. That really is. He moves early, and Ghani sees it and then decides, well, okay, I won't follow you. I'll try and put it wide off you. But with the ball wide, I mean, the amount of power you have to get into the shot, I mean, look at that. That is just power. It is pure power. Ball away from the body, but he gets enough power into that, not just to clear the boundary, but he clears it by a long way. Good hitting. And this time he's quite happy just to take the single and stay on strike. Well, why not? 18 of 6 deliveries. That's an expensive over. 20 will come off that one from the captain, Usman Ghani. And just like that, once again, Wimbledon are in a happier place. 8 overs completed, 125 for 5. It's another over. It's quite interesting, the big overs that they've had. We had 28 go off the first, 32 off the 6th, and that one 20. That's the only overs where they haven't lost a wicket. In all the other overs, they've lost a wicket, and that's where LCCs have been on top. Right, they're going to go back here to Farooq Tahir. And that's played down the ground. He's going to take some stopping, and it's going to be muffed. That's the best way to put this. The fielder does get there, and having got there, should have made a stop. And this is where technique comes into play. And Usman Ghani, really, the right thing to do here would have been to push this forward. You see him coming into the shot here. He needed to push that forward. He's trying to take it cleanly and makes a mess of it. Bowler didn't like it. Now, if that's power, that's out. Yeah, that's a pretty easy decision. Gert doesn't like it, but if there's no bat involved in here, this is going straight onto the stumps. A good delivery there by Farooq Tahir. He sees that Gert was trying to get a little bit funky, goes right across his stumps to try and probably play that little paddle shot. And yeah, that's, for me, going on to hit the stumps. Doesn't have to be middle stump. And probably hitting between sort of middle and leg. So well bowled, good comeback there from Tahir. And it will get Gert just when Gert was looking dangerous. A good time for LCC to pick up a wicket. And Gert will go for 22 of the 8 balls that he faces.
I don't think there's any doubt it's hitting the stumps. Maybe Gert's reaction suggests he thought he maybe got a bit of glove on it. But he does have to go. And it's 6th wicket to fall. So scamper through for 1 here. As new batter comes in. It's Tanguy Durrant coming in at number 8 for Wimbledon. And they want to still try and get to this 150. I suppose it's difficult with these two at the crease. Neither have really seen much of the ball. That one's hit down the ground. There's a fielder out there, and this time Usman Ghani takes Rico's advice and just pats it back into play. I think this one is clean. You have to double check it just in case. The umpire already with walkie-talkie up at his face, but my instinct was, as I was trying to peer around the sight screen, he taps this one back in, and the next movement takes him over the rope, by which point the ball is very much clear. So good fielding there.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the junior Wombles would have all signalled forward if they spotted anything there. Right, this one's up in the air. It should be stopped and will be good one-hand pick up and throw. And well, the batter plays at this one before the bowler even bowls it. As the fielder throws it in, gets past the bowler and goes to the keeper's end. And just gets not. I think it does actually go onto the stumps actually here as well. Let's have a look at this. Luckily, the bat is down, because otherwise that could have been a bizarre run out. Right. Durant facing, wanting a few more boundaries here. Wimbledon, they like to get to that 150. But that's not going to be a boundary. Taking on the fielder. The fielder shapes up to have a shy, then decides it's probably not worth it. Doesn't want to give any extra runs away. So once again, it's a good effort. Carries on that pattern, really, that when it's not a big over, there's wickets involved. It's another over with his wicket, and only 8 come off that one. So well bowled by Tahir after being hit for a big 4. He comes back with the wicket. The 4 also, remember, was a misfield from the captain, so he was a bit unlucky there. 134 for 6 with an over to go.
Speaking of the captain, looks like he's going to bowl the last. He's someone with international experience. He's played 17 ODIs for Afghanistan, 33 T20Is, and he picks up an ECN wicket. I'm sure that was one to add to his illustrious CV. Just clips the top of middle stump there. And Tanguy Durant plays all around it. As the 10th over here begins with a wicket, 134 for 7. I think actually takes a bit of Durant's thigh pad on the way through, otherwise would have zipped between the stumps and the batter. But he does have to depart, and Wimbledon, well, just in danger here of falling away slightly. They wanted to look at maybe 150, 160. They'll need a big final 5 balls to get there from here.
Yeah, we were saying yesterday, weren't we, at the end of the day, it would be interesting for us to see how Group B compares to Group A, whether it would also be fairly similar. Group A we felt was probably a bit more batting heavy with those. We saw the stats this morning, average scores after those 20 games was about 148 per innings all the way through. Certainly liking the bowling that I have seen from LCC. Now, bear in mind it was the first match that they're playing, so I would expect them to get better as well. But they've bowled some good lines. The pace bowlers have bowled with pace, and their accuracy and their radar most of the time has been pretty good. They've knocked the timber over, and I'm liking this also from Ghani. So they have got the variations that they need as well. You can't just go pace heavy. It's up in the air and will clear the boundary. That's going to be 6 runs. I just get the feeling here that the Wombles might just want to move their chairs back just slightly. They're a little bit close to that boundary, the boundary rope here. And normally you need to give yourself a couple of meters away from the rope. You could see a fielder running right into them. That'd be like Skittles. Well, talking about Skittles, there's the stumps that go over. Slightly slower delivery. Clever bowling from Usman Ghani. Well, you said that he's got a fair bit of experience, and he's played a fair bit on the international scene, and he uses all of that experience to get this wicket here. Goes pretty close to the stumps, doesn't he? Pretty close to the umpire. And then you can see at the last moment, he gives his body a real old swivel and gets that ball to sort of come in and come round the batter and right onto the stumps. Another wicket goes with a score on 140.
It's a textbook slower ball, and it does for the batter there. I can't say it was the most well-disguised one. Usman Ghani almost stops by the time he's bowled it, but I think the batter, in any case, was just going to swing and swing hard, and Adam Slater has to depart. Still could be all bowled out here. 2 balls remaining, 2 wickets, and Usman Ghani, it's a brilliant decision from him to bring himself back on for the 10th. Paid dividends so far. 4 balls, 2 wickets, just that one big Maximo.
That's well bowled, you know, and there was a noise. Yeah, I was going to say there was definitely a noise. So that's going to be a wicket. That's going to be Jonathan Speller will go very first ball. And you know what that means? That's 2 in 2. That's 3 wickets in the over. 2 in 2. And there's a hat-trick ball coming up here. So Usman Ghani is on a hat-trick.
Could be a hat-trick, and it could be an all-out here for Wimbledon. 140. That 150 feels like a long way off now. It's Tom Weston coming in. It's the club captain of Wimbledon, trying to add at least a few runs to the scoreline here. So Usman Ghani, he's got this kind of sidearm action, doesn't he? It's a very round arm. It means it's maybe just a bit difficult to pick out the hand, and he could add himself to this list. Haven't had one since the very first day here. Could he add himself?
Hat-trick ball, and, well, it won't be. It's actually going to go all the way. Trickles to the boundary. That also will conclude the innings from Wimbledon. It's a strange old innings I was saying before, it was a little bit like a yo-yo. There were ups and downs all the way through that. One moment the batting side were up, the other moment they were down, and LCC came back into the frame. Wimbledon then came back again with the captain smashing the ball in one over all over the place. 32 coming off that over number 6, but then LCC came back into it, and it finishes with, well, at the moment, based on what we saw in Group A, just below par.
Yeah, I'd say so. When they were starting off brilliantly there, especially with Jack Boyle and James Crossthwaite, we thought, well, maybe 160, 170 is on here. They took to this series like a duck to water. Remember, Wimbledon, of course, are the only side actually in Group B to have played in this series last year. CFS Pinnacle Pro played in Hornchurch, but when they got to 41 off just 9 deliveries, we thought, well, this could be an absolute riot, but then the wickets started to tumble, and in fact they lost their first 4 in the space of just 17 runs, and they never really got their momentum back. And that's thanks to some excellent bowling from LCC. They were just targeting the stumps time and time again, and you can see that by the fact that they got 5 clean bowled.
Yeah, they really bowled. And then there was this, the Spider-Man catch, Jalebi Delight from Ismail. What a great caught ball that was. That was absolutely fantastic. And but again, straight after that, then the big hitting started again. There was a bit of carnage out there as the captain went berserk, didn't he, in that over number 6. And poor Luke was on the receiving end of some great hitting. Luke Griffin, wherever he put it, the ball went to the boundary, and there always the chance of somebody getting struck, and it was one of the Wombles himself that went flying. I think James Weir had to go flying, but then there's the wicket. That changed everything for me, and that one there was unfortunate. You see it here this time around, he's trying to get the ball back, but it just bounces the wrong side off the rope. Gert has judged LBW here, getting across the line. That was a good bit of fielding from Usman Ghani, but don't worry about his fielding. It was how he finished that last over. Quite sensational, just the 10 runs that would come from it, but he would pick up 3 wickets as well. Those 10 runs, by the way, the last one was actually 4-leg byes. They don't actually go towards his bowling figures, but still, great finish. And Wimbledon, 144 for 9 at the end of their innings. And I think both teams, bear in mind that you're playing your first match, will be relatively happy, but I think the happier of the two at the moment probably would be LCC. Remember, they're playing their very first time on the European Cricket Network. They are on debut. They're up against a team that you probably would say would be one of the favourites here as well. You could class Wimbledon as the home side, I guess. And to restrict them to 144 and also pick up 9 wickets, I think you'll take that. And I think when you look at their performance in general, I don't think they're the best of starts with Ahmed. I mean, there was a couple of no balls in there. He was struggling. Maybe it was just, the players playing for the first time maybe playing in front of the cameras. May have been a little bit of stage fright there. But when they got into it, they did well. And the opportunities that presented themselves, they took. They held their catches. The bowlers bowled a good line. And in the end, it ends up being pretty tidy. I just want a quick look at the extras there. 14 extras and 11 of those leg byes. No wides. So that's what I wanted to see, because I was trying to think, couldn't really remember a wide. No wides, 3 no balls. So that's a pretty good performance from LCC. So we're going to leave you with the mid-match summary. Ghani, 3 for 25. Well done to him. And the batting, it was James Crossthwaite who scores that 51 of 18. Jack Boyle gave him a good start at the beginning, and then Gert also played a quick fire 22 of 8. So take a break, and myself, Rico Full, and Tina Goff will be back in about 10 minutes time to talk you through the reply, and we'll have a chance to see just what LCC are like when they've got bat in hand. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and we've had a good start on a sunny day here in England, Wimbledon, to the Group B. Match number 1 is currently halfway through. Wimbledon have had a bat and they've got 144 on the board. Lost 9 wickets and they were up against London County Cricket. First time we've seen them on debut, and I must admit we like what we saw. They bowled very well. Once again, remind you, no wides in that innings. There's a couple of no balls and then leg byes, but other than that it was pretty tidy. They bowled well, and then the quick bowlers bowled with some pace. Their accuracy was good, and then Usman Ghani, the captain, I like what he did as well, and just good variations, and picks up those 3 wickets. But now it's time to see how they perform with the bat, and that's a nice easy one to remember. The bonus point equation with that score of 144, 100 or less. So basically, if you're new to this, there is a chance to pick up 4 points in a match, and that means taking a bonus point. And if you're the fielding side here now, having put 144 on the board, if you can restrict the opposition to 100 or less, you steal away that point from them. They don't get that 1 point. If you're the batting side and you want the points, then they've got to get to the target inside the 7 overs. So if they can get it, so in 7 overs or less, then the LCC side will get the bonus point. So there is bonus points up for grabs, and a good opportunity to see how LCC go here. Ready to go. Welcome back to everybody as well. Nice to have you with us on what do you say, a beautiful sunny day here in England. Well, that's a lovely shot. It's a really good shot. Usman Ghani, the captain, starts with an uppercut. Jonathan Speller, he's a tall man, is Jonathan. You see him there. Tests him outside the off, gets plenty of bounce. But Usman is onto that, quick as a flash. Oh, what a good shot that is. It's not actually that wide. That's what made that shot so good. Ghani, well, looks like a player. You heard Tina was saying that he has played some ODI cricket. And that's another one in the same area. A wristy one this time. There's the gap is there. He goes for it. I wonder if Speller will want to make a change here. Maybe James Crosswaite, having looked at both of those shots, might be thinking about pushing a backward point on the boundary. At the moment, they all stay inside the ring there on the offside. That's been absolutely lashed through the offside. Cracking cut shot. It's another boundary. Take a look at this. This is classy from Ghani. Rocks back and creams it through the gap. What a good shot that is. This time it's on the leg side, and that's going to go all the way as well into the European Cricket Network banner. Cuatro más. So every ball so far that's come out of the hand of Jonathan Speller has gone to the boundary. It's not been a good start to the day for him. Obviously got a first bowler, and now Ghani's taken a liking to his bowling. That one's going to be down the leg side. Wide ball called. They'll have to bowl it again. Haven't had a chance today to say good morning to our umpires. It's to Anthony Levy, Benedict Luke Cousins, and Andy Anthony are the umpires for this start of Group B. It's going all the way as well, I feel. It will clear the rope. It'll be manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 carreras más. Que genial. Sensational hitting. It's going to be another boundary, and that's 25 now off the over. There is that 1 ball to go. We could start with the supersonic one here. Speller. Well, in fact, they're changing the signal here now to 4. So I thought it was 6, I must admit. But 4 runs. And this one is going to be stopped. Good fielding. Nicely done there by, I think that's the captain out there, James Crosswaite. Slides and makes a stop. So Speller goes for 24 in the over. And that's not the way to start. Here we are now with, well, okay, golden ball 74 matches since the golden ball. Well, are we going to get one in England? Yeah, surely we are. Haven't had one in England. We haven't. And didn't have one at Wimbledon last year. We didn't have a golden ball in Hornchurch. So we're still waiting for our first golden ball in England. Jack Boyle to bowl over number 2. And they'll want to come back. Similar pattern to what Wimbledon did so far. That's high in the air, and it's going to go for 6 runs as Usman Ghani just continues the assault so far. Yeah, remember Wimbledon, first over, they scored 28. So I suppose that they'll be thinking, well, we did better in the first. The second over went for 18, but there was that wicket right at the end of it. Let's see if they can get a wicket here as well. The one they want is this of Usman Ghani at the moment. Cuts this one away, but to the fielder, no run. That's what they need here at the moment. We've done a couple of dot balls just to slow things down. That's gone. Oh, that's massive. That is massive. Heads! Well, that is going all the way into the other field. And in fact, looks like the young man who was getting ready to bowl has to do a bit of fielding in front of this ball bat. That was a humongous hit. Boom! Shakalagia que guay genial que grande. Eso es un grandísimo. Es una bomba. And yeah, you can see them all taking cover where the juniors are playing. Shorter. Oh, that tucks him up a little bit. Wasn't quite expecting that. Was Ghani. Good comeback there from Boyle. It's kind of a... Yeah, look at that. In-cutting bouncer. It cuts him in half. Bit of width on offer. Doesn't seem to be that keen on taking the singles, does he? Mind you, when you hit the ball that well, you can understand it. And Saqib Mahmood, at the moment, has got the best. He's got the best seat in the house. This time, was keen, but he's not going to get there. So it's another dot ball. And at the end of the over, much better over there, just a 12 from it, and that's what they needed. Just a couple of dot balls in there, slow things down. 36 without loss. That's the key at the moment. It's out loss. And reminder again how Group A did finish, with Banstead finishing top, East Moseley, Spencer and Weybridge. Those 4 teams will qualify for the quarterfinals. Twickenham, unfortunately, losing out. Tina Garth joins me back for the start of this, the 3rd over. In the air now, that's catchable if anybody can get there, and it will be taken. So Saqib Mahmood had to wait 12 balls before he finally got a chance to get bat on ball, and when he did, he'd sky it up in the air. It was quite a gentle full toss actually from Sewell, and it goes high up in the air. The catch is taken, and it's going to be a golden duck for Saqib Mahmood. So he's going to get a Peacock Friday. Tina, you come back and the wicket falls.
Sorry, Saqib. Well, it's usually all good things come to those who wait, but he had to wait his turn. When it came, though, he got hold of it. I mean, it went very high. It just didn't go very far, and he has to go for a golden. Usman Ghani at the other end, though. He looks like some player. It's no wonder he's played international cricket for Afghanistan. I know he's playing for the Dhaka Capitals as well. And he is more of a batter than a bowler. And he's backed himself to open up here, but he nearly gets another wicket falling at the other end. And well, we're going to have to check this. I think it's probably gone. I'm not sure. It was first an acrobatic effort from Finley Pearce. Almost took a catch of the day. It goes over him. Then it rolls tantalisingly to the rope. And it's Tom Weston giving chase. And well, maybe he's okay. Actually hits it against himself. I'm just wondering at what point it's no longer in contact with him. If we go to the next frame, I think he's maybe just inside the rope there. Yeah, and then just luckily for him, nestles the right side of the rope, so that will be a boundary save.
Good save, actually. Yeah, I was worried that he's hit it back onto himself, and as he's gone over the rope, it's followed him, but it's clean. It's played nicely this time. No run. So this is Shabazz Azizullah, who has come in at number 3. Takes 2. Gets back on strike. And, trying to get in the gap, taking on the arm, and oh, that would have been really close. I think if that's hitting the target, I think that could have been curtains for Shabazz. There would have been no Shabazz there at all. Hits it on the run. Here comes the throw. Yeah, you can see we would not have made it. All right, Ghani. Ah, lovely shot. Beautiful shot. The footwork, elegant. Placement, timing, beautiful. 4 more.
Oh, he scored a ODI century at the age of 17. That was a good 11 years ago now, but he's showing early signs of being pure class. That one, that wouldn't look out of place on any cricket ground around the world.
It's another great shot, and he makes it look easy. It clears us and just stops before it goes in to the greenery. And yeah, just deals with the full toss the way that Saqib Mahmood unfortunately couldn't. It's the end of the over, and this is the way it's looking. And at the moment, for those of you that have got a tingle, you'd be right to be tingling, because it's spot on, 49 to 49. The only difference is that Wimbledon at this point had lost 1 wicket more. So maybe, could it be right at the start of Group B that we get our golden ball?
Well, we've had a few close calls, haven't we? In Group A, we had a penultimate ball finish, and we've had a couple of final over finishes, but haven't been able to deliver that elusive GB yet. But me and you did it in Creerfeld, Rico, and we need to see if we can get that golden ball magic again. As it's Tom Weston, the club captain of Wimbledon, who will be bowling the 4th over here for his side.
Well, I don't think this has caught anything. This could be buys here. Let's see what the signal is from the umpire. Yeah, 4 buys. He wants to get funky. He moves very early, but he gets right in front of the keeper here. So keeper is just completely blinded. Has got no chance whatsoever. Tom Wilkins there. You can see where the batter was, and in the end, you can see Wilkins is just taking evasive action. 4 buys. A bit of a change in the field here. You can see that having seen a shot like that being attempted, they put a short third, or kind of a gully in there actually. And this time he goes straight up in the air, and it's going to clear the fielder. Well, for a moment there, I think Jack Ball thought he might have been in with a chance perhaps of catching that one. But that's cleared him quite comfortably.
Feels like Usman Ghani here just needs someone to keep up with him. He's happy to set the pace, but he just needs to.
He's done that so far, hasn't he? This is going to be. Oh, does he get a bit of something on this? I think he does. He spawns a wide here actually. So yeah, Shabazz Azizullah. I mean, you would expect. Yeah, he does get bat on it actually. So, but it's well watched. Good movement there from the keeper Wilkins, who stops that one going. Now, well, I'm not sure. It looks like a quick back change here. Azizullah has obviously done some damage to that one. Another one comes out. It's nicely played away, but there is fielders out there, and it will just be a single. So Wimbledon working hard here, working hard to try and get the breakthrough. They know what the big wicket that they need. It's hit hard and can't be stopped. That is gone so quickly. It's well, like a heat-seeking missile that was from Usman Ghani, and he's hit that so hard and so flat, but it's still gone for 6. That's quite exceptional. Exceptional shot, and that will be 50 to Ghani. 50 up in just 15 deliveries. Well, we'll probably get the message soon. Sure that's his 50. He's probably just waiting to be registered. So 50 to Ghani. 50 of just 15 deliveries. And oh, that's the one. They like it, and they've got the wicket. That's a huge wicket. Ghani will go for 51 of 15. Well, just as the 50 gets up there, he's a goner. That is a huge wicket, it really is. Tom Weston gets the breakthrough.
You can see how gutted Usman Ghani is there. He's not quite undone all of his good work, but he knows that he's the big wicket. He knows he wanted to guide his side home here, and he's going to have to drag himself off the pitch. But you've got to say still, Usman Ghani, he's shown us a glimpse here of what he's capable of. He backs up his 3 for in the first innings with a blistering half-century in the second, 51 off just 16 deliveries. But Wimbledon will be absolutely cock-a-hoop that they've picked up that important wicket. It's the end of the fourth as well. It was the final ball. Tom Weston had already gone for 17 runs. He gets the all-important wicket. It means a lot to him as LCC at the end of the fourth, 66 for 2. New batter here is Haider Zaidi. Of course, he'll be at the non-strikers end. That was the end of the over. Shabaz Azizullah, well, now the responsibility might pass over to him as James Weir will bowl a bit of spin going into the 5th over here with LCC. Well, the run rate's not too bad, just over 13. They need someone to take the captain's mantle now. Well, those extra runs will help though, and the chase is on, but the Grizzly will win on that occasion, and it hits absolutely nothing. Wicketkeeper there. It's Tom Wilkins just practicing, but that one just bounced from nowhere. Not too much he could have done about it. He got a thumb on it, but it goes away for 4 byes.
Yeah, on this occasion, though, I think he will be disappointed. The one before that went for 4 byes, he had no chance. But that one is just the extra bounce. So in comes Weir again. And it's high in the air, head goes up, and Weir underneath it. And takes an outstanding catch. Superb. Absolutely brilliant. Right at the last minute, you saw there that he had to get a dive in. That ball looked like he got away from him. Gets the dive in, and you could hear the sound of the ball going comfortably into the palms of the hands. He wraps his fingers around it, and that's going to be the end of Azizullah. So he will go now as well. Now we're really going to see just how much more batting depth that LCC do have.
It's one of the most difficult techniques in cricket, that to catch one off your own bowling, but it was falling away over his left shoulder. The last minute he had to make the readjustment, kept his eyes on it to the last, put in a nice little tumble as well, and it's an excellent wicket to pick up for James Weir as LCC lose their second wicket in the space of just 3 deliveries. 70 for 3 now, and 2 brand new batters at the crease, of course, not just brand new to this game but brand new to the network. Haider Zaidi, who came in at the end of the previous over, hasn't faced a ball yet, nor has Taha Mohammed, who's facing up number 5 here. Interestingly, LCC still ahead on the win predictor, 59%. I'm not sure. I suppose it's complete unknown quantities now for us, seeing how LCC batters go now in the middle order.
That's probably, well, okay, says the umpire. I thought it was... it's obviously gone inside the line. It looks wide from where the ball finally pitches, but it's already gone past. Goes for the same again, but this time it will get clobbered. And that one is another one that's going to go to the left of us and goes all the way for 6. So good start for Taha Mohammed. Just gets given a little bit of width to work with, and he clobbers it. He's not messing around. So 6 to start, gets off the mark. But yeah, 2 new batters. So we see Taha Mohammed. There's Zahidi at the other end. Let's see how he goes. Good positives hit there from Taha, where needs a response. Goes same area again. Asking the question, there was a sound, but I think that was more the bat just scraping the bottom of the bottom of the bat, catching rid of the pitch. Not out, says the umpire. Polite inquiry there from James Weir. Well, that's hit firmly, and it's going to be 4 runs. A little bit too short. Drags that down and gets the meat of the bat. There's Taha Mohammed. 4 more runs, end of the over. Interesting the way it's looking here at the moment. So need to be going around about 13 and over, and they're managing to do that. If you have a look at the last few overs, it's gone 13-13, and that one goes for 14 as well. Great wicket in that one. Score 80 then for 3. A quick look at where we will be travelling to, and of course we've got a Jib 13 over the weekend. We won't be doing any cricket here from Wimbledon, but it will all be happening there in Gibraltar. Safe travels to Vinny Sandhu. Will be making his way there. Rash will join him there. Then we have Croatia, where I'll be there doing all sorts of things with Phil G, T20 International, CCIs, European Cricket Series, and some women's action as well. And we have Norway, Germany also on the agenda. Gone. There's an edge behind. It's going to be a first baller for Haider Zahidi. And Finlay Pearce gets another wicket. And so similar this innings to what we saw from Wimbledon. Scores going on the board, but wickets falling regularly as well. And that's going to be the end of Zahidi. He too, similar to Saqib Mohammed, will go very first ball. Another good take there behind the stumps from Wilkins.
Yeah, and Sodhi, it is just crumbling a little for LCC. We were wondering who would be able to keep up with the blistering pace set by their skipper Usman Gar.
Wimbledon feel that they've perhaps just got their noses in front here now, and you can see there 51% to 49 it was, and that was changing slightly with that one just being another single. I think every time they're not getting boundaries, the percentages increase for Wimbledon. Probably a 60-40 or close to a 60-40 now. Here comes Finlay Pearce once again. Nice. Good bowling, good areas. I've got to keep an eye on one thing as well. Remember, Tom Wilkins now has been involved in 3 dismissals. So keep an eye on that. Comes Pearce once again. That's the issue here. You can see that Fruta here, he's only got one thing on his mind, but he's playing the same shot to every ball, and he's the left armer's getting it to go right across him. He's not in the right area at all. He's just swinging and missing. No footwork. And Pearce cracking over from him so far. Just to 2 runs, 1 wicket. This time goes a bit straighter. Does get a pat onto ball just to here, which means he'll pinch the strike back again from Mohammed. Superb bowling. Just the 3 runs, 1 wicket, and an over like that changes the direction of the game big time.
Outstanding there from Finlay Pearce. He's got outstanding footwear as well. He's got the pink shoes to match the Wimbledon pink. He's got quite a low slinging action. He's not the tallest. Left arm just getting it zip through to the keeper. And when you've got someone rooted to the spot there, as Fruta here was, then you're always going to get yourself in a bit of trouble. And trouble is certainly the word here for LCC. Surely they can still get that bonus point. That mark is just above 100, but at one point it looked like they were cruising along to the target. Now looking ever more precarious. Run rate is at 15.5.
Well, that will help. That will get to the boundary, so nice shot. And that will also give Farouk a bit of confidence, and he does. This is the other thing. He actually plays a different shot. He does play this one in the right area. He has to go offside after trying to muscle the ball over cow corner in the last over. He gets this one right, so that's going to be 4 runs. James Weir had a pretty decent first over. Picked up a wicket, only 14 from it. Good, gets down, makes a stop. The batters will take the single though. They've got to do that. Got to hustle the same way that Wimbledon did. I think he's going to be close. You're looking at one batter, I think, Tina, here to maybe get a 25-30 on the board, and that can make a big difference to this contest.
Yeah, absolutely. They're by no means out of this. 57 off 22 is perfectly doable.
In the air and in the gap. Ooh. Well, there's Dave. Dave is here, and well, it is Peacock Friday, and I can see Dave. He's got a lovely number on there. Go to Dave. I think that was Ian Smullen, I think, who was doing the fielding, sat next to Dave.
Yeah, Ian's gone colourful as well. He's got the British and Irish Meltle Shield number on.
Yeah, he does. I was just clocking it the second time around, asking the question, taking it on. Here comes the throw, but it's a little bit wild. The batters will scramble through and take another run.
Yeah, good to see the spanner crew out, and I know Kroom is somewhere in the building as well. I think a few others were wanting to come down, so looking forward to meeting all of you if you haven't been down so far this week.
He uses his feet, but scuffs it. Doesn't get it out the middle this time, does to here. And it comes down the track, but gets a bit fortunate there. He gets enough of it to get it over the infield where Gruert is. But they're after boundaries here. Look at the attack. Once again, that's one where you would have been probably wise just to step inside it, take the wide. You can see it was already a difficult stop there for the wicketkeeper Tom Wilkins. But end of the over, and I think Wimbledon were pretty satisfied with that. Just the 11 from it, so it just helps to push that run rate higher. So needing to go at 17s now, 51 required for victory of 18 deliveries.
First and foremost, they need to get another 7 runs, LCC, to get to the 1 point. Remember, on day 1 of Group A, it was 4-0 victories all round. So certainly trying to break that streak. But now 17 and over is what's required. And well, it's a second time lucky there for Tom Wilkins, who gets involved in another wicket. That's his 3rd involvement this time. Well, he can count himself a little lucky. We saw the swing and a miss yesterday by one of the keepers. That was costly. I think on this occasion, the finger of doom has been raised by the square leg umpire. So Farouk Tahir clearly well short of his ground. You can see even on that angle, he never gets back home despite the first swing and the second ding. And LCC lose their 5th, 94 for 5.
Yeah, clever bowling. It draws the batter out. You can see that Farouk felt that he had to go for it, felt he had to try and get a boundary there. And not taking your advice really and making safe off the point first. Secure the point before you start to do sort of charging and give your wicket away. That's what's happened there. A good start there then for the bowler. This one is not quite the ball to be trying to scoop away. This Ismail Baharami, who now comes out to face Jack Boyle. Boyle bowling his 2nd. That's hit firmly, and it's going to be a great catch because he's picked the tallest man on the field. It's going to take a big hit to get it over Jonathan Speller. That's a really good catch. Judges it beautifully, and he's literally just centimetres away from the rope. But it's a really good catch. That's what he's there for. Make use of the height.
That's why you put the tallest players at long on and long off. That's why I spend half my life there, Rico, because when the ball comes flat and straight, you want someone who just has those few extra centimetres of height. It's exactly what Jonathan Speller has, and when he made that look easy, it was anything but trying to keep those, what would they be, probably size 12, 13 boots the right side of the line. He walks the tightrope, effectively takes the catch, and it's another 1 to 4. It's the start of a wow over from Jack Boyle. Wicket, 0 wicket. Eli Shenoy is the new batter.
Yeah, and remember, need to get to that 101 to secure a point. So still need to get 7 runs on the board, and they should do it. But it all depends how the way they go. I mean, if you're just trying to play big shots, you struggle. This one, they will scramble through for, looks like a leg by. I want to say hello to Terry Richmond, is also joining in the chat alongside Helix. Hello to you guys. And Monty is with us as well. Hi, Monty. Happy Peacock Friday to you. And also at the start of the weekend. Oh, I think that probably, is that a chance there from Good? I think it is. You know, it goes down. It's low, but doesn't stay into the hands. And that's an opportunity that gets missed there. So 95 for 6 with 12 balls to go.
What a brilliant over from Jack Boyle. Brilliant spell, in fact. Gets the 2 wickets. Only a handful of runs. That was a dot ball. Could have been another wicket, but 2 for 12 off his overs. And well, it's been a bit of a wicket fest so far, hasn't it? There's no room for any more W's. We said before the start of this game when we saw the statistics that it's certainly not all been one-way traffic for the batting sides, but 15 wickets have fallen already in this game. I wouldn't bet against a few more falling for LCC here. They need to keep an eye on that 101. It's not guaranteed by any means, the rate at which they're losing these wickets. It's the 9th here, will be bowled by Tom Weston.
Oh, it's a bit of an ugly swipe there by the batter. This is Eli. Shensi just swinging wildly. That one also, it's a few times we mentioned this even in Group A. that there tends to be a spot there somewhere where the ball just doesn't come up as much as you would expect. Well, he's totally lost this. It's going to be another one that's going to go, you know. So you can see all he was trying to do, Shenoy, was just get back on this and take the single and get Taha Mohammed back on strike. But he totally loses this. He has no idea where the ball is, and that's a 7th to go now. It's another duck, a 4-ball duck for Shenoy. That's 4 ducks in the innings. 2 of them were Goldens. And, well, LCC, if they are going to get a point, they're going to do it the hard way.
And the Wombles are on the march here. And this one was just a relatively straightforward catch for Tom Weston. Carried on going through his follow-through, taking the grab. LCC lose their 7th, and well, in the last 8 deliveries, they've scored just the 1 run, and that was a leg by, so there are no runs off the bat, and they've lost 3 wickets. It's been a pretty dramatic drop-off, which, well, to be honest, started with the loss of the captain, didn't it? After that, suddenly they were shaking. Now it just seems a matter of time. Still a question, though. That bonus point is not guaranteed. 6 runs needed for that.
All right, up in the air. Should be another catching opportunity. It will be. So 2 in 2 for Western. 8 wickets down. Bakhtir Khan will be the 3rd player to go for a Peacock Friday Golden Duck. 5 ducks now in the innings. And Taha Mohammed is at the non-strikers end. Every batter that comes in, he's talking to them and say, come on, just stay here with me. Don't get out. We need to get 6 runs here. 6 runs is what we want. The problem is all the batters coming in are trying to do it in one shot and getting themselves out. Hat-trick opportunity. Well, we've seen this graphic so many times. Arslan Abbas has been the last name on the list. Will that be changing here? Hat-trick ball in the air. Opportunity for a hat-trick, and it will be taken. There is going to be a hat-trick. Tom Weston will take the hat-trick, and he has taken 4 for 13, including a hat-trick. Well, the hat-trick is done and dusted. It's another name to go on our Hall of Fame. And we might as well have a look at that Hall of Fame when it comes to the 5 wickets as well, because he's on for a Michelle Pfeiffer. Abu Bakr will be the 9th wicket to go. And LCC are just not learning. They're not playing the game the way it should be done. They should be making sure they get this 1 point in the bag. Now, it could be that they end up with nothing from this. Wimbledon, the Wombles, could be taking all 4. Are we going to see another double hat-trick?
Well, they are taking out the rubbish here. That was a bit of a rubbish shot. And Tom Weston, he gets the hat-trick. As we go back to live, it was almost 4 in 4. That one goes tantalising past both the bat and the stumps. Could have been the 2nd quad trick. As it was Arslan Abbas, the skipper of Banstead, the latest on the list. 5 wicket hauls, that one is. Arslan Abbas, of course, with his 4-foot, got a 5-fer as well. But Tom Weston, he's got a hat-trick. He's got 1 more ball here to try and get a 5-fer.
Well, it's played away. They take this. I can't believe they take the single, Tina. I cannot believe they take the single. It was the last ball off the over. You got Taha Mohammed, who came in at number 5. He's 16 of 9, and 6 and 2 fours to his name. He's been desperate to try and get on strike. He hasn't been given the strike, and then they take a single off the last ball of that fantastic over from Tom Weston, the only run that comes from it. And with the score 96 for 9, we're into the last over. Number 11 is on strike. They need to get 5 runs to get a point. Oh boy, the Wombles. Can they get this wicket? Can they get the win? Can they get all 4 points? Pearce, the bowler. In he comes. That's played away, and nicely played away actually. So they will finally get Taha Mohammed on strike. Now what will Mohammed do here? I mean, my betting is he'll try and whack one to the boundary. That's what I'm thinking here. Try and whack one to the boundary and secure at least a point. Mohammed on strike. Does try and whack it to the boundary. And it's going to be... Oh, would you believe that? Can you believe it? You thought the stop was going to be made there by James Crosswaite, the captain. comes sliding in. Looks like he stopped it. Shades go all over the place, but the shades stay the right side of the rope. The ball, the wrong. That's going to be 4 runs, and that's point secured. High. Catchable. Well, now it probably doesn't matter. It should be all out. It will be all out. It will be victory to Wimbledon. But with that error on the boundary, then London County Cricket have secured a point. First time they're playing on the European Cricket Network. They'll start with a loss, but at least they have a point and something to show for it.
I wonder if James Crosswaite knows how expensive that fumble is. It's worth a point. It remains to be seen how significant that point may or may not be for either of these sides. It's all smiles though for Wimbledon. In all honesty, they probably should have taken all 4 from that game. They were dominant towards the end. Just that one fumble. The sunglasses stayed in bounds. The Grizzly did not. Next ball was the end of the innings. Well, we'll keep a little asterisk next to this game to see how significant it could be as we take a look ahead to the next game. And it's the Battle of Wimbledon and Guildford. Wimbledon looking to go 2-2. Guildford, of course, their debut on the network. They want to get off to a strong start. That one's coming your way in just over half an hour's time. But first, let's take a look back at the highlights or the lowlights of this innings, depending on who your affiliation is towards, because London County Cricket first, they started off brilliantly, didn't they, with Usman Ghani. He finishes on 51, as of course did James Crosswaite. So the 2 captains get 51 apiece. And while Usman Ghani was out there, it looked like one-way traffic, really, didn't it?
It did. He was just unbelievable. I mean, it's a fantastic knock from him. And unfortunately for him, he brings his 50 up and gets out just at a point where we thought that he could single-handedly win this match for his side. But not only did he get out, but straight after he got out, and the only batsman that looked like he had some reasonable form about him. I saw Shabazz Azula would be caught and bowled by Weir Asar, and then once that wicket fell, this is it, this is the big wicket, and you can see he was trying to be clever. He actually tries to guide this ball to that vacant third, but he guides it into the hands of Wilkins. So it was a self-inflicted dismissal. It was an error in judgment, and then that changed everything. This was the next wicket that went forward, and a really good, that's a tremendous catch. And you said at the time, Tina, that they're the hardest ones to take when you're caught and bowl like that, but Weir made no mistake, and then after that, wickets just kept on falling. At the end there, they lost 6 wickets for 6 runs.
Calypso, Collapso, and well, LCC, it seemed like just a matter of time before they were bowled out. It was just a race to the finish whether they could get that 101, which would give them the bonus point. And well, it looked for the world that they wouldn't, as there was a couple of big hits at the end. It was really only Taha Mohammed who put up any kind of resistance apart from the captain. Everyone else went for 10 or fewer, but the catches kept on going. That was one of the better ones. Jonathan Spellett, who did the tightrope walk, that was the end of his Malbar Hayami. And well, in the bottom end of the innings for LCC, there was 4 ducks, including 2 ducks in the top end as well. So between them, there was a duck feast for Wimbledon. And the catches kept on coming, and to be fair to the men in pink, they took most of the opportunities, some more difficult than others. Tom Weston then, he went on the duck hunt and he got the hat-trick, and that was the costly error from the skipper. Gotta say, still a good game from him, but maybe he'll rue that fumble, which did give LCC a bonus point, but in the end it was nothing more than a consolation point, as it was Jonathan Spellett that took the catch to end the game. LCC all out for 101. Yeah,
101 all out, and when they were going well, especially when they were 49 before they lost that first wicket, 49 for 1, weren't they? 66 for 2 at the end of over number 4. They were 80 for 3 at the halfway point, but then after that it all went horribly wrong. Just have a look at the number of ducks that you see in there. So, well, we said that London County Cricket, what we saw from them with the ball was good. And we wanted to see what they had in the batting. I suppose it's a bit early to say. I mean, someone like Saqib Mahmood and Haidar Zahidi, maybe they are good players. They just bottled it in the first match. But certainly Usman Ghani, I think he already has shown that if they're to do well in this series, then Ghani is going to have a blast. He's going to be their key player. He makes a very fine 50 when he got out, but nobody else did anything really on the bowling front. 4 wickets for Tom Weston, including a hat-trick. Yes, folks, we have another hat-trick. 2 also from Finlay Pearce and 2 wickets there from Jack Ball. I think all the bowlers, apart from that one, that first over from Spellett, which went for 24, all the bowlers bowled brilliantly well, and we also saw some really good catching. In fact, it's fair to say from both teams, the fielding and the bowling was pretty splendid. Wimbledon just were a little bit better, more consistent with the batting, but they are a team that have played this format before, so you'd expect that from them. Next one coming up, Wimbledon will stay on the park, and we welcome Guildford, and let's see how they get on. That match starting in, you see there, just under half an hour's time, to join myself, Rico Full and Tina Goff when you return. It's time for us to have a cuppa, maybe time for you to put the kettle on as well. We'll see you in, well, around 25 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
We are so divine, blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine, blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine, blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine, blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
We're into game 2 here in Group B, and it sees Wimbledon, the hosts, against Guildford. Let's go straight out to Ian Ramage, the tournament referee, for the coin toss.
Wimbledon, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Guildford, as the away team, you'll call. Here you go.
Perfect. Tails, please.
Tails has been called. That's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
Perfect, we'll have a ball.
Okay, toss them at Wimbledon, who will bowl first.
Thanks, Ian. So there you have it. Wimbledon have won the toss and they would like to have a bowl. Well, in the game we just saw they had to bat first, and they started so promisingly. The captain who we saw out there doing the toss, James Crosswaite, he got some runs on the board. He got to that big 50 with that massive 6 that hit the scoreboard, but then they just fell, and we thought maybe a 160, 170 score. In the end, they didn't reach that 150, but this time they've got a chance to chase, and they're going up against a Guildford side who are making their debut on the network. It's a cricket club that was founded back in 1866. It's 2025 and they're making their debut on ECN, so looking forward to seeing them, and they'll have a chance to get some runs on the board first before they have to go up against the mighty Wimbledon hosts. So it's going to be another exciting game, I'm sure of it, and Rico will talk you through the action. Rico, the news from the toss is that Wimbledon have won it and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much to Tina. Tina looking absolutely splendid out there in a Peacock Friday outfit, and I hope you, wherever you are watching from around the world, have got your Peacock Friday outfit on as well. Peacock Friday is something that we always celebrate. It is the start of the weekend as well, so we add a little bit of colour to the occasion. A quick check on the teams here. So you can see that Charlie Whipple comes into the side, a very good player, and Finlay Pearce will be rested for this one. And we welcome Guildford also, first time they're playing on the network. You saw and heard there from Tina, a club with a great history, and they're looking to make a good start here. I'm sure that their captain, Ollie Brits, is hoping that they go well. And it'll be interesting to see how they go. New to the format, and new to, of course, also the European Cricket Network. Welcome back also to our viewers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. We had a nice chat, myself and Tina, caught up with Kroom, Ian Smullen and Dave, and also to Sahid there. And some good Peacock Friday outfits there as well. Dave is wearing a very colourful outfit. So getting ready for the start of this one. The umpires out there, umpire Andy and Anthony. Benedict is the third umpire, and it looks like it's going to be, once again, Jonathan Speller, who will start with the ball. Only got the one over, of course, in the last match, and it was an expensive start, wasn't it? I think 24 runs would come from it. But he's looking to bounce back here. But he was sensational in the field, held on to some very important catches. And Wimbledon did get the win. They'd be probably, I think, maybe a tad disappointed. Look, it's great to start with a win, but I still think they'd be a tad disappointed that they weren't able to pick up all the points there against LCC. But here they go against Guildford, a new team. Let's see what they have to offer. First one in the block hole. Dug out there. I suppose with Guildford, it's the question of how quickly they adjust to the format. In terms of the batting, I mean, batters have to go out there and be ruthless straight away. Ben Garrett is the opener, left-hander. When he plays that nice, he's going to get 4 runs. A traditional hit straight down the ground, all along the deck. And it's slick and smooth, like the Microlino, a mobility partner. That's 4 runs. Delightful shot. And Ben Garrett gets the first runs on the board for Guildford. Nicely done. He's out there with Max. Mikhail. That's going to be put away as well. Just stray slightly onto the pads. Does Jonathan Speller. Ben Garrett, like most good powerful left-handers, and will play those shots all day. That's the place that you want to try and avoid to the lefties. And Ben gets the second boundary, so 2-2 from him. Speller just hasn't quite been able to get into his rhythm so far. And that's a great delivery, and he will get the wicket. Well, that's what you'd expect Speller to be doing. He's got the height. He's certainly got the power. He digs this in short. Doesn't give the batter any room, Garrett, to manoeuvre this. Tucks him up. Good height, good delivery, good short ball. And it's just guided into the gloves there of Tom Wilkins, who's having a wonderful day himself behind the stumps. Takes the catch, makes no mistakes. And the first wicket. And one that I think Jonathan Speller will be very, very pleased and relieved to get. It was shaping up to be another expensive over, but he does get Ben after he plays a couple of boundaries. And now he's back already. So Will Hamilton will replace him at number 3. Takes his time to get his guard right, the right-hander. And Speller will have to get his line right straight away here. And well, wants to get funky straight away. It's going to be a wide. It is down the leg side, so it's always sometimes that no matter how much cricket you played, but when you have to adjust to from the left-hander to the right-hander, does often take a little bit of time. And you can see that one was down the leg side. Will have to be bowled again. So well bowled. Well, hesitation really, and I think the batters get a little bit lucky here. Gert just comes charging in, not able to pick it up first time. Oh, they will get home, but that was a bit risky. It's a little bit of a tip and run there from Hamilton. And now it's time to see if Max Mikhail can also get off the mark. First ball he's going to be facing. Well, he strikes it well, and it will only tamely, though, go to the fielder. That's Jack Boyle, who, of course, had a very good game last time round. But, of course, Tom Weston is the man who's got his name in lights at the moment. We'll probably be able to show you that in our Hall of Fame. But before we do, let's talk a little bit about the European Cricket Championship, which we call the Euros of Cricket. That will be starting on the 25th of September there at the Cardiff Oval in Andalusia. And starts off with 3 groups. Only one team from each group, one nation will go through to championship group. Remember, after the group stages are complete, we'll have the Challenger Division in between. The Challenger Division, 2 groups, they'll play each other and they'll have their own final. Or once we've crowned the champions of the Challenger Division, the team who will then join the Premier Division sides the next year, we'll then go to the championship group and the big final, where, of course, you see there England and Netherlands are already there. Oh, that's pretty close, isn't it? There's Charlie Whipple. They're not hanging around to get him into the attack straight away. Charlie coming into the side ahead of Finlay Pearce this time round. That's a bit of a full toss, and it's going to get clobbered away. It's a tall guy, is Charlie Whipple. You'd expect to see him steaming in and bowling at pace at you. You don't quite expect him to just be bowling a bit of spin, but he overcooks that one. And it gets put away. First boundary then for Max. Oh, got him. Got him. It's an ugly shot, really, it has to be said, for Max. He's played all around this, kind of the old back of the hand delivery this time from Whipple. Have a look at the hand here. Watch the arm. So, yeah, comes out of the back and doesn't read it at all. I'm not going to say that he gets done by a mountain of spin. He just plays the wrong shot, gives himself a little bit of room, misses it. You miss, I hit. And Whipple straight into the attack, coming into the side for this match, and he takes the wicket of Max. Max on his way, just 7 or 4 deliveries. The same as Ben Garrett, 4 deliveries for his 8. And won't be very happy with that shot or the choice of shot selection there, Max Mikhail. So he makes his way. Will Hamilton will get a new batting partner, and it's Gian Smith who comes in to join him. Gets a bit of an inside edge here. No, it's the call from Hamilton. Smith didn't really have too much of an idea with that. Was likes to move around in his crease a little bit here. I'm noticing from Gian. Oh, that could be gone, you know. It could be gone. The umpire's giving it on the field of play. It's another. And it's that back of the hand delivery again. Slightly quicker through the air this time from Charlie Whipple. Whipple gets a second in the over. And Gian Smith, not going to be the first, but one of many batters that departs without scoring this morning. He was always going to struggle to get to this. And there's the bails taken off. And he doesn't even, despite doing the splits, losing a shoe, he can't get himself back. Another wicket goes, 17 for 3, as Tina joins me back in the commentary position.
What a start this is for Wimbledon, looking to make it 2-2. And it's Charlie Whipple into the side and whips the bails off there, did the wicketkeeper. Charlie gets his second. It's a breathtaking over so far. He did go for that big 6 as Ollie Burt, who have featured on the network. They played in Hornchurch just a couple of months ago. So interesting to see how much the experience will tell here, because Wimbledon at the moment are really turning the screw on Guildford, who are having to learn very quickly here as William Sewell comes in to bowl the third, and almost another opportunity for a caught and bowl. Then it goes past the tumbling Jonathan Speller before Jack Boyle, the third line of defence, does the fielding. We've had quite a few caught and bowls already this morning. Had that spectacular one from Ben Choi yesterday. That went to his left. We had the one-handed grab of Ismail Barahami. And then, of course, James Wirt tumbling away to take another spectacular one. Back of the hand and into the hands of Jonathan Speller. It's a nice, deceptive, slower ball there from William Sewell. And Guildford continue to tumble here as the 4th wicket falls, 18 for 4.
Yeah, it's not looking good, this, for Guildford. Looking great for Wimbledon at the moment. They've made a knack of taking wickets. Remember, they bowled out their opponents in the first match of Group B. London County Cricket were bowled out for 101, with just 3 balls were also remaining. And now, Guildford, they're in danger of a little bit of that themselves, aren't they? It's another one bites the dust. And not going well here at all. And as we see also another wicket, and it's another duck as well, isn't it? And this time it's for the captain. It's played out. That's a nice looking shot. He gets this one through the covers. It's a bit high. It was a bit of a shout of catch it, but gets it through. So Dominic, this is Ortepi Atkins starts well, and he's hoping that him and Will Hamilton can put a bit of a partnership together here.
Yeah, he actually plays that one straight into the AstroTurf. That's what it looked like, a catch, but it would have been a bump ball. You can see that Guildford are a side that know how to play cricket. They're a young side. I think there's 9 teenagers, maybe 8 by my count, in the opening lineup, in the starting lineup. Ollie Burt's the captain. He's the oldest in the team, a ripe old age of 27. That one is uppish, but it will also go through the cover cordon. That's nice boundary there, this time from Will Hamilton. Looks like Guildford are used to playing proper cricket shots, and that's another one that gets its reward. Just a low fall toss that's hit nicely away. Yeah, so 9 teenagers, Guildford. So I think we'll give them a bit of a pass that they've got off to a shaky start here against the Wimbledon side, who of course have some experience, even the likes of Charlie Whipple, who's of course come into the side in this second game. He's played already last year, and he was a brilliant player for the Men in Pink in 2024. Picked up 16 wickets in 15 games. Handy with some runs as well. He scored 222 across his innings, averaging 20. So certainly a big player that Wimbledon are able to bring in, he himself only 21 as we get to the end of the power play. 28 for 4, so certainly a power play that goes the way of the hosts. But Guildford, maybe signs of life there with those back-to-back boundaries and 11 runs coming off that third over. Going into the fourth then, and it will be Jack Boyle to bowl it. So Wimbledon do have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to options, both seam and spin. This one is reversed straight into the hands of Gert, who, well, he's not the tallest, so you might miss him out there in the field, but he is wearing pink and a bucket hat. So you have to say, Will Hamilton probably should have known he was there. He gets decent enough contact. It's maybe a bit high up on the bat, and it goes straight into the grateful hands of the fielder as Guildford lose their fifth, 28 for 5.
Yeah, it's not good. 5 wickets down in just 19 deliveries. And, you know, when you see these shots, and one thing for sure, I know a lot of our viewers have said this, we've seen a lot of the reverse shots and the scoop shots being played. It's something which tends to be a big-time part of the game here in England. So you are going to see a lot of it. And when it comes off, it looks great. But when you get it wrong... and I think if Corey was here now with his coach's hat on, he'll say, well, there's a time and a place to play those shots. When the field is set for it, as it was there, well, that's not the time to do it. And that's one thing I think that unfortunately Will Hamilton will have to learn. The fielder's there. It's not the time to be playing the reverse Malachi straight into his hands. Okay, left-hander comes in. He's going to get lucky. This one will bounce just before the fielders can get to it. In the end, it bounces kindly for William Siwalu picks it up and gets the throw in.
That's Liam Hinchcliffe, who's in at 7 for Guildford. Dominic Ortleb-Atkins, he's only played the 2 balls so far. Did hit one to the rope. Jack Boyle gets a wicket off his very first delivery. That's delicately played. Chase is on here for Gert, and the Grizzlies going to win. A nice bit of style there from Dominic. His second boundary. And precious runs here for Guildford. They'll take them any which way. That one was beautifully played. As Guildford move to 33. Still a long way to go, though. Anything like a defendable total. Expected score 100. I think at this rate, they'd probably snap your hand off for that.
Yeah, but 100, as we know, especially against this Wimbledon side, probably it's not going to be enough. Boyle continues to impress, and well bowled, well taken there also with by Wilkins, who had a few issues adjusting to the bounce when he was behind the stumps, even though he had a fantastic match. There was some byes that went past him. It's nicely played, good running. Liking the running. Oh, well, this could be a problem here. In comes the throw, and he's going to be gone. That's so unlucky. They've decided on 2 as soon as they play this Tina, don't they? But unfortunately, he slips. Dominic slips when he gets to the other end. And then, not Dominic, beg your pardon, Liam. Liam goes down here, watch. Liam goes down, and thing is, his partner doesn't realise until he's halfway there himself. And despite the lunge forward, was never going to make it.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate. It was really kind of neither of their faults. Liam, he showed willing to try and turn around for that too, and Dominic, he just turned and went, and he was actually looking where the ball was going. We'll take a look at this here. By the time Dominic takes a look, I hope he's okay after that fall. I think he's walking off the pitch all right. But as it's Dominic who sees where Liam is, which is on his backside, it's already too late. He's committed to the run. It's a smart bit of fielding though. They still have to do the work, and it was a combination of Jack Boyle, who did the fielding off his own bowling, who threw it into William Sewell. You always say, got to get someone at the stumps. That's exactly what they do there. As Guildford lose their 6th. That was the end of the over as well. So 34 for 6. Rohan Kumar is the new batter in. He will be on strike for this ball as Tanguy Durrant bowls this over for Wimbledon. That one's going to be runs. That will race away. Rohan Kumar, first ball he faces on the network, goes for 4 runs. He'll take that. When he recounts that story, maybe he won't say it was a streaky edge. He'll say it went flying to the rope. That bit is true. 18-year-old Rohan Kumar got a task on his hands here. Probably didn't expect to be batting so early in his ECN career. Guildford collapsing here. Could be the 2nd time running that Wimbledon are able to bowl out a side. Early signs that they're a force to be reckoned with, especially with the ball. They've got so many options, and if they can bring in someone like Charlie Whipple, of course replacing Finley Pearce, who himself got 2 for 8 off the 9 deliveries he bowled. They've got a lot of options, do Wimbledon, for Guildford, though, just a case of, at the moment, sticking around. There's no point going all guns blazing quite yet. Still over half the innings to go. And if you stick around, you get the extra runs, and that's exactly the case here, as a rare misfire down leg side by Tanguy Durant.
Still a beautiful day here in Wimbledon. Not quite as sunny as it was first thing in the morning, but the nice gentle breeze. Temperatures around about that 20 degrees mark at the moment. Plenty of carry through this time from Durant. That's a good delivery, isn't it? Good bounce. When you catch the batter trying to come forward here, you just bang it in a little bit shorter. And on this deck, you're going to get good reward as the bowler.
Yeah, Dominic revealed his hands. Maybe a touch early there. He was already charging down the pitch, seemingly, while Tanguy was still mid-run up. And he's struggling to get it off the strip here. Got to say, though, it's been excellent bowling by Wimbledon. They haven't relented at all. Haven't taken pity on this young and inexperienced side. That's your question from Jacob. Hi to Jacob in the chat. Early random question for us too, Rico. Jacob asking, how old were you the first time you captained a side?
Oh, very good question. Oh, that one is just about going to get enough, I think. It will. That's going to be 6 runs, nicely played away. So, runs are what's required, and Top Adkins gets that one nicely out the middle. That will go all the way. Bolly. I think yeah, as a junior, and when we were playing T20s, I won't talk. I mean, school, I did captain at school, and that was when I think I was playing cricket at school when I was 12, 13, and probably about the same. Probably, now let's say about 15 years old when I was club level playing T20s at junior level. It's a good opportunity for us to say hello to our viewers, and maybe we can talk a little bit more about this when we're on here. Hello, Jacob. Thank you for your question. I know Helix is also in the chat there. So, yeah, I think I was about 15. But for school, I was captaining when, about 12, 13. How about yourself?
Yeah, I think probably similar. I was mostly a bowler when I was growing up, so less captaincy duties, and having captained for the MCC a few days ago, I think I'm glad to have missed out on the captaining era, because it is hard work, especially, this kind of cricket where you don't have too much time to allow anyone to do anything. And, well, Rohan Kumar, he's saying no time like the present, as he absolutely clatters that one over cow corner for a vital 6 runs. And actually, it's for 6 that takes Guildford past a little milestone. 52 on the board now for them. Of course, it's the 6 wickets that they are probably worried about. But yes, good question, Jacob, especially with the youngsters on show here for Guildford. I'm sure a lot of them have been captains of their junior sides, as that one goes past the outstretched hand of Jonathan Speller, and it's back-to-back boundaries for Rohan Kumar. The 18-year-old doing good work here for his side, just trying to wrestle back any form of momentum from the men in pink. Guildford moved to 56 for 6. Yeah,
and his 2 boundaries against Charlie Whipple, who, of course, in his first over was outstanding. Took 2 wickets with just the 6 runs. So Kumar looking to try and get something going here. That's that extra bounce this time from Whipple. That's the delivery that's caused a lot of problems for the batters. One thing about captaincy, I mean, when you're doing it when you were young, like, captaining for the school, or even when I did it for the club level junior side, taking on the single here, and it's a bit of a wild throw there from Whipple. It's more directed at Kumar, I think, than the stumps. Yeah, when you're captaining as a youngster, everybody else does the work for you, don't they? You just got to do the captain kind of on the field of play, and quite often even then, the teacher or the PE teacher is shouting some advice at you, and you kind of follow it. And normally the coaches are also doing the umpiring, so it could be a square leg. Talking about square leg, that is a lovely shot played this time by Dominic. Nice pull shot, will get a boundary. So these two starting to get something happening. Both of them were at 16, and Dominic now with this boundary moves himself along into the 20s. But when you're starting to doing the captaincy at club level, when you're outside of the schooling and the colleging, that's when it becomes difficult, because that's when you've got to do your own team selection. It's when you've got to make sure that, especially when you're playing away from home, that transport is organised for everybody. Everybody knows where they're going. They go to the right ground. And then you always have, and the biggest fear that you have as a captain is Fridays when your phone rings, because you know what it's going to be. It's going to be a player or two saying, I can't make it tomorrow now. Either this has come up or that, or a meal or something, and then you're frantically phoning around, speaking to the other team, the other 11 captains, and say, hey, I've got a problem. You got anybody who can come up to me, or anyone who can come down to me? And it used to be a nightmare. And the only time you sort of took a sigh of relief is when you actually got to the ground, you counted 11 players, and you thought, finally, we can now concentrate on the cricket. Bubbles away and well fielded. A little bit of a tumble on a roll, and a really good arm there as well. Just fires that in. Cracking work. I think once again that's the captain out there, James Crossway. He likes to patrol that area. Great arm from him. The batters, good running as well. These two just starting to get something gained here. Badly needed for Guildford. It's a slower delivery which gets past everybody. Will probably catches a bit off the bat, does it? Yeah, the umpire's happy that that's runs to the batter.
Of course, Tom Weston has already put himself in the ECN Hall of Fame with his hat-trick this morning. On cue. Thank you very much, Alex. 31st hat-trick of 2025. 4 for 14 he finished as Wimbledon cleaned up LCC in the end and almost gets another one there. Bit of luck for Rohan Kumar as he sees that one flash past the stumps into the keeper's hands. But a nice little partnership developing between these two. Oh, how close was that in the end?
That is so close. 31
runs between the two, given that it was 34 for 6. They've managed to almost double the total without losing another pole.
Hey, look who's right in front of us. I know we probably can't get this on camera, or maybe we can. Sporting her Peacock Friday hat. It's the birthday girl herself, Diana Oros. Well, we have to say a very big happy birthday to Diana Oros. There she is, Diana, with her burrito. Also, did you know that that last match was her 5,000th match on the European Cricket Network as well? So congratulations for a birthday and for match number 5,000 for Diana Oros.
Yeah, absolutely. Double congratulations to Diana. And well, she's certainly young enough that we can get the amount of birthday candles. I don't think Waitrose stock 5,000 candles. And it's probably a fire hazard.
Can you imagine the newsflash in the UK? All supermarkets are out of birthday candles. They've sold out. Hit firmly. Speller makes no mistakes with the field. And just a single taken. Hey, you know, I'll tell you what. Maybe we should ask Diana. Diana, don't go away. Stay where you are. 5,000 matches. How many photographs? Come on. How many photographs in 5,000 matches? Hang on. You can tell us the answer. That's a question. Early random question for everybody on our chat. So Diana Oros has now taken photos and videos, etc., on 5,000 matches. How many photos do you think she's taken in total? All right. We will try and get an estimated answer from Diana. Right. Speller comes back. Yorker delivery. Nicely played away. Will just be a single at the end of that last over. Over number 7. It was 71. 71 for 6. Here comes Speller again. That's played away. Well, I've just seen a number flashed up in front of me, and I'm like, well, it's sort of blown me away. But anyway, we'll let people in the chat have a go at that. Terry Richmond is saying happy birthday to Diana. Helix has got the party poppers and the birthday cake up there. Well, this is going to be, I think it's going to be a minimo. It is minimo. 5 wides. Well, Guildford will take those. This partnership continues to flourish for Guildford.
Well, I think Dee is starting to change her business model, and she's going to charge €1 per photo. She'd be a very rich lady.
Yeah. Having seen what you just showed me, yeah, you're right. She would be.
Santosh and Terry have given estimations go upwards, more than that. And Diana does an amazing job. All the photos are an absolute work of art. That was a nice delivery. Work of art there from Jonathan Speller. Picked up his first wicket in the previous over. Coming back to bowl his second over here. He bowls the proverbial heavy ball. He's a tall lad. That's why he's often fielding here in front of us Long on, long off. Also the director of cricket at Wimbledon Cricket Club.
That's
and
the
that
lid,
one,
isn't it?
Yeah, that one's clattered the lid. So, well, the umpires remain unmoved.
I think you got to do a little check here. I mean, he looks fine, but I think you still should be checking that the batter is okay. And I'm liking that. I think that's probably Ian Rummage, the tournament referee, has probably just had a little chat there with the umpires and said to Andy and Anthony, can we just check that the batter is okay? Check the lid, most importantly, check the equipment. You know, talking about Diana, as we see this little check being done, concussion test, I always think that, I know that always, wherever we go, there's always players asking for pictures. Say, can you take a picture of me? I think Diana should, you know, when you go to a theme park or wherever, they have these photographers that say, you know, you want a picture, you can take a picture, you can check them out afterwards, but it's so much per picture. I reckon she should do that at the events as well. So as well as the pictures, that you take for the ECN, should also say, yeah, you know, this is a catalogue of pictures. You can, if you like them, you can pick which one you want, but you know, it's going to cost you a few bob. Yeah. There you go, Diana. Get working on that.
I would pay good money for some of her pictures, and well, not only photographer, of course, she's a player, having made her debut in Crierfeld. Sandy Willow saying, you take beautiful pictures and you were super brave for playing in Crierfeld. Well, brave and also skillful. It was a brilliant over she put in for BV United over in Crierfeld. So that will live long in the memory, I'm sure, for her. And I remember at the time as well, we handed over the burrito to Richards. I haven't seen those photos yet. I think Diana's keeping those under lock and key.
She is. I think maybe that's what we should do. We should say to Diana, all right, you gotta put those photos up. It is your birthday. I'm sure Richards took some nice ones there as well. And but hello to everybody in the chat. I saw that Monica Ramos was in there as well. Hello, Monica, muy buenas tardes, and Monty. And Jacob is saying 3.5 million photos. Jacob, it's a good guess, but you're slightly over.
I wouldn't say no to that bank balance either, to be honest.
That's pretty decent as well. John Heasham saying happy birthday to Diana. And talking of photos, maybe what we should do, I know John's not. I haven't seen John here at the ground today, but I know Ian Smullen is here, Dave is, and we've got some nice Peacock Friday outfits, and maybe we could ask Diana to take a photo of the Peacock Friday crew a little bit later today. That's a nice shot, played lovely down the ground. Ron Kumar, I've liked his attacking intent. He's a young man, as you said, just 18, but he's got a good eye, and when he wallops it, hits it pretty well. And we almost saw a good bit of fielding being done there by one of the spectators.
Well, Dominic at the other end, he's 17, so combined age of these two, 35.
We talked a lot about this yesterday, didn't we? Because we had a very young Weybridge side in action yesterday. And, you know, I say Weybridge, but all the teams yesterday had a lot of youngsters in them, Banstead as well, Spencer too. And we've seen that again here today. I just love it. It's great. It's great to see the youngsters out there performing well. And what an opportunity as well. One thing I always say, Tina, is when people used to say to me, why, Rico, to you, why is European cricket and what we're doing special? There's a lot of reasons, but one of them was that I always felt, especially when I moved to Spain, that one of the reasons why a lot of youngsters and individuals were getting into sports such as football, basketball, my daughter, for example, handball, is because there was movement in that sport. So you could start playing at school, you'd go to a club, you'd go and play in tournaments. Tournaments are sponsored, tournaments are covered by, they're either streamed or the TV crews or there, whatever. There was a progressive path to finally make it in that sport. And I think when you talked about cricket in general, you played for a club and that was it. There wasn't any, and that's hit pretty well, but Speller should do this fielding, he does. There wasn't any, where could you get to? There was no next step, there was no next level. The best thing you could hope for was that somebody from the national team, a coach or somebody, would see you, spot you, and you could get into the national team. But other than that, you were limited. And also, these countries are huge. So the chances of a coach travelling up and down the whole country, I mean, Germany is massive, as you know, Spain is the same. The chances of a coach travelling to one end of the country and watching some of the local cricket there and spotting some players is pretty slim. The European Cricket Network came along. Players could now finally feel that their talents can be displayed and be seen around the world, and this movement, players you would never have thought would get the opportunity to play in national teams, now playing for national teams. The Melcho Shield and the Western Shield came along, they're playing in that. Players are being recognised for their talents, and I just think this is a massive opportunity now also for the youngsters who are playing cricket and say, you know what, I can play cricket, I can play in the European Cricket Series, and I can perform just like these two are doing now. I think that's one of the reasons why I'm very excited about what we do in the European Cricket Network.
Absolutely. I couldn't put it better myself, but it's great to see the kids here as well. We kind of missed the kids yesterday, didn't we? And they're back here, and I just went over to the pavilion earlier today as well, and I saw both East Molesey and Weybridge, so two of the sides that featured, of course, for us in Group A. What an inspiration it is for those kids when they're not being peppered by Grizzlies to look over to this middle pitch and see what they could be doing in just a few short years' time. And they can go home, watch it on YouTube and say, yeah, that's where I want to be in a few years. So these guys out there in the middle, well, some of them are only just a few years older than the summer camp, but they're already showing brilliant promise, and it's great. The European cricket has given them that platform as we go into the final over, and they hustle for a run here at Guildford. And particularly these two, Dominic Ortleb-Atkins and Rohan Kumar, have done a fantastic job of scratching through to, well, we were talking about the 100 mark. They're still on here. 3 balls left, 92. A boundary here certainly helped the cause. It's back of the hand slow ball. It won't be a boundary. It will be a brilliant wicket for William Sewell, his second of the innings, as Dominic goes for the big one, but gets dislodged by a well-disguised slower ball. But Dominic can certainly leave the pitch with his head held high. The 17-year-old has put his side into some kind of salvageable position here. When these two came together at the crease, it was 34 for 6. That was the end of the 4th over, and they're now just with a few balls left have got something to defend. It's 92 for 7, 2 balls left.
Yeah, very good partnership, worth 58 runs, and you're right. I mean, without that partnership, they could have been in all sorts of trouble. We were talking at one point that perhaps it could be another team being bowled out, so you can see just how important that partnership was. Well batted, Dominic. Couple of balls to go, and that's going to be another wicket. Yeah, it will. Nice mark catch taken once again behind the stumps there by Wilkins, and it's another wicket, and that means with a ball to go is another opportunity for a hat-trick here. This time it's William Sewell who gets the opportunity.
Yeah, it's a brilliant bumper. It's not really a welcome to the European Cricket Network for Oscar Mikhail. It's another teenager. Fortunately, he has to depart. Not too much he could have done about that. He had to swing the bat. There was no point just ducking out of the way, and almost got lucky. Anything on that, or any more on that, probably would have been lifted over Tom Wilkins and gone for 4. But it's a nice grab by the keeper, who has shown himself to have a safe pair of hands in this game and the previous. Tom Weston, of course, of the men in pink, he got himself in the Hall of Fame in the previous game, and William Sewell has a chance here with 1 ball left to get himself a hat-trick. Here we go, James Mundy on strike. It's another back of the hander, and they scamper through for a single. Rohan Kumar, he got his skates on as soon as that ball was delivered, so it will go through as a bye. They don't quite get to the 3-digit mark to Guildford, but still, it's a better position than they were just a few short overs ago, as they finish on 93 for 8, thanks to Rohan Kumar. He finishes on an unbeaten 29, and Dominic Ortleb-Atkins, 31 off 23. They were literally the only innings to speak of. Otherwise, it was 8 and fewer for all of the batters. Extras contributed another 10, but Wimbledon again showing that they are a force to be reckoned with the ball.
Yeah, it's a very good display from Wimbledon with the ball. The bowlers bowl well. I think the fielders this time again showed just how good they are on the outfield with the catching and also with the fielding. But well done to the youngsters there. So, and that last over, once again, it's not the first time today actually we've seen overs where no runs coming off the bat, just a couple of byes and then 2 wickets as well. So for me, that's still a double wicket maiden, you know. No runs are going towards you. As a bowler, if your gain is extras, then I think you're fine. And fine was the way that it started. It was just a clinical stuff all round from Wimbledon. And you can see there once again, Tom Wilkins was outstanding behind the stumps. They were coming from everywhere. Charlie Whipple, his first over was sensational. Taking there's 2 wickets, only giving away 6 runs. And once again, the height of Jonathan Speller coming into play. It's a difficult one to get away. That one was disappointing, really. It's a simple catch there from Gertwin. The attempted reverse Malati goes straight into his hands. He couldn't do much about that one, though. Then this was, again, this is that run out. Really felt for the batter. It was Liam who, when he took the first one, slides. And by that time, both the batters had committed to 2. So you can't blame the batter who was at strike at the time there. He had to really go for it. And yeah, it was just a disappointment. It was not the best way to lose a wicket. But then we did see the fight back. And it was nice to see 2 youngsters, the 17-year-old Dominic and 18-year-old Rohan Kumar, getting bat onto ball and also hitting a few boundaries along the way as well. It was a really good fight back from them. Guildford, without that little partnership, they looked totally lost, and you'll see that when you look at the scorecard. Dominic 1-6 and 4 fours on his way to 31, and Rohan Kumar was 2 6s and 2 4s on his way to that 29. 29 not out as well, and just there right at the end, unfortunately, because of another brilliant over there from William Sewell, just weren't able to get a good number of runs on the board to get the 100 on the mark. But 93 for 8, they don't get bowled out. And that's that scorecard I told you. It was going to look pretty crazy, wasn't it? No real contributions until you see that 31 and that 29 from the 2 youngsters. And on the extras front, 10 extras there, 2 byes, 1 leg bye and 7 wides. That's something which I think that Wimbledon, it's not bad, but Wimbledon will be looking to tidy that up a little bit more as well going forward. And there's those bowling figures. 3 wickets this time for William. Bowled very well. Once again, Charlie Whipple, his spell was great. His first over was sensational. Second one was a little bit more expensive, which went for the 16. And Jonathan Speller this time around will be happier with his Speller, so gets the 2 overs in and does also pick up a wicket. So it's time to take a little bit of a break. Remember, we will be back in about 10 minutes time. Today, of course, a number of things that are being celebrated, as well as Dana Ora's birthday and match number 5,000 for her. We've also got Spider-Man Day today, so if you like Spider-Man, it's a day for you to celebrate. And Spider-Man is Marvel's comics' most iconic character for the past 59 years. Also, the Swiss are celebrating. It's a national day there for the Swiss as well. 1 or 2 other days, which I'll come back with when we return in about 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to match number 2 of Group B, which is match number 22 in total here in Wimbledon. Speaking of Wimbledon, Wimbledon are up in action. They've got a chase on here and it should be a fairly comfortable one. They're needing to get to 94 and I think that they'll take the opportunity to see if this time round they can take the 4 points. We felt that they would have felt a little bit disappointed not to have done that against LCC. But they'll certainly have your eyes fixed on getting to that 94 target inside the 7 overs if they can get a good start. I was talking about some of the national days. Leave that out there for you as well. Remember, that's the bonus point equation. 65 for the fielding team. They can restrict Wimbledon to that. But Wimbledon, of course, they're looking to get there inside the 7. Today, a big day for people that are working and researching lung cancer. Lung Cancer Day is observed on the 1st of August every year in a move to beat the occurrences of lung cancer. People around the world observe this very special day. The mission for the day is simple: raise as much awareness of lung cancer as they can while encouraging people to screen themselves for the disease. Yorkshire Day being celebrated in the UK, so we are in the UK, so Yorkshire Day, maybe we've got to spend today going out and getting some good old-fashioned Yorkshire food, and Yorkshire puds come to mind. Here's the start, and it's going to be Ollie Burts, the captain, bowling the first. Bowling here to Jack Boyle and James Crosswaite are the two openers. Oh, that's crunch. That is a big hit. Watch out. And, well, that lands pretty close to the benches where a number of players have camped up. And some of them not really keeping an eye on the ball as well. That was clobbered. Lovely jubbly. Use of the feet. Gets himself in a great position, Jack Boyle. And he smashes it. Jack Boyle is a very aggressive and very entertaining batter when he gets going. That's too short. That sounded beautiful off the middle of the bat as well. That middle sounds good. It sounds glorious. And the ball, the Grizzly, pings off it and goes to the boundary. Yeah, Yorkshire Day being celebrated today. And another big day today is Women Astronomers Day being celebrated today. We'll talk a bit more about that a bit later when we have a bit of time. The holiday celebrates the many achievements of women in science that have long gone unrecognised. And more on that a bit later. There's Burts. Tries to get the breakthrough. Goes a bit leg side-ish in the air, but I think this also is going to clear the fielders. And there's Saheed. He is keen, isn't he, Saheed? But this one gets past him. I tell you what, if Saheed does take a catch, everyone is going to go wild. And I think he still believes that offer that Vinny Sandy put out there to say, if any of the Spanner squad take a catch, then he will be paying for their meals. Oh, that's smashed into the stumps, and I think the stumps probably saved the umpire here. This was travelling. We'll see this again, and well, if it weren't for the stumps, then I think this was going to be 4 runs. Let's have a look how quickly this goes. Just watch that. End of the over. And 19 is going to come off that first over from the captain of Guildford. So Wimbledon off to a cracking start as Tina does join me back. Well, Tina, we've had a bit of an update from Diana as well when we were talking about how many pictures she's taken. It's more than we originally thought. And we'll talk about that a bit later. But first, let's talk about this. It's another biggie out of the middle of the bat of Boyle. Boyle is boiling over and he smashes another big 6. That takes the score to 25.
Yeah, it's been a blistering start from Wimbledon here. Already more than a quarter of the way there. I think they've got their eyes not only on the victory but also on the bonus point. As the kids have got their eyes on the prize. The Rains Park Juniors back in full force today as Kids Camp surrounds us on both sides. Mundy comes into bowl, and this one's going to get the treatment as well. Does it have the legs on it? Yes, it does. Another 6 runs. Tell me about Diana's update then.
Well, we reckon now it's more this. Because I tell you why, because she came over late and said, is it pictures which I actually post? Because don't forget, a lot of pictures she takes, she then will go back and edit, she'll fine-tune some, and some get posted, or the ones I actually take and say, well, no, pictures you actually take, this one is just to the right of the scorer's tent. It's another 6. That boy looks like he wants to do this himself. It's 6 more, and James Mundy bowling here now. He's in a spot of bother because he's bowled, every ball that he's bowled so far has been smashed for 6. That's 3 balls, 3 sixes. Oh, this one gets through. He was looking for another one there, wasn't he? Boyle, he's moved to 37 of just 10 deliveries. Yeah, so that's the figure now, because the actual pictures taken are that, which is quite amazing. So, yeah, she would, if she was charging just a little for every picture, make a lot of money. Well, that's the 4-6 after the dot ball, and that means that this over now has gone magical. Now, Ollie Burts managed to not go magical, went for 19, but this one has now gone for 24.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a baptism of fire here for the Guildford bowlers. And maybe just a bit of lack of experience here showing. But the one thing we do know on the network is that the learning curve is steep. That one is just hit away from James Mundy. Poor guy, he's just been hit for 24 runs, now has to go take the ball from 20 yards away. They'll learn quickly from this. Not to say that this game is over. We've seen stranger things happen, but they've had their first opportunity out there in the middle, and the games for them come thick and fast. And, well, maybe this will actually be a wicket, a bit of a consolation. Well, nothing than a consolation. That's an absolute screamer taken there in the deep. He's tumbling away, and it's not the easiest of catches, and we've seen some spectacular ones so far today, and Liam Hinchcliffe adds another one to the collection. That was whistling away in the air for a long time, and he takes it falling away to his right, and they do get their first wicket, their first ever one on the network. Wimbledon 43 for 1, and it's been a flash from Jack Boyle, 43 off 12, but he does have to depart.
It's a great catch, it really is. I mean, he started, remember, inside the 30-yard circle, so you can see how much ground he's made up to get there, then holds on to a brilliant catch. And James Mundy, who probably thought that this over was going to be terrible and there was going to be no joy for him, will finish with a wicket. But Wimbledon, they are cruising 43 for 1 after 2.
And it will be a new bowler to come in here, and it's actually Ollie Burts to come back. Went for 19 in the first, and the skipper gives himself another opportunity here. Well, basically 2 new batters. James Crosthwaite, he's opened the batting, hasn't faced the ball yet. He hits his first one into the offside. He's joined out there in the middle by Charlie Whipple. James, he was the chief destructor in that first game against LCC, scoring an unbeaten 51 off 18. Get his side to a decent score, and, well, he's already had some of the hard work done by Jack Boyle. Already basically halfway there are Wimbledon. You can see the equation at the bottom of the screen. That's just not just for the win, that's for the bonus point. 15 needed off 27. A comfortable rate just above 11 runs per over. This has been a brilliant second over from Ollie Burts. It's restricted the 2 batters to just a single so far. I suppose for Wimbledon, they've given themselves the luxury of time here. Don't need to go mad after that blistering start by Jack Boyle. Gets that one in quicker, and Ollie Burts does pick up a wicket. You can see he just skidded that one through, and Charlie Whipple pretty much already committed to the shot. Maybe just a bit of pressure telling for the Wimbledon batter there, and he goes for a second ball duck. But nice bowling there from Ollie Burts, the skipper, as he gets his first wicket, and Wimbledon fall to 44 for 2.
Yeah, well, Charlie Whipple has got a good record on the network with the bat and with ball, but he won't add to the 222 runs he has on the network. He goes for, as you said, a 2-ball duck. Plenty of ducks in the day today, and, well, maybe it's just as well that James Pond did make the journey with me today. Hello to Ronnie Spurrigan, who's in the chat, and a few others joining in on There's Peacock Friday. That's been struck well, but straight to the fielder from William, who was good with the ball. Picked up, of course, those 3 wickets, 3 for 11. End of the over, and a good over that from the captain, Bertz. This time around, only goes just for that 1 run, and that also was a leg bye. So, if you like, for me, that's a wicket maiden.
I'll certainly take that as a win. The skipper finishes with impressive figures, 1 for 19 off his 2. As Wimbledon just stopped in their tracks a little, but very much on top here, needing just the 50 runs for victory. And the skipper, a few words of wisdom to Will Hamilton, the teenager, just 18 years old, gets the opportunity here, and it's great to see, well, not quite teenagers maybe, but they're certainly stars of the future. I think that looked like Sutton CC. If my knowledge of London kits is not wrong, watching. Well, it's about lunchtime, isn't it? So maybe it's kids' camp lunch hour, and they are enjoying the cricket like the rest of us here.
See, in the olden days, they'll be sat there with a biscuit and a carton of milk. The way it used to be. And, oh, that's a good shot. Whips away and gets that behind square. So that's going to be 4 runs. Lovely shot. Just a little bit too leg-sided this side once again from the bowler, Will Hamilton. And nicely dealt with by the batter.
Yeah, that brings the 50 up for Wimbledon. 50 for 2. The start of the 4th. So still very much cruising here. We saw all the Wimbledon batters that came in are able to fire from the start, and that's exactly what William Sewell's done here. 4, followed by a 6. Will Hamilton coming in for a bit of punishment here, with Guildford, of course, not really having too many runs to play with. Seems like a bit of a slow march to the finish. It's Guildford, of course, it's on their debut, so worth remembering that, as that one gets punched down the ground and just avoids that metal pole that Rico and I have been keeping a very firm eye on all week.
Very much so, because I've got the feeling that we've got more chance of one being deflected in here than the straight hit, because we're always alert to the straight hit, but the deflection is the one that could get us. We're talking a little bit about Women's Astronomers' Day, and the contribution that female make to astronomy is quite amazing and quite impressive, considering they practice astronomy as a hobby, having been denied a chance of that formal education. The most well-known was Maria Mitchell, who made a name for herself, not only with accomplishments to astronomy. Well, that one goes pretty high up, not that high though. That's going to be 4 runs, not quite where it was meant to go, but also for her dedication to furthering women's education. This holiday celebrates her achievements and sheds light on the importance of recognising women's contribution to science. So, here, and well said. Women's Astronomers' Day celebrated today on the 1st of August.
Yeah, always good to celebrate the women in the world, or the women looking beyond the world as well. That one's going to be beyond the wide line. Just struggling a bit, Will Hamilton. It's always the case, isn't it? When you've been blasted for a few boundaries, you think, okay, well, I've got to try something different. You get a bit knocked off your confidence and throw one down the leg side. And it's so difficult to know where to bowl to a batter like this, who's just looking to smash you every single ball. That one, though, is guided nicely to point. William Sewell will jog down to the other end. James Crosswaite, well, he's just faced the 3 deliveries, hasn't actually got off the mark yet, which is quite extraordinary given that he opened the batting and Wimbledon have got 66 runs. He's contributed none of them so far. He's got the opportunity to change this final ball of the 4th, and well, there you go. That's one way to get off the mark. That's a big heave-ho, 6 runs, and I think that's maybe one of his club mates, I'm not sure, but he's doing the sprinting onto the kids' camp. Wimbledon moved to the end of the 4th over. The score goes to 72 for 2.
Yeah, it's an expensive one. 28 coming off that one. Just couldn't get the ball in the right areas. Unfortunately, Will Hamilton, he kept getting that ball drifting down the leg side. And a couple of wides in there as well. But every ball bar 1. Legal delivery was a boundary. So just 22 runs required. And the way that they're batting at the moment, you may feel that they'll try, maybe even do it in this over. But Kieran Finnegan will probably have other ideas. Here he is with the ball.
22 needed now, pretty much a runner ball, and that's beautifully guided. There is a fielder out there, and it's in fact Gian Smith doing the fielding, but they might think about going for buzzers. In the end, they content themselves with just the single. William Sewell maybe just deferring to his captain, who hasn't had too much of an opportunity here. Says, okay, you can have a go. Ooh, that's, I think, a blow flush on the helmet. Oh, James Crosswaite, he's maybe a bit older than some of the players out there, but still, a blow to the head at any point is worth investigating, both for the head and the helmet. He seems to be okay.
Yeah, I think he held a bit of his shoulder there, sort of suggested that it's more, catches him a little bit more on the shoulder perhaps. We'll get a chance to see it again here. And let's see where this catches him. It doesn't seem to be making any contact with the shoulder for me. It's right on the side of that grill. And it's good to see that the umpires do come together, not just checking that the player's okay, of course, but you want to make sure that the helmet is still intact and no bits have come off from it. And yeah, James Crosswaite says, I'm fine, just watch what I do with the next ball. Okay, we're watching.
It was just a bit early on that. He got down, saw the ball, and the next thing he knew, saw the ball coming up at his grill. This time he waits and rocks back, and it will be a flat 6. This is the kind of form that we saw from the Wimbledon skipper in that first game where he crashed his way to 51 not out. It looks like he's getting his side over the line here now. 15 runs needed. Still 33 balls left in the innings. Just a question of when they can get these runs, and if it's within the side those 7, of course, it will be a bonus point. It's very much just now a run a ball needed for the hosts.
Yeah, plenty of time to do it in this over as well. The way they're hitting the ball, you can see that's the plan of action here for Wimbledon. They want to send a statement to the other teams as well, and that is a statement. That is huge. Watch out, kids. Incoming. We should have one of those. We should have a siren. We should have a button here, just here, that every time we see a big hit like that, we press it, the siren goes off, something like that, and all the kids know that there's a ball coming and they take cover.
Like an air raid siren.
Yeah, something like that.
It's about 80 years too late, but, you know, I'm sure they're used to it here in central London. It's now just 9 needed. As you said, Rico, he could finish it off in this over. He goes again. The siren button, the imaginary one, is being pressed. That one might be not quite as long, but long enough. There's that second boundary to the kids' camp. So now just 3 runs away are Wimbledon from what would be a very statement win here. Remember, they lost out on the bonus point in the first game. That was actually thanks, or maybe no thanks, to the captain who fumbled on that penultimate ball, what proved to be the penultimate ball. But he's got a chance here now to finish the game off in style. 3 runs needed. And well, I'm not sure if we'll call that style, but it's substance, and it's 4 runs, and Wimbledon do take home the win at the end of the 5th over. So not only inside 7, inside half of the innings, as they march to victory here over a young Guildford side who have shown lots of promise. I think they'll come back stronger. I anticipate them winning a game sooner rather than later, but it's Wimbledon who win this one, and they take the 4 points comfortably home, and that's their day done as well. Wimbledon can be very, very happy with their day's work. 7 points out of 8, and they've got Group B off to a blistering start.
Yeah, they certainly have, haven't they? And the Wombles of Wimbledon have started really well. They've bagged all 4 points in this one. But yeah, they can go back and enjoy not just the rest of the day, but the rest of their weekend, because of course there'll be no cricket from Wimbledon during the weekend. It will all be happening there in Gibraltar, Gib 13. That's where Vinny Sandhu is on his way to right now. But there will be cricket, more cricket for Guildford today. They'll play the last 2 matches of the day, which will be match number 24 and 25 on the schedule. They'll take on the Pinnacle Pro and also LCC. So they will have a bit of time here to adjust and just to reflect on that and then come back strongly. A team that's looking to come back strong is London County Cricket after going down in the first match. They showed some good signs. I mean, I think we felt they bowled and fielded very well. They've got some good players in there, particularly their captain, Usman Ghani, who looked class. But they need to add a little bit more depth and strength to their batting. And CFC Pinnacle Pro, and looking forward to seeing them. Of course, I wasn't at Hornchurch, so it'll be the first time that I'll be seeing them. But of course, they will know what it's all about, having played at Hornchurch. Let's roll the highlights.
Yeah, looking forward to that game that's coming up in just under an hour's time. But before that, it was a lot of highlights if you're fans of big hitting, as Wimbledon smashed their way to the below par target in inside 5 overs, and it was Jack Boyle who did the damage first up. He faced the first 12 deliveries of the innings, hitting them for 43. James Crossway, the captain, was mostly a viewer at the other end, just like we were. He went for one big hit too many, did Boyle, and it was a brilliant falling catch there by Liam Hinchcliffe that gave James Mundy his first wicket on the network. That was followed pretty swiftly by the wicket of Charlie Whipple. Ollie Burts, the captain, rewarded for his intricate bowling, and it's a second ball duck for Whipple, but he already did the damage with the ball. And then it was down to the skipper and William Sewell with a nice cameo, 20 off 7, who saw the men in pink over the line, and this time they don't miss out on that 4-pointer. They make absolutely no mistake as the kids camp was being peppered on all sides, and in the end it was a romp to victory for Wimbledon, who will be very, very happy with their day's work. Maybe, just maybe, ruining that 1 point that they probably should have taken from the game this morning. But if you'd offered them 7 points this morning, they would have said, job well done, thank you very much. So Wimbledon it is who take home the win. As for Guildford, they've still got games coming up today. 2 of them. It's the penultimate and the final game of the day that they'll be playing in. And I think they'll learn a lot from this game, and I'm sure they'll come back stronger later today.
Yeah, I think so as well. You know, it's again a young side. They're going to have to gel together. They'll learn together, and they will improve together as well. And as I said, they've got 2 more matches to play a bit later on today. That's that scorecard. I think apart from Charlie Whipple, who won't be pleased with his contribution, that all the other batters will be more than happy. They knew they went out there to do a job, and they did it. Forget about doing it inside 7. They did it. And in just 30 deliveries, only needed half the quota to get the 4 points. On the bowling front, I suppose it was always going to be difficult for the bowlers, but they didn't really execute their length pretty well. I think the captain, Burts, will be happy with his spell. Picked up 1 for 19. There was a wicket in there for James Mundy when an over looked like it could go supersonic. And in the end, though it went for 24, it picked up a wicket, but there was a little bit of pain there, of course, for Will Hamilton and also from Kieran Finnegan. So well done to Wimbledon. They get the win. It means that we will have about an hour off of break here. So time for us to have some lunch, and also time for the kids on the other field to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that they can play for an hour without any missiles coming their way. But it will all start again pretty soon. We'll be back within the hour to bring you the action from CFS Pinnacle Pro taking on London County Cricket. I get the feeling that will be a pretty closely contested match. So join me, Rika Full and Tina Goff, when we return. In the meantime, enjoy your lunch or your dinner, or might even be breakfast, depending where you are, and join us back for 3 more matches to come this afternoon. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the third game of the day here in Wimbledon, and it's London County Cricket against CFS Pinnacle Pro. Of course, we saw London County this morning. They were on the wrong side of the result against Wimbledon. As for CFS, it's their first sight in this tournament, but we did see them just a few short months ago in Hornchurch. So it'll be interesting to see how their side has changed since then and if they can perform once more. Let's go to Ian Ramage, who's out in the middle, and he's ready for the coin toss.
Pinnacle Pro, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. London County, as the away team, you'll call.
Head.
Heads has been called. It's come down heads, so you won the toss.
Elected to bat first.
You're going to bat first?
Yes.
Okay, toss on my London County, who will bat first.
Thanks very much, Ian. So there you have it. London County have won the toss and they would like to have a bat. Well, they need to put on a slightly better showing with the bat than they did in the previous game against Wimbledon. They were chasing down a pretty average score and only managed to get to 101 in reply. But that 101 was significant because that was exactly the total needed for that consolation bonus point. So they've at least got 1 point on the table, but they'll be relying on more than just Usman Ghani, their captain. He got a threefer and he also got a mighty impressive half century, but you could see he was absolutely fuming with himself when he did get out for 51. And after he got out, it was pretty much just a tumble of wickets after that. So they'll be looking to make amends in this game. As for CFS Pinnacle Pro, as I said, we saw them in Hornchurch just a few months ago. And in that series, they did get to the quarterfinal stages before falling at the first hurdle there at the quarterfinal. So they've got some kind of pedigree going into this series. And well, we've been talking a lot today about the youngsters that have been on show, and look out for Caleb Baldwin. He's just 15 years old. He's often seen opening the bowling and he's certainly one to watch out for. Rico, I know, will be keeping a keen eye on this one. And Rico, the news from the toss is that London County have won it and they will have a bat.
Thank you very much indeed to Tina. And yeah, I will be looking out for the youngsters once again. And welcome to Pinnacle Pro. Of course, they did play, as Tina mentioned there, in Hornchurch. So looking forward to see how they go this time around. Now, they definitely have got some players to watch out for. And in Hornchurch, they played in Group B. They finished fourth, so went through to the quarterfinals, but lost out to the Mighty Tigers when they only made 90 and the Mighty Tigers knocked them off inside 5 overs, winning by 10 wickets. But Aya Karega is going to be the key, I think, for them. He is their captain. He scored 415 runs there at Hornchurch, and he was the third highest scorer. So watch out for him. And another guy to watch out for is Prab Singh, 58, who scored 58 against Old Brentford, and did take 3 wickets as well. But another name that I've noticed on there, and this is the big one, Murad Khan. And for those of you that were watching the European Cricket Series there in Bulgaria not that long ago will remember him. He was the MVP, and he's an outstanding player. He's a good bowler, a very good batter, and a sensational fielder. And I can see that looks like he's going to be taking his spot right straight down the ground at long on, where he took some brilliant catches. So that's a good addition for CFS to have in their side. And London County Cricket, of course, they're a team that are looking to bounce back after defeat against Wimbledon earlier, where they did show some good signs themselves. I like what they did with the ball, and I think it's a good move. Look, I was a bit surprised there to take a double take when Tina said that they elected to bat first, because that doesn't normally happen here in Wimbledon. So a team actually winning the toss and having a bat. London County Cricket. Let's see how they go. Usman Ghani, he's the wicket you got to take, and the man who you got to see back in the shed pretty soon. Otherwise, he will hurt you. Here's the first, and it's going to be a wide delivery first up. Hardik Moore doing the bowling. He just goes a little bit too wide here, does the left arm up, but you can see what he's looking to do. Get that ball to go right across. Usman Ghani. Ghani showed some tremendous signs and ability in their opening match, and while he was out there, it was very much the case of game on. That's going to be hit nicely up in the air. I have got a sweeper up there. It's not often that you see in the first over or even in the power play that a sweeper out on that offside, but does the job well. Just having a look at the field here. So I've got the sweeper on the offside, and of course I'm a bit blinded by the sight screen to my right, so I'm trying to look around it to see where I can see the other fielder. Played out neatly just for a single, so Mahmood this time. Well, he had to wait a long time, didn't he, Saqib Mahmood, to face the ball in the last match, and when he eventually did, it was in the third over after he didn't face one in the first two. He would get out very first ball, so he's going to be happy to have his first runs on the network. It's well bowled there by Moore. Welcome back to everybody as well. I hope you had a nice break and managed to get some chores done, maybe, to mean that you got the weekend free. Or maybe you did, like us, have a nice bit of lunch. Had a nice sort of Korean-style burger, chicken burger, which was very nice with lots of salad inside it. So I'm going to say that I had a healthy lunch. And, of course, a few chocolates that are going around thanks to Diana's birthday. And some strawberries. We are in Wimbledon. I did say to Diana, where's the cream? Could be strawberries and cream. We'll be having the Pims later for sure. It has to be done, doesn't it? Especially when you're celebrating somebody's birthday. And not just the birthday of Diana Roberts, but we did celebrate that match number 1 today. That match between Wimbledon and London County Cricket was the 5,000th match that Diana also has photographed. Goes over the top and gets plenty off this, and he knows there's a fielder out there, so takes a bit of a gamble to Ghani, but that's why he puts the extra oomph into this, and he gets it clear over that fielder. See, he rocks back and he makes sure he gets plenty of it. Needed to clear that fielder. Lovely sunshine coming across at the moment. We've still got a lot of scattered dark clouds around us, and an abundance of clouds, it has to be said, but the sun currently breaking through, which is nice because when the sun goes in, it feels just a tad chilly with that breeze blowing. Going to be too wide again here from Moore. Hardik looking to keep that ball in that air. I'm just having a look what he's trying to bowl here. I don't mind it, but the only thing is, if that's what you're trying to execute here, then surely you need to be thinking about putting your third or your backward point back, because there's every chance the batter will just help that along. But this time it's going to be played beautifully down the ground. Very quick hands from Ghani. Plays a lovely shot. A good off drive and gets it past the dive from the fielder in front of us here. That's Faris Haider. Couldn't make the stop. It is the end of the over. And 14 will come from it. So a steady start. 14 off the first. Let's have a quick look at the Challenge Division. We were having a look at the Premier Division earlier. So Group 1, Malta, Czechia, Bulgaria, Croatia, Slovenia, Cyprus, all involved in that one. And then Group 2, Guernsey, Estonia, Isle of Man, Luxembourg, Serbia and Turkey. Only this will happen in between the Premier Division sort of a group of matches, and then in between when they take a bit of a break and come back with the Championship matches. We'll have the Challenger Division. Estonia will be keen this time to once again get through to the final, and this time win it. Greece, of course, were the champions last year, and that's why they will be playing in the Premier Division. Well, that one I think is probably just going to be buys. Yeah, it's that slower, loopy delivery from the captain, Ayakarika, and it will go all the way for 4 buys. The captain here definitely has the experience of playing in this format. I would expect him to lead his men well. It's a better delivery. It's played away to the fielder, and that looks like Prabh Singh doing the fielding now. He's definitely going to be one to watch as well with the bat. Well bowled. Gentle applause for a dot ball. That's hit pretty well, and it's a lovely slog sweep. I like the way he gets down pretty early here. Gets down on one knee, and you can hear the willow of that bat crunching that ball to the boundary. Yeah, gets down early. Sort of guesses right where the ball's going to be. And he's in position, not as nice and early to play it away. Kadaka needs a reply and goes a little bit wider this time. And this time it's flat batted down the ground. And there's Murad Khan. And those of you will recognise the familiar face. Another Alex was there in Bulgaria. Alex, good player to have in your side, isn't he? I know you can't all hear Alex. I keep saying to Alex and all the producers that we have that going forward, I'd like to be able to, not just me, but you all to hear, because our producers, they're experts within their own right. And Alex says, yes, absolutely, he's a good player. And you'll see that, I'm sure. You won't have to take my word for it. He'll show you himself, because he's always in the game, whether it's because of his fielding, his batting, or his bowling. Not a bad over there at all from the captain, just the 8 come from it. So 2 overs completed, 26 without a loss. I think power plays have to be around about the 45, I think, for me here. 40, yeah, okay, 40 is average, 45 is good. Anything above 45 you'll take. And I think that if you get to that sort of kind of score, 45, then you're looking then to go on to post to 150 something, or you should be. This is Caleb Baldwin. And this is the youngster that was mentioned by Tina. Starts with wide delivery. That's up in the air. Fine uppercut. Now, this is the way that Usman Ghani opened his account in that first match. His first runs were 6, and it was his uppercut. He plays his shot so well. And it doesn't have to be that far away from him. In other words, he's not always looking for the width. The one he played against Wimbledon was actually very close to him, but he still managed to muscle it over the boundary. The Ghani, once again, is off and off well. And now it's a short one, which gets worked away. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona shaka lagya. Jabardast batting. Usman Ghani, both acha player like that. He's played one-day internationals, of course, we mentioned that. Tina touched on it in the last match for Afghanistan, so has scored a ODI century as well. So he's we expect him to be in the runs. You'd expect him to be scoring well, and I think he's when they play well and bat well and score well, LCC will be looking to the captain to be scoring majority of the runs. Well, that one tucks him up a little bit, and I think he manages to hurt himself a little here. I think he's gets that on his elbow. Let's have a look at here. Yeah, misses it completely, and ouch, he says, hey, laggy, subtle laggy. They say don't show signs of any pain, but you can see straight away that's caught him. And goes in his favourite area again. He's very good in that area, very strong. And 6 more. There's the umpire, puts him up in the air. Umpire Benedict out there with Andy. Anthony's the 3rd umpire this time, and of course Ian Rummage is the handsome man that you see out there for the coin tosses. And all the match officials doing a fantastic job wearing the grizzly blue today. Big shout out to Grizzly Bear Sports. It's going to go to the field and no run this time. If there's one thing that I noticed about Ghani in that last match is it's not one who's too keen to run, not sharp singles anyway. and looking to do most of his work by hitting boundaries. Well, just when I was saying they want to be about 45, if you want to have a good power play, well, that's exactly what they've done here. And now he will take the single. He knows how to count as well, doesn't he? Single, which means that that's 20 that come off that over from a young Baldwin. And 46 without loss score of the power play. Yorkshire Day being celebrated here in England today. Tell me about your favourite Yorkshire things. Is it the tea? Yorkshire tea? For me, it's the Yorkshire puddings. And yeah, if there's any gravy around, Yorkshire puddings have to be part of the meal. That's what I say. Also, look, it's not just Yorkshire that's celebrating. They're celebrating there in Switzerland, as it is their national day. I think the Swiss will be out for a nice hike along some of those lovely adventurous trails, or maybe at one of those ski resorts to enjoy yourself. Of course, the Swiss are well known for the banking, a very important industry there. Swiss watches and chocolates also are famous around the globe. Enjoy your holiday, and well, to everyone, enjoy your weekend and enjoy your Peacock Friday. World Lung Cancer Day being made aware of today. It's all about raise awareness of lung cancer and encourage people to go scan themselves. That's going to be a no ball. That's a Gundy ball from Harvey. The ball Siki Gundy, but Shaka Maria. That's gone all the way. Sat. That's what they got there. 7 up. And that's how you get 7 from one ball. That's not a good one. Not a good start. It's James Harvey gets that one whacked away, and that might take some time to find. There's, well, it gives me an opportunity to talk a little bit more about things, and of course, one thing about where we are here in England, something as we were talking a little bit about food a bit earlier, cheddar cheese comes from England. The world famous cheddar cheese originated from a village of Cheddar in Somerset. I do like, look, if it comes to cheese, especially when you're gonna, yeah, if you want something where you're gonna have melted cheese, so whether it's in pasta, whether it's, I'm even bad, I put plenty of grated cheddar cheese on my pizzas. I just love the taste of cheddar. Can't go wrong with a little bit of cheddar or even red Leicester. Yeah, mix the two together. I love it. Better from Harvey. That one too. Nicely played, also gets his feet out of the way. So I was saying in the last match when, of course, things didn't go well for London County, apart from Ghani's batting. They lost Saqib, very first ball golden. Right, that's in the air now. Can anybody get there? Fielder should, and he's dropped it. Massive drop. Massive drop. Well, he picks out the man with the grey trousers, the only man who's not in uniform, and he puts it down. Ghani dropped on 44. That is huge. That is huge. And now that one will go through the keeper and go all the way to the boundary for 4 byes. Oh dear. What a moment that was. Catch being put down. And you can't put good players down, and Ghani is a good player. And when I saw him play in that very first match, I said then that this guy's going to score runs. This guy's going to have a good series. Well, wants to get funky here, and that's gone. He's absolutely plumb. Well, Saqib Mahmood probably needs to find a little bit of time to get his touch. You know, he only scored 0 in the first, and he's going to just score 3 in this one of 7. And this is it's a horrible shot. It really is. It's a straight ball, and Saqib not really sure what he's trying to do here, and goes for the shot, completely misses the bat, hits the pad. And when you're standing right in front of your stumps, the umpire's only going to do one thing, and that's he's going to show you the finger. You're going to get moving, and that's exactly what Saqib Mahmood is going to have to do just for 3 of 7 deliveries. It's a poor shot, really. You just see an opportunity go down. Harvey, who should have had a wicket anyway, and it should have been the big wicket, of course, of Ghani. The catch was dropped there by the fielder. I couldn't tell you who the fielder's name is, because one thing I have to say, these numbers on the back of Pinnacle Pro are so difficult to read. If they're in front of me, up as far as where the bowler is, fine. But on the boundary over there, I have no idea. Maybe Diana, who's got a burrito out, can tell me the number of the fielder. You know who I mean? The one in grey and the bright, shiny pumps. They're at third. And good over from Harvey. Deserves the wicket that he gets. And after the no ball 7, remember 7, it's a lot to go first ball. And there was also 4 byes in there. So 15 off the over, including those 4 byes. So it's not bad, really, is it? And picks up the wicket. Could have had 2. Should have had the wicket of Ghani. That's the big one. $61 for 1 at the end of 4. Better, who's departed, is Saqib Mahmood. Another man who comes in who also didn't have the best of time in the last one. And also, unlike he did in the last match, it's Haider Zahidi. Now, he will get off the mark as well. Yeah, I was saying at the time that these guys, so Saqib and Haider, well, you can't judge them really by the first. Well, that was going to go for 4 byes, so that's more runs, more bonus runs. They've got to just cut out these extras. I mean, that's now, I think by my account, that's 16 if you had that 4, so that's about 12. 12 in extras. Always time to take the dog for a walk. That's high and mighty. That's 6. 6 Karera Skinna Sona Shaka Logias Ghani. Now looks to muscle in and move on. Remember, got dropped on 44. That'll be 50 down for Ghani. Back to back. Now, when he brought his 50 up in the last match, he then got out, trying to just sneak one to third. Well, he's going to get lucky this time. Goes for the sweep shot, gets it wrong, hits the top of the bat, and loops the keeper. And we'll go for 4. Four more to Ghani. A lot of people in the chat. Let's see if I haven't said hi to. That's crunched. Absolutely crunched. Ghani looking to go into overdrive now. Moves from, well, he just got to his 15 and has moved into the 60, 61. Mulladit. Hello to Gurav, who was in the chat. Julian Dawson. I don't think I've said hi to you today. Hello, Julian. Nice to have you with us, and happy Peacock Friday to you. Masud Rana was also in the chat a bit earlier. Omar Farouk. Welcome to you all. Now this one is going to be another lucky break for Ghani Issa. He's got time to bat, Ghani. He doesn't need to go crazy. Look, that just takes us to the end of the 5th over. So at the halfway point, so Murad Khan this time round. Not the best over that we've seen him bowl. And he will actually go magical. Goes for 21. And 21, which takes that score now to 86. 86 for 1 at the halfway point. And remember, we did have the big reveal today as well. Day 2 of our reveal. And we'll see it on your screen now. And as we say, something new is hatching at ECN. What do you make of that? Of course, every day we'll reveal another piece of the puzzle. So what do you think, folks? Back to the action. Haider Zahidi plays and misses at this one. It's Prab Singh. I mentioned Prab. He did pick up 3 wickets, as well as was decent with the bat there at Hornchurch. Well, not out of the middle, but unfortunately for the fielding side, they haven't got a fielder there at the square leg. And the first thing that Prab does is have a look. Now he's got 2. It's an interesting one. He's got 2 out on the offside. Now we haven't seen Haider Zahidi hit anything on the offside yet. Now I don't mind having a fielder, but you basically got point, cover, and a wide long off. So I don't think this field is right to what being bowled here by Singh. Right there again, and that's going to go all the way. Well, whether you have fielders back there or not, nobody's stopping that. Is too short. And Zahidi is starting to open up. These are good signs for Ghani as well. He hopefully feel that he doesn't have to go ballistic on every ball himself. He's got another batter maybe who can also contribute. But, wide outside the off-fielder, throws himself, and it does well. Now let's see if that field changes at all now. I mean, I just think there's too many out of the offside, this field. I mean, it's if the bowlers are not getting belted and the bowling a good line outside the off, maybe to a quicker bowler, I get it. But to a slower bowler, oh, well, that's a wicket. And it's not the best of deliveries, it has to be said, to pick up a wicket. But Prab Singh bangs it in short. And it's a wild swing from Usman Ghani, who knocks the ball onto his own stumps, I believe, here. Let's have a look. Yep. Crunches the ball onto his own stumps. So Ghani, he tends to get to 50 and then starts to play some rash shots. And it's almost like he gets to 50 and loses his form and his shape. 65 though from him. Now this is when I think that CFS Pinnacle can really cash in. Once Ghani's out the way, he'll go for 65 of 23. He gets, well, it will go down in the book as bowled by Prab Singh. Prab Singh will be telling everybody that he bowled an absolute magic delivery which beat the batter all ends up and knocked the stumps over. Not to be. It was crunched onto his own stumps, but it's a wicket. New batter comes out, has a wild swing. And that's going to be buys. They should be thinking for two. And they will come back for a couple. As Ali Raza has gone out there to join Haider Zahidi, I should say. Right, now it's going to be an interesting one. That is the end of the over, so they're on. Those buys takes them to 99. Now, the expected score, I would imagine from here on, the computer should be thinking at least, I think, 160, maybe even more than that. But let's see what happens, because don't forget, you have lost the wicket of Ghani now. 154 at the moment. Then let's see what they end up with. Can they keep the momentum and the pace going? Captain comes back on. It's a good move, I think, to go with the captain to see if he can, with Ghani gone, slow things down here. So Aya Kadaga back into the attack. And that's the danger. That's what you feel that could start to happen here now for LCC. Just a lot of swinging and missing. That's probably is too wide on this occasion. Sandy Willow is saying hello to the only chatter who actually plays cricket, saying hi to Kroom. Yeah, it was good to see Kroom. Kroom just come back from a tour, actually. Well, I suppose eventually you will swing and get one, and a fantastic catch there taken. Well, who is that? That's brilliantly done. Well, he takes the catch and hurts himself in the process. No, he can't throw it back. A gentle underarm will do, young man. Don't worry about it. Oh, he's holding his shoulder. Oh, well. Yeah, it's not worth getting injured for, is it? It's not worth getting injured for. Raza finally muscles one out of the middle. And this one's going to be a dot ball. You can probably hear some of a lot of activity around the ground, a lot of cricket being played, not just by us, but by the juniors. And some of them sound like they've camped up next to. Well, you can see, I think, right, up in the air, catching chance. Well, kids, I'll let you commentate this one. Gentle applause this time round, and no mistakes taken there by Prab Singh. Yeah, the kids have parked themselves next to the microphone over there, and they're having a nice little chitter-chatter. So another wicket will go down. Now that's the end of Ali Raza. So another wicket will go. That was the end of Ali Raza. No, Kodaka gets the breakthrough and he'll finish the over with a dot. Yeah, nice time for it to come in. Just a few bits of drizzle around at the moment. As I did say before the start of the match, though, that we did have a bit of sunshine, there was still some darker clouds around. So I think every so often, one or two of them might just bring a little bit of rain. Well, the kids are being moved on a little bit there. I didn't mind them chirping away, but of course, you never know what might be said on the microphone where they're sitting. So I think it's a good idea for them just to be moved on just a little bit. Here's a look at our calendar, and we're moving along pretty swiftly as well. Pretty soon, you'll be hearing the tones of Vinny from Gibraltar, Gib 13 over the weekend. And then, well, I'll have to leave Wimbledon and the UK a little bit earlier before the end of the tournament because I'll make my way to Croatia. I'll also do a little bit of Kiel before going back to Romania for the encore. Hungary, Switzerland will lead us up to all the magnificent cricket that will be happening in Spain at the magnificent Field of Dreams, the Carnama Oval. They're in Andalusia, in the wonderful region of Malaga. And if you can't join us, come on down. Shabazz Azizullah goes for it. It's going to be a good effort. Diving forward. Doesn't hold on to the catch. But he does save the boundary there. That's Prabh Singh again. He's all over the place, isn't he? It's almost like Prabh Singh. The bowlers who are bowling say, he can catch, he can go there. But on this occasion, wasn't able to hold on to it. And this one is one that just dropped short of the fielder. Once again, brave, diving forward, trying to get there. So we saw Zahidi going down on 15. Singh just not able to hold the catch. And there we go. Ooh, it's close this. Let's have a look at this. Here's the bat. Does the bat go down? Yeah, there's enough of it down. Only just, though. Only just. I think you're just going to make it. I think the umpires are waiting to get the confirmation from the third umpire, Umpire Anthony. Ovals. So, good bit of work. There's the appeal. Not out, they say. Azizullah. Now, he looked okay, didn't he, in the last match? Played some nice shots and then found a way to get out, caught and bowled. That's the one thing I'm noticing here, I suppose, from the teams that we've seen so far, particularly if you look back to Group A, the shot selection most of the time was right. Shots were played on credit, where that one is going to just get away from the fielder. It was Prabh Singh who was there again. Of course, I'm totally blinded by that. I think when we're off over the weekend, we're going to try and move. We're going to go for a little move, just a little bit to our left, and then we'll be able to see that part of the ground. But good shot. But yeah, what I was going to say there, I think there's a score 118 for 3 at the end of the 8. But I think in this group so far, especially, I think we saw that from LCC in that first match as well, maybe a little bit from Guildford. First time we've seen a lot of hoiks across the line rather than play the ball on merit. And something that we used to see a lot of on our travels, but not seen too much of it here in the UK. That's more like it, though. That's a good, solid strike. So, Haider Zahidi, he is starting to show that despite his first ball golden duck in his first match, that he does have something to offer with the bat. That's a nice shot, and he's hoping that him and Azizullah can get things going and give his team a good finish. That's another one that's going to be hoiked out of here. Who wants this one? And couldn't quite get there. 6 more. 6 more. Hello to Mike Seal. He was saying a little bit what I was saying. Yeah, a lot of swinging and missing. But Zahidi is now starting to hit more than he's missing. And just as I say that, I think this might have caught a little bit of the bat. I wonder, is it just going to be biased? It's the bounce that does him. Umpire will give us a signal in a moment. Yeah, will be leg bias. It catches maybe a bit of the upper body because they did have a little bit of extra bounce on this one. Let's see. Yeah, on the shoulder. On the shoulder. All right, let's see what Azizullah can do as well. This is it back to Murid Khan. His first over didn't quite go to plan. The As I mentioned before, the MVP from Bulgaria playing for the Sofia Stars. Stars, of course, were runners-up in that series. Shot. That's a really good shot. Gets his legs out of the way and crunches it solidly down the ground. Well, Shabazz goes Shaba. Ginna Sona. Shaka Lagya. It's a really good shot. You can see from the side angle the use of the footwork as well. Glides down, doesn't he? Glides down the bit and crunches that powerfully over the top of everyone. Swing and miss this time. That's been the thing, isn't it? I mean, there have been some big hits, but there's also been a fair bit of swinging and missing. A few people have mentioned that on the chat, so there it is again. So even though, if you look at this over, you've had the 3 sixes, that's fair enough, but you've had the dot balls in there as well, and that's the way it will finish. So just it goes 19 off the over, but it was 19 of 4 deliveries, and missed out on making it a biggie. But 39 coming off the 2 overs of Murad Khan. 137. 3 down. And once again, I think you want a big finish here. Want to get to the 150. Don't get to the 150, they'll be disappointed. So they kept on going. Remember, I said it'd be interesting to see if they get to that 154, which was when they lost the wicket of Usman Ghani. And they have, even though there's been a lot of dots and swings and misses, they managed to keep going at that momentum, at that pace, getting the 150 up. The wind's just picked up a little bit now as well. It tends to be blowing, I can feel it blowing into where I am. That means that a straight hit from the batter will be assisted by the wind. So if you want to hit straight, you'll get probably get some good reward from the strong wind that's around at the moment. There is a little bit of moisture in the air as well, some drizzle. Nothing that's going to cause us any concern. Well, that's going to cause a lot of concern. That's a Gandhi ball. That is Gandhi. As Qureshi comes on the bowl, and this one goes completely haywire, and Qureshi's going to have to adjust his line pretty quickly. That's a bad ball. It's a minimum, and well, you can't be affording to be giving away freebies like that, Pinnacle Pro. And now it's a no ball. There's got to be a foot fault here, I think, from the bowler. The umpire calls it early. Let's have a look at the feet of the bowler here. And that's a long way out, isn't it? A long way. It's an awkward, interesting way how he lands his foot there as well. Sort of toes pointing towards second slip. That seems to be his style. That's a bit better. Good delivery. Yeah, he's got an awkward way of planting that front foot. Keep an eye on how he plants it. You have a look which way the foot is pointing when he puts it down. Yeah, very strange angle, isn't it? That's a lot of strain you would feel on his knee. There he is again, and well, in comes the throw. They will come through and get an extra here. Probably going to be signalled as, well, runs. I haven't seen any signal from the umpire. Tries to get funky. Right, bat on ball. Nobody once again back there. I really don't think they've got this field right at all. Well, CFS Pinnacle Pro did play in Hornchurch. Be interested to know what their field set was there. They've stuck to this field of 3 on the offside. Point, cover, long off, and couple inside. That's another no ball, by the way. So another free hit to come. And this one, it's a swing and a miss. Yeah, I just don't know. The bowlers, for me, the bowlers haven't bowled the line or the right line to justify this field. And the batters definitely haven't played shots to justify this field. This field is wrong. And, well, that's nice. It's full, it's straight. And maybe the extra balls that are going to be bowled in this one will come in handy. Well, he likes that, does Qureshi. And so he should. He does get it right. This time it's full. It's on the money. Good delivery. I think he actually holds that one back a little bit as well. Maybe a little bit off pace. So Mustafa Qureshi getting the breakthrough. But that 150 on that board already. going to have to be a good run chase. Yeah, just going back to that field. I mean, the number of times we've seen the batters looking to hoik on the leg side, but you've left square leg and even behind square free. And yet, I'm trying to think of how many times the ball has actually gone to the boundary on the offside, especially where those three fielders are. So this field, for me, definitely not right. There it is again. Nobody on that side. Well, this one's going to get away from the fielder. Here comes a throw, and that probably is out. That is going to be pretty close. The umpire's having a look. We might go to the camera here. A good bit of fielding. There's a good throw from Sharji. But no, he does get in. He does get in. Sharji, lovely pick up and throw from him. Remember, Sharji was the man who put Ghani down when he was on 44. They added another 21 before they got him. That's well bowled again. Just a dot ball. Right back to me, he says. Right back to me. I'll have it right back. Well, you don't need it back because that is the end of the innings. And after all that, after all the troubles with the wide and the couple of no balls, it turns out not to be the worst of overs. In fact, 15 will come from it. He does pick up a wicket for himself, so well done to Mustafa Qureshi. And London County Cricket, they finish on a score which they will hope that they can defend. 152 is what they get to. Once again, Usman Ghani making a good contribution, and Haider Zahidi, one of the top four, also this time getting into the runs. But it all started with Usman once again showing us what a good, classy player he is. Played some lovely shots and found the boundary plenty of times. Inside his crease, he was pulling, he was hooking, he was uppercutting. I mean, that's his go-to shot, I think. He plays that shot so well. If you're going to bowl in freebies, you're going to get punished. But that didn't end up the worst of overs. It's always time to take the man's best friend for a walk as well. This one high up in the air. That was a chance, wasn't it? Down it went. And that was CJ Sharji who put it down. And would they get another opportunity? Well, it didn't look like he would. But once again, once he got to his 50, he almost like just goes into sort of a crazy sort of, I don't know what, the ballistic mode where he wants to hit every ball to the boundary. Wasn't the best of deliveries there by any means from Pratap Singh, but he did cannon it back on to the stump. So down went the timber. That was almost fingertips to it from Pratap Singh. I was blinded to that, and well, there were a few out where the supporters are wanting to take that famous crowd catch. There was one taken. The gentleman took one and then ended up hurting himself in the process. But that was a nice moment there for the bowler there towards the end from Qureshi, getting it falling straight and knocking over the timber. So once again, I think we're going to have a good run chase here. And London County doing a lot better than what they did in the match against Wimbledon. The other batters that needed to show up did show up. Well, one or two of them did. 30 there from Zahidi, 20 then from Shabaz Zabiullah. But once again, it was Usman Ghani who did lead the way with that fine 65 of a 23. On the bowling front, I think the captain will be pleased with his performance, 1 for 16 of 2. James Harvey also should be very happy with his performance, 1 for 22. Murad Khan a little bit expensive. The batters did tend to like the slower bowling. But one thing again, they've got to go back and look at is the way they set the field. It was almost like it was drawn on a piece of paper and they stuck to that no matter what happened. And if you ask me, they had too many bodies out on the offside and didn't defend the leg side, where I think if you were to have a look at the wagon wheel of where most of those runs were scored, you'll find that huge majority of them were scored on the leg side. So that's something that needs to be worked on by Pinnacle Pro. So we'll take a little break, the mid-match summary. Tina will be here to join me for the second innings, so we'll have a bit of a banter between ourselves and with you, and hopefully be talking you through a good run chase. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Adiós. Ciao.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers, good to have you back as we get ready for the conclusion of this match number 23, which of course is the third of Group B. Group B that started today. And it's the second time that we're getting a chance to look at London County Cricket, who are playing on debut of the European Cricket Network. They went down to Wimbledon earlier, 144 to 101, and did manage to pick up a point. And they're up against a team that we saw in Hornchurch playing in the European Cricket there, and that is CFS Pinnacle Pro. And it was a good choice, I think, from Usman Ghani to decide that his team will have a bat first. We haven't seen too many teams are wanting to go out and do that, but I think he just felt that, looking around his players and at himself as well, that he thought that batting first would probably suit them better. Maybe the pressure of trying to carry out the run chase was too much for them. And I think they've done okay. 65 from Ghani, that was good. Had a Zahidi chipping in with 30 or 15. They've got themselves to a score. It's a good score. And if they bowl well, they'll be looking to get the victory here. Ghani setting the field here. And it looks like it's going to be Farooq Tahir to bowl the first. Now, we were very impressed, I think, with their bowling. It didn't start well. I think there was a couple of extras in that first over, a couple of no balls, foot faults, and one that was too high. But once it got over the initial nerves, they were good. So I'm expecting to see good performance from them. Murid Khan will be opening with the captain, Arya Kurika. Played nicely down the ground. No run. Good stop. Dot ball. Let's have a quick look at the bonus point equation. Here it is for a score of 152. It means that restrict to 106 or less. Then 4 points go to the fielding side here, LCC. The batting side, what a shot. What a shot that is. Beautifully played. Lovely shot. Well, there's nothing nicer than seeing a straight drive like this, is there? That's just beautifully executed. There it is. We'll see it again there. And no wonder this guy scored over 400 runs there at Hornchurch. He was the third highest top scorer. And now gets a short one, and he could be gone. Oh, he's dropped. It's an absolute dolly. It's an absolute dolly. That's the only way to describe this. Oh, would you believe it? Yep, that's right. You heard me say it. Ayakaraka was the third highest scorer at Hornchurch, over 400 runs. And that is a dolly drop. And, well, Chennai has shelled it. Oh, Eli Chennai will feel that. That's a wonderful stroke. Played down. Good bit of fielding there as well. Gets down early. Gets down and makes the stop. See Khan. Murid Khan. Oh, defends this one out. So it was actually Kedaka. We had the openers the wrong way around. That's why I was giving Murid Khan the benefit of the boundary early on. But of course it was Kedaka. It's played one bounce in the gap and will go all the way. So there will be a boundary from Murid Khan in that one as well. It's neatly played away. And that will also be the end of the over. So finishes with the boundary. Probably needed that boundary just to try and stay in touch. 9 coming off that first over. Not the worst of overs, but that drop. The drop was massive, wasn't it? They're putting down the key man, Karaka. 76 matches now since the golden ball. It's one of those, you could see the fielder was furious with himself. Was Chennai, he was kicking the dirt, so to speak. So, tucks up the batter a little bit there. Kadaka just plays that away off his hip. This is Taha Mohammed. So you're going to get a fair bit of pace coming your way. up against LCC, but they've always got, of course, the captain, Usman Ghani, and he spin. I say spin, he's able to control and vary his pace very well. Mohammed again. Played out nicely. And this time they will pierce the offside field. There's been a couple of shots in that area, mainly from Murad. This time he will get it through. Nicely played. Gets himself in a good position and pushes that ball through that gap. And good shot played for 4. Gets a little bit tucked up on the hand. It's put out there by the fielder. Good stop. They're trying to redeem himself, I think, Shenoy. Eli Shenoy gets down, gets a hand to this. Stops it getting past him. Stops it going anywhere near that boundary rope. Look at this field set. They've got both the men out on the leg side on the boundary. Square leg and mid-wicket. Well, that's a real miscue. That's a bit of luck actually there for Kadaka, who's already had a huge slice of luck being put down. And goes for this, I think he goes for like a straight bat pull here actually. And that one slides off the bat, off the blade. And just drops into a pocket of space before Usman Ghani could get to it. They'll take the single again, so won't be too concerned. LCC with the singles. They'll be keen, of course, to register a win here. After going down to Wimbledon, they will play this and one more match. They'll play the last match of the day as well against Guildford. Now, having seen Guildford, I think they might fancy themselves against Guildford. Guildford, though, we believe, just like LCC, will come back better after their first game. Disappointment here for the batter, Kadaka, because he's got a short ball there which he should have put away. It's a couple of times actually that the loose short delivery that we're so used to being latched onto and put away hasn't been done so. This is the way things are looking at the moment. Wimbledon, home side, they had a fantastic start to the day. 2 matches. They played first up, 1 and 2, and they picked up 7 points. I only think they will feel they were a little bit disappointed they couldn't have taken that 1 point away from LCC. You see that they've got a point to their name. Guildford weren't able to take anything away from Wimbledon. So the next 2 matches that are coming up for them are going to be very key, particularly if LCC can pick up a win here. Barami coming on to bowl. He's going to start with a wide, and it's a good time to welcome back into a rather brisky and blustery commentary cube this time round. Tina Goff comes back.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's not quite summer weather. We've had a few rays of sunshine shine down on us, but now it's very much, it's almost coat weather, but at least it's dry enough. There's Ismail Baharimi obviously looking to get another wicket after his spectacular one in the previous game. And does he get one here? Oh, it's almost a spectacular grab on the boundary. It's an excellent effort. I think he tips it over the crossbar in the end and it will go for 6 runs. That was almost a highlight reel catch there.
Yeah, well, you can see he's watching on, but it's a good effort there from the fielder. I think that's Shabazz Azula that's there, gets a hand to it, but it's always going past him. So Murid Khan watched that with intent. He was a bit afraid that he wasn't going to get enough of it. That's going to be another wide here from Ismail. Ismail, of course, he bowled very well and had a good performance in the last match. We saw him and bowling quite beautifully, getting the Yorkers in. So going with the all-out pace attack to start off with is the captain. And sneaks that one in. That's a good delivery. Rising ball. Plays the wrong shot. You can see Murad Khan just after that ball gets past him, playing the shot that he believes he should have played. And got his captain at the other end, Murad. But it's a good addition to the side, as you've heard us say. He was the MVP there playing in Bulgaria. Very talented player. Didn't have it all his way with the ball. Alright, gets the same ball again this time, and it will be once again fielded by Shahbaz there on the boundary, just a single. Of course, Tina, you had the chance to see Pinnacle Pro when they were playing in Hornchurch. Of course, the man out there, Kadaka, he was good, 400 plus runs, the third highest run scorer, but didn't have a lot of support. That was probably one of the issues they had.
Yeah, absolutely. They did get through to the quarterfinals, but it was always one of those where they sneaked through, and because they sneaked through in fourth, they were facing up against the top seed from the other group, and it was always going to be an uphill task. And I think in the end they had their total chased down. I think it was less than 5 overs, so that was the end of their tournament. But certainly Aya Kadeka, who's captaining here for CFS, is one to watch. He's only 22 years old, another talent for the future. Just be a case if someone else can step up. And certainly Murad Khan might be the one. That's the Guildford boys getting ready for their next game. Got a bit of extra fielding practice in there.
Well, so far they have caught one up there. The young man who took it could have hurt himself. Well, this is trying to do it sitting down. He didn't want to get off his chair, did he? But was made to budge afterwards. He said, well, you let it go through. You got to get it back. Good shot there from Murad. And that's a really nice shot as well. That's the extra power needed. He knows the fielder's out there. Hasn't been able to beat Shahbaz Azizullah on 2 occasions. But this time around, the bat comes down with a little bit of purpose, with a bit more meat on it, a bit more power. And that sizzles past the fielder. And a good over in the end, that for Pinnacle Pro. 20 come off it. And 3 overs complete. 37 without loss.
Certainly a better end to the power play for them there with the first magical over. Still behind on where London County Cricket were at this point, but it's again with a run chase like this, which is a tricky one. It's about par, but for a side that's new into the series, it's always going to pose a challenge. It's just about keeping yourself in the game as long as possible. And that's what they're trying to do here, the 2 openers.
Oh, well, I think this one may be a wide. Yep, it's over the head as the 2 umpires communicate that to each other. Just look at the umpire here at square, and automatically puts the hand over his head, saying, "Yeah, that's over. That's it's going to be a wide ball, wide, and also one for the over." So Ali Raza hasn't done himself any favours here. He now knows that he can't bowl another short one. That's up in the air, and it's grabbed. What a good catch this is! Catches it in the fingers. It's kind of an ice cream cone catch. And Kadako just never really seemed to settle. He's going to be caught here. Doesn't get this right. Offers a chance. The fielder comes running in and holds onto it into the fingertips. Nicely taken by the man who's got the Nelson on his back. Taha Mohammed holds onto it. And Kadaka, he did give a life earlier, which wasn't taken, but he wasn't able to cash in. He'll go just for 8.
It wasn't the best of starts there for the CFS captain, but it's nevertheless a big wicket. Just about holds on. It's a binary catch for Taha Mohammed with the 111 on his shirt. And it's the first wicket to fall for CFS. As Faris Haider comes in. He's someone who can get runs. He had a high score of 51 not out versus Gagan in that Hornchurch series. Average just over 20. 20 won't be enough, you'd reckon here, as that one just about escapes without being called a wide there. Ali Raza throws a bit of a guilty look back at the umpire. Let's take a look how close this one was. Yeah, that's an excellent call. Straight over that big blue line.
Yeah, good delivery. Good place to be. Ali Raza's got a bit of the pink on his shirt. The pink makes the 0 for his number 10. No ball called. And we've seen a few of these in the group. The front foot and no ball. Might get a chance to, not that we got the best of angles to have a look at this, but we might see the overstep there from Raza, but he just doesn't keep his feet in the right area. And it comes again. Now it's shorter and going to drop short off the fielder. Nobody in the inside the circle there at square. They've got the field set that I was saying. That was quite surprised that the opposition never set, and that's they've got the players on the boundary on the leg side. Just got the one sweeper that's out, and it's worked for them so far. That's a good delivery. Skids that one through as well. Played and missed this time by Murad Khan, who has played some nice shots on the offside, but he knows he has to go finer, and I think that's why he tries to play this just a little bit later, trying to get it in the gap between the the third. Well, this time he goes area because he's short, and it will go all the way. Bolle, 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 kinna sona, shakalagya. Needed that one because this over is one that was going bitterly wrong for them. Only the 3 runs before that hit. There's a wicket that's come off it already, and that was off the captain. So Murad Khan got to really think about getting a big score here. And it's played away, and it's going to be 4. Cleverly played. You can see that's what he's having to do. Now, I wonder if they might make a change here when they're bowling to Khan. They have got the 3rd back, but they might be thinking about, well, bringing him in to the circle and pushing the point back at backward points, and then they've got a bit more protection there on that offside. We'll have to wait and see how that goes. But with that over coming to an end, in the end, they will get 13 from it. It's the 50 also on the board, 50 with the loss of 1 wicket after 4 overs.
You can see the worm there, safely nestled between the red consolation point line and the winning line. They're certainly not out of this CFS, but that run rate is ominous, currently at 17. I suppose had a magical over in the 3rd, but that's the only one so far. And when that run rate is up towards 17, 18, you certainly need to throw some magic dust into the mix. Well, bonus runs always going to help. Yeah. That one is thrown down very much wide there from Abubakar Ahmed.
Yeah, Abubakar coming on. I'm a bit surprised that the captain hasn't decided to have a bowl and try to, if he gets 2 good overs in here, he could really completely kill the game here. But he's going with Abubakar to start, and he started with a big wide, but that's a better delivery. He's a left armer who opts to come around the wicket. So I think his plan would be to probably start wide and then angle the ball into the right-hander. Hello to Enrico's in the chat. And he was asking where's Tina. Well, Tina is now here. It's played away. There's a sweeper out there, but not going to be able to get there. And well, I'm not sure who's that who was trying to do a little bit of fielding. And that didn't go to plan either. So they're still reluctant to put another fielder out there. They can make that change, but they're not making it. In fact, they've done the complete opposite. They have brought the 3rd in, but they haven't pushed another fielder back. So they've opted to have another one out on the leg side instead. So that's a strange move from the captain. And obviously feeling Usman that he rather have all of those boundary riders there on that leg side. So you only got long off and 1 solitary sweeper out on the offside at the moment, who's not been able to get to all of the ones that have been hit to the left of him. That's not a good delivery. It's a genuine leave. They probably would have been and should have been an extra, but Murad Khan doesn't want to give up the strike. This look at the field there. So this is what we're talking about on that offside, just the one. They brought the 3rd up, you can see, but there they are. 1, 2, 3, all on the leg side. And they might be on the leg side, but nobody's going to catch up with those. It's a good shot. So Murad goes right back into his crease, trying to maybe tuck him up a little bit. But Murad plays that shot really well. We saw him play this kind of shot quite handsomely there at in Sofia, there in Bulgaria, at that Vasil Levesky cricket ground, a beautiful part of the world there in the sports academy in Bulgaria, Sofia. Ahmed. That's better. When he gets that ball in that area, he gets a little bit of assistance from the pitch as well.
He almost tumbles over in every follow-through, doesn't he? Willing the ball to the other end. This one just nice bit of wobble actually off the surface. It's a better line, better length as well. Murad Khan, though, a rare miss from him, 43 off 16.
It's well bowled, and I'm not going to get the single either. So that's a good finish to the over from Ahmed. So once again, it's a couple of boundaries in there, but they've allowed the bowlers always to finish well. Let's take a look at some of our up-and-coming events as well. A few people are talking about what's happening this weekend. How come we're not here? Well, we may not be here, and we might talk about our plans a bit later as well. But Gibraltar will be. Vinny Sandu, the reason why Vinny's not with us, he's making his way to Gibraltar, and we'll have some action over the weekend from Jib 13, because 13 matches coming from Gibraltar. We then will also have a festivity of cricket from Croatia, Norway, Germany, and we go back to Romania for the encore. It's not the best of deliveries. It's actually it's actually going to end up being a nothing, because the batter's got something on this. Let's have a look at the height, though. It might be a no. Probably. It's an interesting call. I don't think he's off the ground that much. So he's going to get away with that. I think it's just under the waist. So gets lucky, does Khan. Let's play down the ground with a bit of meat on it, and he's going to get past the fielder. He's hit that nice and straight as far as Haider, and that's going to take him to double figures. So once again there is Bakhtir Khan, who's coming on the bowl here now. So the captain saving himself maybe for later. I suppose what he's doing is, even though the bowler's eyes, we've said they're going for, that last over went for 13, 2 lots of 13 and 20. The rate's still going upwards. So he's probably feeling that while it's like that, he can use some of his other bowlers. If he sees a big over, then he might bring himself back on. That's the thinking, I feel, that the captain here at the moment, Usman Ghani, is thinking. Nice to have the sun that comes back as well, though it does still have that chill factor around the ground. That's high again. This one could be a no-y. I think we have to check the height on this one. He got away with one. Now, is it 6 or is it 7? Let's take a look. As a young man chases after this one. It just felt high to me, this one, Tina. Yeah, let's see where he's striking this. I think that one is too high.
Yeah, he's pretty much on the crease, isn't he? He has collapsed a little, but still, benefit of the doubt goes to the batter on that occasion. Yep, no ball called. It's a big 7 up. And well, run rate is a strange thing, isn't it? You think 17, 18, okay, manageable, but they've only had one over that's gone for more than 17 so far. That's been that magical over. Otherwise, it's mostly been 12s, 13s. Shows that sometimes those run rates can be deceptive, especially in a pretty tough run chase as this one is.
Yeah, good fielding there, actually. Under pressure, the fielder's been played away. That's Zahidi. Throws himself at it and then gets a good throw into the batters. Don't even get 2. So here it is. Excellent fielding. Love the way he pushed that ball forward, then tidies up with a big throw. All right, now there is a fielder out there, but can't stop it. Can't stop it. It's, again, just a little bit too wide. Here's Tahir. Has to come round. Not able to get there to take the catch. And here he is. He's darting across. Can't take the catch and can't stop the boundary. On 4 very important runs. Well, he thinks he's done, the bowler. And the umpires say, where do you think you're going? Come back. Don't forget, you did bowl the 1 no ball. So 17 off the over. I think this becomes a crucial delivery. If they can get a boundary here, then they start to... Oh, they can't. It's just going to finish with a dot. I was just about to say they could get a boundary there. They can chip away at the rate and bring it down a bit. But as it is, it stays as it is. And the score stays on 80. 80 for 1 at the end of that, the 6th over. And their opponents at this point were on 99. In fact, it was at this point when they lost that wicket of Usman Ghani. We thought that it could slow down, but they didn't. They kept on going. Murad Khan, by the way, he has brought his 50 up. That kind of went unnoticed by everybody, but 50 from him in his first knock, and that's if you ask me, that's the way he started in Bulgaria. I'm pretty sure he got a 50 in his very first match, and the first time we saw him on the European Cricket Network. He goes for the big shot this time, doesn't get anything on it. The pressure starting to build now. You can sense it from the batters. They know that they need to go big. Zahidi is the bowler they turn to now.
Something's got to give here. There's no point losing by 50 runs and having 9 wickets in hand. So, well, it's Murad Khan who decides if they're going to get anywhere close to this total, he will have to do the heavy lifting as he slaps his way to 56. Faris Haider, well, I don't think we're quite in pulling him away territory. 15 off 11, though. Certainly he needs to step it up a gear. we haven't actually seen a retirement yet this whole series, and that is because the batters have generally done a decent enough job. I'd also say probably it's because a lot of these teams are new to the network, and it's a bold tactic in your first few games. But it's something to keep in mind, I think.
Definitely so, especially when you got the likes of Prabh Singh in there. Now, he was somebody who also, I know, scored some runs there at Hornchurch, so he's a handy batter. So if one is not clicking, we also saw that with the captain, Khadka. Remember, he was out there for 8 balls and only scored a run of ball 8. So the strike rate, apart from Murad Khan, hasn't been that exceptional. And they might be forced to make a change. Zahidi, well, he makes a slight change to his field. Right, this is in the air. Zahidi wants it himself very casually. He gets under it, takes the catch, and you said it, that something had to give. And that's going to be the end of Faris Haider. But that may not be a bad thing, as that one just gets scooped high up into the air. Haider will go for 15 of the 12 deliveries that he faces. So once again, the strike rate's not good. They need somebody who can up the tempo, and maybe it is going to be Singh who comes in now at number 4.
Yeah, maybe not the worst wicket in the world. It's almost a self-retirement there, as he knew he had to go big or go back into the dugouts. It will be the latter. That's a comfortable corn bowled there by Zaidi, who's continuing what is a decent game for him. Remember, he finished 30 not out off just 15 deliveries in the first innings, ably assisting his captain. I think we might be saying that a lot next week. I think it will be Usman Ghani doing a lot of heavy lifting with the bat at the moment. He's happy to delegate with the ball. Looks like just making a few changes to the left-handed Prabh Singh, who does come in.
Still wants to move his troops around to the left-hander. Prabh Singh, who comes out, ain't got too much time to get himself in. That's high up in the air. Fielder watching, but has to watch it get over his head. Singh will start with 6. And for all of you there that think that myself and Tina sometimes are a little bit harsh when we're saying batters and maybe should be thinking about retiring out, well, this is why, because somebody can just come in and make a difference instantly. Singh gets one just over the fielder for 6. Be looking to go again. And he will go again. That one will bounce a couple of times before it goes over the boundary. 4 more runs. So there you go. See, just 10 runs in 2 balls. It means that over, again, finished on 17. Not quite the 18.5 mark. So once again, the rate required just will click up another notch. 18 balls to go now. They're needing 56. So, we know how difficult it's been for teams in the power play to get into the 50s. So they've got a lot of work to do here. But they have got a batter who is set. This is coming up next. Guildford. Well, a number of changes for them, but no changes there for the Pinnacle Pro side. So Nathan Boucher in the side, McMillan, Dylan Kirk, Fred McMillan, and Will Arney all coming into the side for Guildford.
Yeah, 2 McMillans in for Guildford, all change for them. Interesting to see what impact that has. Well, that's going to have an impact on the tournament referee's 10. Knock, Ian, as that one gets punched away. Beautiful swing of the bat over covers.
That's a lovely shot. You could hear that ball frizzling in the air, couldn't you? It was spinning viciously. Well, Murad going well, but is he going well enough to get the win? Well, that's not a good delivery, but again, it doesn't get punished. How many of those have we seen? Well, they should be looking maybe to go for a second, but it's almost like Prabh Singh got to the other end and planted himself. But yeah, I think we've seen about 4 deliveries short down the leg side, which haven't been punished. They've either been hit straight to the fielder and no runs, or it's just been a single. You've got to put a full toss down the leg side away.
They brought the 100 up as well with that big 6 and the single. Certainly a spirited effort here. It's not done, but it's looking challenging. But they should surely get the consolation point, and right on cue, it goes for 4 byes, so that will be the point to the tally of CFS. So whatever happens, they're on the table. As that one nutmegs the keeper, Saqib Mahmood isn't able to close his legs in time, and that one races away.
He kind of back heels it, doesn't he? He kind of back heels it for 4. But yeah, you're right. They get the point. So now's the time when they can say, right, we've got nothing to lose now. They can just have a good old-fashioned slog at this, and that's exactly what Singh tries to do, but no footwork from him. Needs to get those feet moving, to get a good step into this. And when you throw your bat at it. Did they have the same kit at Hornchurch? Can you remember?
They did, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's quite a nice kit. It stands out. He's trying to stand out with a bit of a funky scoop. He manages to waft at thin air. Yeah, it's got this kind of doing a bit of extra fielding there is Farouk Tahir. It's got this red lettering on, which is always, well, I suppose, a challenge. You're not colourblind, are you, Rico? Because
I'm
sometimes
not, but I was saying when they're in the field, they're not the easiest numbers to pick up when they're sort of at the other end of the ground. Oh dear. Well, at the moment, Prabh Singh is finding the grizzly ball difficult to pick up. That's a disastrous over or finish to the over really for them. There was a 6 from Murad Khan, and then he took a single, and that ended up being the mistake, because as soon as he took the single, nothing else really happened. No more runs went on to the board apart from the 4 byes. So it's a 108 for 2. Now they're really up against it, needing 45 in 12.
Speaking of colourblind, I read this strange thing recently on the internet. There's lots of strange things you can read on the internet, but mostly colourblind people think that peanut butter is green.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I think it's probably just, I don't know, I'm not colourblind, but last time I checked it isn't green. But yeah, there was someone who, a colourblind adult, was like, my mind has been blown today by the fact that peanut butter isn't green.
Well, peanut. I wonder what other things they think are green then. I mean, peanut butter. I mean, what is it? It's sort of a caramelly sort of colour, isn't it? Peanut butter.
Yeah, it's probably brown. You'd call it, wouldn't you? If you had to be a bit less descriptive about it. Big no ball called once more by the umpire, and it's going to be double trouble. So no ball, and it races away to the rope, and well, as long as Murad Khan is still there, they're still winning with a fighting chance. Certainly got to fight hard here, CFS. Yeah, I had a colourblind coach, cricket coach, as this one will be a free hit, and he always said that, oh yeah, stand by the green cone over there, and we said, do you mean the red cone? This one goes up in the air, and well, that's coming somewhere near us. Oi, that lands about a metre to our right. I knew we were relatively safe. Rico went into the brace position.
Oh dear. The worst is because I saw the fielder, that was Ismail, and he's looking right into us. I'm thinking, oh no, this is coming in. And all you can do is say, right, I'm too far away from the equipment. I'm just here in case it comes ready. And actually, our equipment's okay. We've come up with a plan for the equipment. I think we're good. Well, that's a good plan as well. It's going to be another boundary. So Murad Khan, I get the feeling he's going to, I have a feeling about this one, they're going to be pretty close. But unless you see something spectacular happen, they're going to end up just short. And then all of those, when you think about Kodaka, 8 balls for 8, the 12 balls for 15 for Haider, that's what's going to hurt them here. I just get the feeling that's what's going to hurt them. And they're going to have to learn a hard lesson, which is if a batter's batting too slow, you got to make that call and say, hey, fella, you got to come in, and somebody else comes out there. And I've always said this, Tina, it's something that you got to, before you start a tournament, when you're together as a team, you got to have that talk. You got to say, hey, batters, this is the way it goes. This is the strike rate. You have so many balls, and if you're not at this score by then, and if you're not going at this rate, then we're going to call you in and somebody else goes out there.
Absolutely, and there's no shame in it. I mean, how many times have we seen a batter get a century and then the next time you can't get the ball off the square, or vice versa? Sometimes it's just not your day, and you've got to get hooked before you lose a game, and CFS feels like they'll be learning this lesson the hard way. And possibly even got the C word on our minds. Well, if we get there, then certainly it will be an absolute thrilling finish. It's 29, needed an 8. That being said, 2 boundaries here.
Yeah.
And with Murad Khan on strike for the last, you never know.
Yeah, it's also a bit of pressure here for Taha Mohammed, because he's got to now bowl to the left-hander, and Prabh Singh's already shown that he's pretty strong on his pads, though. We did see him dot up 3 deliveries on the spin in the last over. That's what he can't afford to do here. That's what I'm talking about. That's what he needed. It's one that's straight at him. I told you, he's good on the pull and the hook shot. It's only when that ball is outside the off that he struggles, and that was right in his hitting zone. And Taha Mohammed gets hammered for a big 6.
There you go. There's one of the two. And suddenly, this could be on again. 23 and 7. Let's call this a 4 or 6. And suddenly we're in the teens going into the final over. And you've got to say here, it's pretty much a free hit, isn't it? Whatever happens, you want Murad Khan on strike for the final over.
Definitely. And of course, he'll be up for it. He's in. He's seen the ball well. 79 or 29. All right, Singh, can he get another one away? Well, he can, and he goes funky. Sun, sea, sand, and 6. See cricket. Kinna sona dekh lo. Prabh Singh apne change paronte kha ke aaya. That's a lovely shot. They needed that, and that makes it very interesting. Going into the last. Singh does what he has to do. We did say at the time they needed a change. I said that Prabh Singh sitting on the bench was probably not the right plan. He comes out and scored 22 of 8. And that's the sort of rate you need to be going at. And that means now 17 required off the last. And it looks like the waiting is over. As Usman Ghani says, right, enough is enough. It's time for me to have a bowl. But this could go either way. It really could. So a little bit of pressure on the captain, Usman. He fancied letting the other bowlers do the work. But with that one going for 28, it means that we have game on. 17 required for victory. 16 gets us to the golden ball.
What a time from Prabh Singh to bring out the funky style in some fashion as well. Back-to-back 6s has set up an absolutely tantalising finish here. Murad Khan, he could win it. He could get to his century.
Whips that away, and this time it will get past the fielder. It will go past Eli Shenoy. And there's the number of opportunities that got missed by the batters with that sort of delivery. And this time Shenoy, he goes down, but he's just not able to get hands onto it. And he gets past him for 4. 4 runs off the first. And that's the other thing you see. I mean, Usman, having not bowled, he's got to get onto his rhythm straight away, but he doesn't. Straight down the leg side, gets put away. 13 of 5. It's a better delivery. Dot ball changes the angle, changes the line. He gets a dot ball in there. 13 now of 4.
Tingle, tingle. 12 is very much possible here. 3 4s or 2 6s. That gets us to that elusive English GB.
Not sure what the captain seems to be talking to the umpire about something here. I'm not sure what that is. Probably just checking if the score is correct, maybe, which is probably a good thing to check. It's 140 at the moment. Oh, now this one might be a wide. It is a wide because it's gone down the leg side. It hasn't missed the leg stump by much, but they do also rotate. Now, not the worst of things. Prabh Singh has smashed the last 2 balls he faced for 2 big 6s, so they'll get 2 from that. So that takes it now down to 11, but of course that's 11 of 4. Number of balls stay the same. Just got to get something on this. You don't want a dot. You got to go here. You got to go. You got to take something, even if it's a single. Take the single and leave it 10 of 3. Field gets changed to the left-hander, but I'm pretty sure that Ghani's not going to be looking to put this anywhere near the legs. He'll be looking to go wide outside the off. He does go wide outside the off. They do run. Here's the throw. It's missed. On 2 occasions, they will get the bye now. They're asking the question here, but I don't think there's any issue. It doesn't change his line. He's running straight. And it's excellent cricket, this, and mindset for Murad. So, I mean, you can't be asking for there. I mean, it's the batter's running. The ball has been missed. A missed opportunity at the striker's end and hits him on the back. So, 10 or 3. In the air, is going to get over the fielder, is it? No, it's a good catch. And that one could be the match. It could be the match. Is the wicket they wanted. Murad Khan will fall for 83 of 32 deliveries. It means 10 required of 2. Somebody's going to come out and hit 2 boundaries. to win it, and one of them has to be a 6. That's a really good catch, actually. And I think that's Bakhtiar Khan that holds on to that. Fantastic catch.
Talk about a pressure catch. He not only catches it, but he gets out the set batter, and had he fumbled that, there was a distinct possibility that would have gone away for 4, because he was pretty much facing the rope straight on. But he takes the grab, and it's an all-important wicket. Of course, it is that of Prab Singh who goes, and not Murad Khan. He's still out there at the other end, but there's not much he can do when he's standing at the non-strikers. And he gets a playful kick in the behind as he walks off the pitch. So we have 3 balls left still. Or is that 2 balls left now? Oh no, yeah, it is the new batter. I thought it was. Maybe they're just making a few changes to the scoring.
Played away. Yeah, Singh, of course, is now going to go on strike. He was still out there, so it was Mourid who gets caught. That was, well, it was such a big wicket. So Mourid goes for 83 or 32. So Prab Singh now back on strike. But of course, it's done, isn't it? It's done, and Ghani does what he had to do. And the pressure is over. It just can't be. You don't want to be bowling a 7 up here now, do you? No footfall, no ball. In comes Ghani to Singh. Plays it nicely. Will just be a single. And it's, you know, Tina, it's turned out just as I thought. It's going to be a victory for London County Cricket. So well done to them. Remember, they're playing for the first time on the European Cricket Network. And after going down to Wimbledon, they've come back well here. They've defended that 152. But I think CFC Pinnacle Pro, they're going to have a good look at themselves here. It's just as I was talking about. They're going to finish and end up being about 7 runs short here and go down. But it's all the balls, Tina, that they chewed up. And Kanaka, the captain, you know, 8 of 8, not good enough. 15 of 12 from Haider, not good enough. And it's only when Prab Singh came out there to support Murad Khan that things started to happen. So they've got to have a talk, and they've got to sort this out. If batters aren't clicking, you've got to make a change, and make a change pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking of making changes, Guildford have made 5 of them. Well, I've plenty of time to talk through that one after an extended break, almost 50 minutes before we get to that one. But first, yep, I agree with you, Rico. CFS, they've got some experience on the network, but this will be a quick lesson for them as well. It's just frustrating that you have someone who scores 83 off 32 and someone who goes 23 not out off 10. But they've been undone by Kadaka and Faris Haider, who between them scored 23 off 20, and that's, well, one-day form, isn't it? Not 10 over form, and that's why even with the boundaries overflowing, it just wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't enough. It's a lot for just one person to try and do. You can't, you can't be at the same end all the time, and every time Murad Khan for a lot of that innings wasn't on strike, the match was always getting away from them. And unfortunately, the changes that needed to be made weren't being made. But still, I suppose CFS Pinnacle Pro will look at the bright side as well and say, well, they do take a point from their first match. But they're a team that should know about this format. But well done to London County Cricket. They do get their first win. And once again, they have the captain to thank. He's a fine 65 of 23. And then he held his nerve, didn't he, in that final over, which only went for 9 runs, and they do win by 7 runs in the end. Having a look at these highlights here now, and well, that was when Singh came in, and we said that he could make the difference straight away. And that shot there that he played there, that was just exceptional. Well, look out for that on the highlights, and also on our content reels that you'll see on social media. And that was a superb shot, and that set us up for a really good finish. But what about that? It's a great catch. Yeah, you've got to say that sometimes catches do win you matches, and Bakhtiar Khan held on to that. If he doesn't take it, I think you're right, Tina, because the way the ball is going and the way he's running, if he drops that, he's probably going to push that over the boundary rope.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pressure catch at a pressure situation. So we've got a grasshopper who's hopping everywhere but over Rico, and there you go. Let me get that one on the camera, because CFS at Pinnacle Pro lifted a bit higher. There you go. Higher. There it is.
There you go. Well,
the nature documentary returns.
He's just having a little bit of fun, isn't he? Where's he going?
He's hopped onto the screen. We'll go back to the scorecard. He obviously wants to see it as well, Mr. Grasshopper. And, well, it's not one to look at, really, if you're CFS Pro, because they just let this one slip away. They get to 145. You can say that's a pretty impressive chase, but not enough in the end. And, well, That's almost half the team there, or more than half the team have bowled for LCC. It was importantly that final over from Usman Ghani that did the trick.
Yeah, it was. The final one does do the trick. So, well, it's time for us to take a break. And as we said, we've got a nice, long break once again here. And looking forward to bringing you the action of the next matches that are coming up. We do have, of course, Guildford coming back. They will play the next 2 matches. First of all, they will play CFS Pinnacle Pro, who will be looking to, well, take what they've done in that first match. Even though they went down by 7 runs, they'll be looking to build on that and do exactly what London County Cricket did after they went down to Wimbledon and come back with a win themselves. Guildford themselves also need to come back strong. Remember, they don't have a point to the name after they were blown away by Wimbledon, only made 93, and the young Guildford side were then mullered with 30 balls to go. So big match coming up really for 2 teams who are searching for their first victory. Guildford searching for their first points, and that match coming up in, as you can see there, around just under 45 minutes time. So join us back. In the meantime, well, it is England, so we're going to get ourselves a nice cup of cha, as it is a little bit breezy. Get ourselves a cup of cha, and well, maybe the type of tea that we go for could be an interesting one. And is, of course, Spider-Man Day today, is Swiss National Day, World Lung Cancer Day being celebrated today, but it is also Yorkshire Day. So a nice cup of Yorkshire tea would go down nicely. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's match 24. How time flies. It's the penultimate game of the day here on this Peacock Friday. We're into Group B, and this matchup sees Guildford face up against CFS Pinnacle Pro. Without further ado, let's go to the coin toss earlier this afternoon.
Guildford, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Pinnacle Pro is the away team, you'll call.
Tails.
Tails has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
We'll have the ball, please.
Okay, toss on by Guildford, who will bowl first.
Thanks, Ian. So there you have it. Guildford, they win the toss, and Captain Ollie Burts decides that he wants to go out with his side into the field. So CFS Pinnacle Pro will be batting first in this game. Well, it's actually a reverse for both sides. In the first game that Guildford played, they were batting first, and they only put 93 runs on the board. It was a bit of a baptism of fire for the young side against a polished Wimbledon outfit who chased down the 93 runs inside 5 overs. So a chastening start for the Guildford boys. As for CFS, they came out in their first game, and well, before we talk about that one, it was a bit of a humdinger. Let's quickly take a look at the side. So there's a few changes for Guildford, 5 in all, as the two Macmillans come in alongside Will Arney, Nathan Boucher and Dylan Kirk, with Ollie Burts leading his side. CFS unchanged from that game that I referenced just now as the previous game of today, and they were chasing 152 against London County Cricket. 153 was the target, and it was a chase that looked like it was meandering to a halt, but then Murad Khan, he went up a gear. He scored 83 off 32, but it was the batters at the other end that really struggled. Faris Haider, he scored 15 off 12, and Aya Kadeka, the explosive opener and the captain, he scored just a runner ball 8. And really, they'll be kicking themselves, CFS, that in the end they lost by just the 7 runs. Could have been a brilliant start to their campaign as it was. They of course picked up the consolation point, but they'll be looking to make it many more than that in this game. So it's going to be another interesting matchup, you feel. Certainly the win predictor thinks CFS firm favourites. I'm not sure if I'd put it that high. Guildford, yes, they had a bit of a humbling in that previous game, in their first game of the series, but that is the point, isn't it? It was their first game on the network, and it's a very young side out there. In the previous game, it was 9 teenagers. The changes that have been made as well includes a lot of youngsters. Ollie Burts, the captain, he's only in his mid-20s, and he's been tasked with leading this young side. So I do feel that they have good results in them, to Guildford. It's just a question of that steep learning curve that we see for all new teams on the network. Even though they lost that first game and didn't pick up a point, I think lessons will have been learned very quickly. They've had one game off before the doubleheader this afternoon, coming up against CFS, before closing the day against London County Cricket. It looks like it will be the captain, Ollie Burts, who will bowl the first over here for Guildford, and it will be Aya Kadeka out there in the middle with Murad Khan. So the same openers that started the game in the previous innings for CFS, and certainly 2 changing fortunes for the captain and Murad Khan. Murad, we know how explosive he can be. He's already shown it this year on the network, as though has Aya Kadeka. Surely just a question of time before he gets himself back into some kind of form. But it's Murad Khan who picks up exactly where he left off in that previous game, working his first ball away for 4 runs behind backward point. Just a little too straight, but actually Murad Khan does very well to get that one off middle stump and somehow squeeze it behind through the vacant third region. And the power play, of course, so just the 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. Guildford have gone for 1 at long on. I'm going to assume the other one is at mid-wicket, given that I cannot see him. And usually our view is obscured of that mid-wicket area by the sight screen. Currently, the view of our monitor here in the commentary tent is slightly obscured by our grasshopper friend who came to say hello at the end of the previous game. That one takes a little bit of something. It was a quicker ball by Ollie Burts, and quick enough that it's going to race away. And it will be leg by signalled by the umpire. A decent start here for CFS. They've got the opportunity here to get runs on the board. 143 they scored in the previous game in that chase. It shows that they are capable. Just be a case of one of their key batters, whether it's Kadaka or Murad Khan, possibly Prab Singh, sticking around until the end. Prab Singh can certainly consider himself unlucky to have finished on the wrong side of that result. He came in probably too late, in all honesty, and got 23 off 10. Also bowled just the one over, which went for 11, picked up a wicket. He's certainly one to watch with both bat and ball, as that's another leg by to conclude the first over. So not quite firing on all cylinders just yet, CFS. They've got still a bit of time to ease themselves into this one as we get to the end of the first with 10 runs on the board. It's Rise and Shine Western Shield time at the end of September, and a big hello to Rico joining me back in the tent, and I'm sure you're looking forward to this one as much as I am.
Very much so. I think our spell at the Carlton Oval is going to be quite sensational. Of course, starts the Meltel Shield, and then we've got the Western Shield as well. Then straight into the Euros of Cricket, the European Cricket Championship. There's McMillan comes to bowl, and that's a delightful shot. He goes for the Yorker. I think that's going to be 6, you know. I think we might just check this out on the replay. But I think that ball kind of bounces on the rope. I know that the batting side, well, they all put their hands up to say 6. Let's see where this hits. Slow this right down, and yeah, that's 6. So I'm going to see the call there from the umpire. Yeah, welcome back to everybody. And I want to say hello to Julian and Sarah, who I have turned up at the ground, and I believe they've turned up bearing some gifts, Tina.
Yeah, absolutely. We've already had half of the gift disappear because they brought a delightful ginger cake. Maybe we'll show it on the Comcam at halfway. It's worthy of being on the big screen. It's like TMS. Maybe we can do a little cake review at some point, but the sneak preview is that it's absolutely delicious. Thank you to both of you.
I have had a small piece, and it is very nice. Right, this is up in the air, and fielder's not going to be able to get there. It'll take just a single. And got Murad Khan out there with, once again, Araya Kadaka. These two are hoping to go a little bit better this time round, and maybe, well, not so much Murad Khan, but certainly Kadaka needs to make more contact on ball. And, not the best choice of shot here. I think he had enough time to realise that this shot probably wasn't on when this ball came to him, but yeah, it just ends up dotting that one up. I'm liking the energy here from James McMillan. Kind of runs in, bowls and runs back. Well, not having missed out the first time round. Kadaka goes to do the same again, and well, he's in danger of doing what he did in the last match here, Tina, dotting up. I tell you who else wouldn't mind a bit of that ginger cake. It's probably the grasshopper that we've got on our screen. He seems to have taken a liking to being in our area.
Well, we might actually get a name for our grasshopper friend, as that one is clubbed down the ground, and that will be 4 runs. Always expect to see someone appear from the left of our screen at long off, but of course in the power play, so there's no one there apart from our grasshopper, and that will be, well, a much needed 4 runs really for Aya Kadaka. He started off as laboured as in the previous game, 1 off 3, but he does finish the second over with a boundary. Say though, still a relatively slow start for CFS. 21 on the board as we take a quick look at the standings. And, it's difficult to say on day one, of course. Creative Sports, they can consider themselves a little unlucky to be bottom of the table by virtue of the schedule, but of course we'll see them next week. Still, if Group B is anything like as exciting as Group A, then I think we're in for a treat. It was especially noteworthy in Group A, wasn't it, that I didn't quite do the maths, but I think if we draw one of those circles, at some point every team beat every other team. Yeah. It was very much like anything could happen in any game, and that's what we like to see. Keeps it unpredictable, keeps it exciting to the very end. That's a good tumbling stopper there. Point by Will Hamilton. Interestingly, a few of the players that have been brought in here for Guildford are more advanced in years, by which I mean 25. James McMillan, he's 25. Ollie Burts, well, almost pension age at 27. So maybe they've relied a bit on the experience maybe just thinking, okay, it's great to give the youth some experience and some exposure out there, but just need a few senior heads out there, maybe to help out Ollie Burts as well, given that Ollie is quite keen to bowl in the power play as well. Just one or two more wise heads out there to try to get Guildford's first win over the line. Ollie Burts is doing well here.
Yeah, he's bowled very well in that last match as well, particularly his second over. That's played beautifully inside out. Fielder does get a bit of a hand on this. Will probably be disappointed, having done so, that he's not able to stop the ball getting past him and going to the boundary. It's nicely timed. One thing I'm noticing, Tina, about Murad Khan, he seems to be great when he's hitting out on the off and hitting straight. Does tend to struggle with deliveries on the legs, on the leg side.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. And, well, thank you very much, Rico. You've seen this game before, because that one was pretty much on leg stump, and you can see he really just wants to open up that offside every single time. On that occasion, well, take a look where he ends up, take a look where the ball ends up. He was almost falling off the pitch to the leg side, and Ollie Burt says, thank you very much, I'll dismantle your furniture. And that is a wicket to end the power play as well. Certainly a power play that Guildford will be pleased with. 29 for 1, and Murad Khan, the dangerous batter from the previous game, he departs for 17 off 12. And you can see there, Murad Khan, when he gets it right, he can just work it away through that backward point region. It looks like an elegant way to play. It's also highly risky, and usually we're talking about batters trying to play everything to leg. Murad Khan, he does the opposite on that occasion. Probably would have been better off stepping across to off stump and just swiping that one away. He'll have a think about what he's done back in the dugout.
Yeah, there's definitely is a bit of a weakness there. We saw him lose that in the last match. A number of shots on the leg side he scuffed at, didn't put the boundary away. And even there, and I think because he's not putting them away, he then tries to create something on the off and gets done there by a good delivery from Burt. So no Murad this time. It's a bit of a full toss. The umpires are looking at each other. Might have a look at this on the side from the side camera. Just see the height on it. Not too much pace on it though from Arnie. I think the umpires, I think they are having a check here. Let's have a look at this side on one more time. Let's see how high this is. Here comes the delivery. What do you reckon, Tina? What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I think he probably is going to... my thought is I'm glad I'm not making that decision. He's got high trousers. It's the high trouser trap that you might fall into. I think, yeah, you usually give those, and, well, much to the anguish. And I think a bit of light-hearted banter in the direction of the umpire. It has been given as a no ball. You can see it's party time for the umpire. It's a free hit. Faris Haider, can he get himself off strike? He gets himself off strike, but it's no more than a single. So it doesn't end up being a costly no ball there for Will Arnie. At least he can say his first ball on the network was an exciting one, if not the most efficient. Oh, Arya Kadaka, he's almost been given a gift there of a boundary. They will scamper through for 2. It's actually good running by the 2 men in blue. What was I going to say? Kadaka, he's just really struggled so far, hasn't he? He got 8 and 8 in the previous game. Just about scampers through here, 10 off 8. Hasn't been finding the boundary with the regularity we know he's capable of. Scored 90 against Old Brentwoods in Hornchurch. Old Brentwoods were no slouches. He does find the boundary on this occasion. But it just, again, not quite timing it. I suppose when you are not timing it, it's not a bad idea to try and still get the boundaries and try and hit yourself into a bit of form.
Yeah, you can see there he's really trying to, because the timing's not there, he's trying to work hard with every ball and trying to crunch it as hard as he can. But it does find the gap on that occasion. And once again, see, he doesn't really time this out the middle, so it bobbles away nicely. A few bounces before it gets to the captain, Ollie. Makes the stop.
Maybe just guilty of trying to overhit it. You can see when he tries to hit it to leg, he loses his shape, his head's kind of falling away, and that does mean he's not quite finding the middle of the bat. That one again just clubbed down the ground. This has been an excellent over from Will Arnie. In fact, an excellent 2 overs. Ollie Burt's third just went for the 8 runs, picked up the wicket on the final delivery as well. They just haven't allowed CFS to hit their stride yet. Again, just should be a single, so that will be the end of the 4th over. 41 for 1. Guildford, given that they're looking not only for their first points, but of course also their first win. They can be certainly happy with their 4 overs work so far. CFS expected score around 120, 130, but to achieve that, they need, you'd imagine, one of the top 4 or 5 to go big. It's also a side that's maybe lacking in a bit of experience as you go further through the order. But for now, Kadaka, captain, still there. We know what he can do. It's just a case of being able to implement it here. But Guildford are going well. Dylan Kirk will be the next to bowl. So actually, all of the players that they've brought in are getting a bowl relatively early here. Will Arnie, James McMillan, both new into the side. Will Dylan Kirk as well. And he starts with a good one, just zips it through into the wicketkeeper's hands.
Yeah, Kadak once again showing signs that he just hasn't found his mojo yet. I want to say hi to John Gray, who joins everybody in the chat, and Golan was in there as well. Hello, John. I hope you're well, and good to see you in the chat, and everybody else having a wonderful time on Peacock Friday. And that's a bit more like it. Kadaka gets that one away nicely. And that one looks like one that he's actually timed. He's not trying to muscle this too much. He's got himself more or less in, or finds himself probably in good position to play that shot. It's the delivery where early on in this innings, a couple of times he tried to play the scoop shot on it, got it horribly wrong, and now he's decided just to stand still and deliver. And think until you get your timing and you get your eye in well here, you're probably better off doing that. So one gets away. Yeah, I hope you're all shaping up to having a nice weekend. Glad you can spend some time with us here on this Friday afternoon here in England.
That's a better delivery there from Dylan Kirk. Learns from his previous one, which just really fell into that left-handed trap of veering onto the right-hander's pads. But this one, he darts across. It will just be a single. Creeping closer to the 50 mark here, 48 for 1. Oh, CFS. I think they're bowling well to their field here, Guildford. They've got a man out in the deep covers. They've got long on, long off, and a third as well. So really the left-hander here can't afford to drag anything down the leg side. As the Grasshopper gets more and more adventurous, going right down her screen. Excuse me, sir. Oh, that's an adventurous shot as well. That clears both the rope and the tents, and that's a lovely hit. More of what we're used to seeing from Arya Kadaka as he moves to 29, and CFS do bring up their 50.
Yeah, all of a sudden, just like that, after playing that ball, the pull shot that he put away for 6, he seems to have just found his rhythm. You can see now he's not trying to force it. He's timed that beautifully, crunches it away, and that one sails over our scorers. You can see Joe Foster this time not having to come out to try and stop that one. 50-50 it was a moment ago there. We had the golden Goldilocks zone not far away from that now at the moment, but you can see that the wind predictor is saying at the moment that this is very much even Stevens.
Final ball of the 5th. And just clubbed away down the ground. Should be a single, so 56 for 1 at the end of the 5th. And well, speaking about golden, I'll say that pretty much sums up the colour of this cake and the smell of it as well. As you can join us in the commentary tent, and maybe we can get a close-up of this cake as we go all Great British Bake Off on you. I suppose it's not very easy to sell it, but we don't have smell-o-vision either. But I can confirm it smells. It smells
great.
Beautiful.
I'm going to have this piece here because I started it already. That is delicious. So thank you very much indeed. Yeah, thumbs up all around. But the smell, the wind's blowing right in at the moment, and that smells absolutely delightful. So
yeah, thank you very much.
A bit of this,
Sarah and Julian. Yeah, thank you very much. And well, we did our best Paul Hollywood and Mary Berry impression.
Yeah, thank you to Sarah and Julian Dawson, who are at the ground, and will venture over there and say, well, I know you've met them already, but I haven't seen them yet here today. I think they just arrived, so I'll go and say hello to them. Yes, we see another boundary. So the boundaries are, the flurry of boundaries are starting to take shape, and it's the captain, Arya Kadaka, who is starting to get a move on, but he will need some support. I mean, it's not had the best of opportunities as yet, just the 3 balls for his 3. But he needs to take lead from his captain. Wants to forcefully hit out on towards the offside. Fielder makes a stop. And in comes the throw. Kadaka here is kind of saying to Faris Haider, look, Until you start smashing the ball to the boundary, you will be making the sacrifice runs for me. If I'm running to that end and you're running to the danger end, I'm taking it on. I'm wanting to double up. And I think that's fair. They've only lost the 1 wicket, remember, and we're into the second part of the innings.
He was almost put in non-striker jail, but he does get the opportunity now. You're saying it's Spider-Man Day. My spidey senses were tingling, and that's why I knew Sarah and Julian were coming. I ran across them at the entrance, and my senses just tingle when there's cake involved. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, that's going to probably be leg bias, you know. I don't know if he's got any bat on this. I don't think he... Well, it has been given as 4. It looked like it came off the patch from this angle, but umpire has given it 4 on. Let's have a look at it again. Yeah, he just... you can see why I thought it came off the pads. Yeah, it is Spider-Man. Look, Spider-Man Day, if you could be a superhero, which one would you be? That could be an early random question for everyone. What superhero would you be? Well, that's just a full toss outside the off, and it's going to be clobbered. Well, Hyder, he did need something to get him going. Well, first of all, he gets a little nurdle on one of his pads for 4, and now he crunches a wide full toss away to the boundary as well. And James Mundy didn't like that one. That gets absolutely clobbered away. And I wonder if they're 6 runs being signalled there, but I think they were just having a look at the height there, but I don't think there was any issue with that. The umpire's just double checking. So 6 to finish the over. 17 will come off that one. So starting to take shape this innings now, with the over from Dylan Kirk going for 15 and 17 of that one from Mundy.
Yeah, Kadaka is showing us a little bit more of what we know he can do. This one is going to go flat and hard and crash into the European cricket banner. He moves into the 40s now, 42. Getting a little bit ominous now for Guildford. They didn't exactly impress with the bat in their first game. Always give them the benefit of the doubt going into a new tournament. But the more runs get piled on here, the more difficult it will become. And that's just another freebie bowled by Will Arney. He turns away in disgust straight away, and almost dog watch as well. Is the dog interested in the grizzly? No. He's probably interested in the 50 grizzlies that are still in the bushes.
Yeah, he's thinking, why have that one when there's plenty more in here? Well, remember that that was kind of the zone where the Weather Girls yesterday were trying to find one and couldn't. Yeah, Arnie, he bowled a very good first over, but not a good start to his second.
Needs a comeback ball here, but Kadaka can get to 50, and he does so in absolute style, power and execution. 52 for him off 23 deliveries. He stepped up here as the captain has Kadaka. Just 22 years old, so another youngster leading his side. After struggling in the first, and really struggling in the first few balls of this one, he's put his foot on the gas and he's put his CFS side in a decent position now. 89 for 1 halfway through the 7th, and that win predictor has swung firmly in their favour as well. Will Arney needs something to happen here, and he at least stops the rot of boundaries and gets Arya Kadaka off strike.
Yeah, he's found his form, hasn't he? It's a funny thing, isn't it? Batting form. I mean, you know all about it. I remember it in my time as well. There was times when you just got out there and you hit the first ball, whether it went to the boundary or not. You just thought, yeah, it's going to be a good day today. And then there's other days where you might be in the best of form and you go out there and it just doesn't feel right. So there's something missing, and that's the worst thing, because you just get, when it's not feeling right, you try changing things, you try and find out what it is, and it's just meant to be sometimes, and sometimes it's not. And that one was, well, how about this? How about this, everybody? They're coming from all over the place to celebrate, because that was absolutely sensational. Brilliant work there. In the end, it'll be Fred McMillan who holds on to the catch. This is the sort of thing that we're expecting to see here in England. Some funky fielding, and this is superb. Have a look at this. Well, that's going to be the end of the matter, but this is just absolutely brilliant. Let's just see. Yeah, he does. We want to see the fielding here again. I wonder if we got a good look at just the fielder, because it's an interesting one to have a look at. You've got to keep an eye on the feet here. Let's see here. Where is he here first? So here he makes the touch. Now, where does he go here? Keep an eye on his feet. That foot goes down. Well, I reckon. What do you reckon, T? What do you reckon? I
think he's okay. Yeah, is the wicket gone? We were so busy watching.
But doesn't he put a... Oh, I don't know. This is interesting. Even the umpire's having a chat about it. There was that little bit where he makes contact inside. Then, so let's have a look at this again here. So the first contact is inside. Now, that's fine. Now he's not touching the ball as he goes back outside. So it releases it in time. So that doesn't matter now. Now, does he come back inside without touching and takes the catch? That's the moment here. Off the ear. Feet off the ground, are they? Where does that foot go? I think he's all right, you know.
I think that's Kadeka who's facing the ball now.
So,
unless my eyes deceive me, that's Aya still out there.
Well, this is a swing and a miss, but it's that one gets played away. In comes Kirk. Let's play, but now this one straight to the fielder. We saw that a number of times in the previously. There was the similar issues. Not being able to put the bat ball away, and those balls you've got to put away. If it's down the leg side, you've got to put it away. And that's the one that Kadeka needs to put away. He know that, but he'll also know that he's got to try and stay there to the end of the innings. He's just lost one partner. Oh, that's just big. That's massive. Well, kids, watch out. And I know they had a bit of a respite a bit earlier when we had a bit of a delay, but yeah, can we have a ball back, please, young man? Thank you very much. And, right in the hitting zone. So Arya Kadeka needs to keep going. The wicket that fell, thanks to that incredible catch, was from Forrest Hayder. Now that one certainly will end up on our social media. It's one that we had to watch a number of times now. A few people, and I know what you're saying, folks, a few people coming back and say, but he did plant that foot outside the field of play. Yeah, he did, but remember the laws of the game. So the laws of the game are that you have to leave from inside the field of play, which he did. And he was inside the field of play when he touched the ball. Then, without touching the ball, he went outside. Then he has to come back inside before he touches the ball again, and he did. That's why it is out. And that's actually a very good example of the right way to do it. So a lot of people get confused by that. A lot of people feel, Tina, don't they, that as soon as you touch, as soon as you go outside the boundary, that it can't be out. But as long as you're not touching the ball, yes, it can.
That's certainly the rule for now. And there is a new set of laws coming in October, and I haven't still got my head around it. I know it impacts the boundary catching situation. I don't want to say anything wrong, so I'm going to do my revision before I come back on that. But as that is the perfect way to catch it. And we've got to say a moment as well. Brilliant camera work, because I don't think the catcher Fred McMillan knew where he was really putting his arms and legs. We certainly didn't, but it was caught beautifully by two circles, so hats off to them. Yeah, great work. Two circles, and well, swinging wild is the batter, and swinging and missing at the moment. This is Kadeka. It's been a funny sort of innings from him. I think now he's kind of gone back to trying to muscling the ball, because I think in the back of his mind he's seeing that the innings is quickly coming to an end and he wants to try and get big shots in. But stick to your timing. That one will be a wide and will be called as so by the umpire. Yeah, stick to your timing. I tell you what, the Spanner squad would have enjoyed that, because that happened right in front of them. What a lovely thing to witness, a catch like that. Yeah, absolutely. You could hear the rounds of applause from here, and thoroughly deserved. Fred McMillan comes into the game and has a highlight, but that's a highlight as well. That's full and straight and beautifully hit off the bat of Aya Kadeka, who, well, amongst that carnage and the wicket at the end of the previous over, is just quietly going about his business here. Prab Singh has joined him. He hasn't actually faced the ball. All 21 runs were faced there by Aya Kadeka. He was helped by a handful of wides there from Dylan Kirk as his over goes magical. And CFS, they're well placed here to push on in the final two overs, 113 for 2. And the vast majority of those runs have come off the bat of the captain, who's 71 not out. And Prab Singh, he had a nice little flurry at the end of the previous game. Ended up not out and agonisingly short of the total. But some delicate and beautiful shots played by him in that 23 not out, including 3 sixes. Now, well, he's pretty much got licence to thrill. Just 2 overs left, 2 wickets down. All they can do here is try to add runs to the score and put on an imposing total for a Guildford side who you say not exactly flowing with confidence in their batting so far.
No, but we know that they've made several changes, so it'll be interesting to see how those changes work with the bat as well as the ball. And Mundi coming back, he went for 17 of his over. There was a leg behind there as well. That's why you see 16 to his bowling figures, but he could start with a wicket here. It's been dropped. Oh dear, and a double teapot there from Mundi towards the fielder. James McMillan putting Prabha Singh down first ball.
That could be a costly error. Let's make a note of that. Prabha Singh dropped on a 0 on a golden duck. He could live to regret that one. James Mundy, unfortunate not to get in the wickets. That though is a good tumbling stop in the covers. Ollie Burt says, well, I'll lead from the front as the captain takes a leaf out of Aya Kadeka's book, who is putting in a brilliant skipper's performance so far. And got the opportunity to add a few more runs here. Of course, it's the left-handed Singh on strike here.
Play that nicely, but straight to the fielder. This time gets fielded. But we have mentioned today that, of course, it is Women Astronomers Day. So, staying with the women, my first question is, in which year did England's women win the World Cup for the first time? And you say nothing. So, just for fun for all of you out there, that's going to be 4 runs. That'll do nicely. Yeah, just going to keep going here. I mean, expected to score about 138. I still feel, and we know that based on what we saw in Group A, and that is, or would be below par, but Group B could be different. We said yesterday that Group B could be more bowling heavy. The bowlers could be better and picking up more wickets and starving the batters of runs. And certainly we have seen a number of wickets fall down today, and more than we did in day 1 of Group A, that's for sure. As that one also goes to the boundary. It's a dive from the fielder, diving to his right. Yeah, ball though, I get the feeling just getting past him. There's that little bounce just as the ball goes over the outstretched hand there off the fielder. So Dylan Kirk not able to stop that one.
Kadeka moves to 80. Still got an over here to do the damage. He'll be on strike for it as well as he takes a single off the final ball of the 9th. So CFS 125 for 2. Kadeka, he's 81 not out with room still to improve on that one, and it has been an excellent knock from him after, well, I wouldn't say we criticised him in the first game. We just said, oh, we know he's capable of doing more, and he's shown us exactly that in this second game. It's good signs for CFS as well that when Murad Khan doesn't fire Aya Kadeka, he's there to do the damage. Prab Singh hasn't really had to do much so far. But we know Gaurang Sharma, the wicketkeeper, he's more than capable of hitting a few. As for Guildford, it will be James McMillan, who I'm sure will feature on our social media later with the catch, that will bowl the final over here for Guildford. And the first one is slashed away. Kadeka, well, it's a mild tingle for Century Watch. He moves to 85.
I think it's a big tingle, Kadeka. I think when you're a batter and you know, he's on strike, he's got 5 balls to come, he's now in 85 and he's 15, he's going to go for it. And McMillan, well, yeah, the thing about him is he took that great catch, put down a straightforward one. They are going to go for this one, which kind of, I don't know if it surprises me or not. Kadeka, I mean, he's the informed batter. Do you turn down a single and see if you can get the next one away to the boundary? But he has got Singh with him, Prab Singh, and he's got to be backing Prab Singh to get a boundary. I think if it was the batter number 6 or 7 in there, they probably wouldn't have taken it. I think it's the right choice to take it, though it means that certainly Century Watch sort of goes out the window.
Yeah, I think it's a good sign of a captain as well to defer to your fellow partner. And well, that one's a vicious delivery. We'll have to check that for side on. It's been called 1 for the over. I think it ends up being almost perfect bouncer. Prab Singh does well to just get out of the way of that one. Where does this one go? Well, he doesn't help by advancing. Yeah, I can see it both ways. Maybe it does just glance a bit of what would be the top of the helmet. We're still rising though. He gets his revenge on the next one as he lifts that one away, and I think that goes all the way. So 6 runs, Prabsingh gets his first maximo of the innings. CFS moved to 136.
Yeah, well, after the pace on bouncer, this one is the back of the hand while it's the slower one. But Prabsingh picks it and sends it away. So one more time, I will reveal the answer in the second innings and give you a bit of time to think about it. In which year did England's women win the World Cup for the very first time? So just in which year? If you want to give me more details, you can do. So just for fun and to get you thinking about that one.
Change of angle here for McMillan to the left-hander. And the angle works a treat as he dismantles the stumps of Prabsingh. Just done for the length there. Tried to kind of guide it into the offside. Wasn't really able to get anything on it. In the end, a bit of a nothing shot. And he looks back and sees all 3 stumps lying on the ground. So it will be the 3rd wicket to fall. 136 for 3. Just the 1 ball remaining. And this time Prabsingh isn't able to star in his own little cameo as he walks off. James McMillan, congratulations to him as well. He's another little highlight to add to his collection after the outstanding catch. And, well, maybe he'll just leave that drop off his highlights reel. So it'll be the final ball faced up here by Gaurang Sharma. It is the wicketkeeper then who comes in. He can get his side into the 140s here with a boundary.
Who did take that catch? Was it James or Fred McMillan?
Oh, was it Fred?
Because there's 2 McMillans.
Yeah, it was Fred. You're absolutely right. So
Just well, has he kicked this away for extra runs? I think he has, you know. Oh, dear. Well, there will be a run out at the other end. So he'll say that was all part of the plan, he'll say. I kicked it to you a little bit quicker. I want an assist on that, is what James McMillan will say. He said, well, all right, then, if Freddie's going to get the highlight for the last one, then I'll have it this one. Just see this again. Let me see it one more time. So, I mean, he's definitely out. I wonder if we can see just the bowler, the whole thing again, where the bowler sort of kicks this away to the fielder. He's trying to kick it onto the stumps himself for a run out. And I think he boots it too far. But it just goes to the quicker, that little bit quicker. And the fielder who throws it in. Here it is. See, there's the kick. So he misses the stumps. He's laughing. But then the fielder picks it up, throws it in, and you're a goner. So he says, can I have an assist? Does that, do I get anything for that? I don't think so. I don't think you do. It will be the thrower and the wicketkeeper, and they try to get 2 there at the end. I suppose you have to really try, but they'll only get the 1. 137 it will be for 3, or for 4 in the end.
Yeah, there's no point not going for that one, so they do get the 1, and the wicket has another tally in the column as well. So in the end, it's a competitive total, especially against a still relatively new Guildford side. But CFS may be a little frustrated that they didn't get closer to that 150 mark. I have to say, a good few overs from Guildford. And well, it started with the dog hunt. A few Grizzlies have ended up in that bush over there. And this one almost added to the collection, as certainly Murad Khan, he loves to play down through that offside backward point region there. You can see he's not quite as comfortable when it's attacking him at his legs. And this one again, when it comes right, it goes nicely up and over. But it's also his Achilles heel, as when he does then try to open up the room a bit too much, he ends up getting clean bowled. And it was Ollie Burts who picked up that first wicket. Here it comes, just tries to give himself a little too much room, and in the end sees his furniture dismantled. But Aya Kadeka, he continued to go strong at the other end, finishing on an impressive 86 not out. In fact, that is just 4 shy of his high score on the network, but it's a very significant knock if you think that they only got 137 in total and 86 of those were to the captain. He's really showed himself to be a 360 player as well. He's able to play backward and square. That one, well, not one of his better shots, but it raced away for 4. He was ably supported first by Faris Haider and then Prabsingh, but it was really just the captain Kadeka that was the star of that batting performance.
Yeah, he definitely was. The second over there from Arnie wasn't the best, really. He would have been disappointed with that. Goes for 19. His first one was a really good one. In fact, it was a good first 3 overs there from Guildford. They really starved their opponent, CFS, from too many runs. But CFS, after they lost Murad, I think the Kadeka had to come good. But there's the fantastic catch there. And of course, it was Fred McMillan, absolutely sensational. It really was. And I just love the way, not only all the spectators at the ground who were applauding it, but I love the way that all of the teammates came running in. Because when you see something special and classy like that, you have to celebrate it. It was great to see. It really was. It was a great catch, great piece of, you've got to call it individual genius, it really was. But it didn't stop Kadika. That was the thing about it. That was Singh, Prabh Singh, who got one big one away. But then he tried to give himself a little bit of room himself. But it was full and straight. And then right there towards the end, when we saw a bit of comedy as James McMillan kicks the ball away, and he's thinking, nah, मैं जान के कितना मैंने पता थी ना, इन्होंने दो लेने हैं. मैं क्या जे मैं तो किक कर दूँगा तो नो बॉल जल्दी मिल जानी है, तुम थ्रो करो, विकेट मिल जानी है. And that's exactly what happened, just like that. So they only get the one, they don't get the two. 137, it will be for 4. They've got some good bowling themselves, I think. Let's see, FS Pinnacle Pro will feel that, look, it's not quite the 150, but it's around about the 138 that the win, the score predictor was saying all the way through. So they fall just one short of that, but they'll be backing themselves to bowl well. But one thing they've got to do, I think, is try to keep those extras down. Ghani, Usman Ghani, could be the key here. He's got the variations. But remember, they do have a bit of firepower. They've got some good pace, quick bowlers. And I think somebody like Farooq Tahir will be hoping to come back strong in this one as well. So I'm just going to keep an eye on how they go. But also, let's see how Murad Khan goes about it as well. In that last match, I think he didn't quite get his line right. If he can get the ball in the right areas, he too could be useful. And the captain, Ara Kadaka, will always be looking to get a breakthrough in as well. So 137 for 4. We're going to take a short break now. And we'll be back to talk you through the reply to see if Guildford can get not just a win, but their first points on the board. Because remember, in their first match against Wimbledon, they weren't able to pick up any. But they've made some changes, and because of those changes, they could come good this time around. Join me, Rika Fuller. I hope you're enjoying the cricket here today in this European Cricket Series in England, in Wimbledon. And Tina Goff will be with me as we both talk you through the afternoon, not just this match, but one more to come after this as well, when Guildford will be taking on London County Cricket. So join us back in a few moments' time to resume this match number 24.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. Well, a little bit late coming back because I was tucking into some lovely ginger cake. Thank you very much to Julian and Sarah Dawson for the cake. It's beautiful, it really is nice. And that's given me the energy to talk you through the rest of this match number 24. And CFS Pinnacle Pro put some runs on the board. It's probably a little bit lower than what they would have liked. They probably would have won about another 20 on the board. Goal, the bonus point equation for that score of 137 is 95. And let's see how well they bowl. I mean, don't forget, when they played their earlier match, they did let London County Cricket score 152. Of course, they went down in that one, but did pick up a point. So they want to win themselves here. Guildford, they want a point, more than a point. They want to aim to get their first points on the board, and they'll have to do it with a win after getting nothing against Wimbledon. So this is a big match for both these two teams, both searching for their first win. It looks like a long run up actually from the bowlers, just a little bit of stretching. Hardik Moore is the man who's going to start things off here. Let's hit firmly, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary. Powerful hit from Ben Garrett. Oh, Ben not messing around. It's the left armour, so he's not changing his angle, still coming over the wicket, which works well, of course, against the right-hander. But this is probably what the left-hander probably looking for. Remember, it's a bit like a right arm bowler coming right arm around the wicket to a lefty. He probably prefers his angle. I wonder if Hardik Moore may try just coming from the other end. That's the other angle, I should say. Let's see how he goes here, though. Same again. This time's a little bit fuller. Goes to the fielder, who comes in pretty quickly and prevents the players taking a single. That's Murad Khan in that position. Welcome back to everybody, and just a reminder of the question that I put out there a bit earlier. In which year did England's women win the World Cup for the first time? I'll leave that out there for you to think about. Roll stopped again, no run this time. It was well backed up actually. I think, well, they might go here now. Oh, that's a little bit sloppy really. Bit sloppy, there was no need for that actually. It shouldn't have been a run. And in the end they'll take some buzzers. And I think Hardik Moore probably acknowledging the fact that it was more him who perhaps should have been there and stopping that ball coming through. Doesn't give the bowler, doesn't give the fielder too much of a hard time. Goes back to his mark. And some discussions with Boris Haider. Wants to bring Haider in, making a change here to the right-hander. So the long on comes in, long off goes out. The other fielder that they've gone out is out there on the boundary, on the leg side, right up in the air. Now this one is a chance, but just can't hold on to it. It's a difficult one this for Murad Khan. If you have a look at it again, you can see that the ball is going over the boundary, and he goes side on here, and he's trying to lean over and hold on to the catch, where probably I feel maybe the better play there could have been to try and save the boundary. So we'll go all the way for 6. Kind of have to call that bit of a half a chance. And the other thing to bear in mind is that's the perfect delivery for Moore. You can see how he's far more effective when he's bowling this angle to the right-hander. So, yeah, the other thing to bear in mind with that sort of shot is that ball, because of the way the wind is blowing straight into us, the direction of the wind. I think on another day that's been caught in between the boundary and the 30-yard circle. But on a day like today, the wind is just taking that ball just slightly further. That's going to be muscled away for 4. And it goes to where the Spanish squad have based themselves. You can just see some of them there from the angle of the camera, which of course has got a number of things in its way. But that's where we can see Ian Smullen is still there. You can see Dave is there, and Julian and Sarah Dawson who have arrived in that area as well. That's it. Over comes to an end. 77 matches now since a golden ball to score. That first over, quite an expensive one. 17 come off it. So Guildford, they're well on track to start off with. That's Tina does come back with Tina. I've got to say I was a little bit late coming back there. I was tucking into that cake. It is delightful. It really is.
Yeah, thanks again to Julian and Sarah who brought that one along. You can come back again as that one. Oh, well, you won't want to see that one back again as it's fumbled over the rope there by Faris Hayder. He puts the slide in, and in the process of sliding, just sees the ball pop out his hands. It's Arya Kodaka bowling the second over. And that one also right in front of the Spanish squad. Maybe laying out a few sympathetic noises there, as it was a decent effort from Faris, but pretty much undone by his own dive this time. He gets the second opportunity and does a better job of it. Well done. Faris is stopping it this time, going to his left.
I was going to say, I don't know who Kodaka would want to see behind the fielder there, the Spanish squad or the Weather Girls who we had here yesterday. But I reckon Dave is a bit of a heckler. What do you reckon?
Oh, yeah. Dave, I'm sure, takes absolutely no prisoners. And that one is hit down the ground. Should just be a single. Well, speaking of boundary, I have done my homework at the halfway point, and there is the new MCC boundary catch law, which is effective June 17th for the World Test Championship. So when the World Test Championship happened, it already was enforced, but it's not enforced until October 2026 for the rest of cricket. So that one's going to race away. I wonder if this hit anything. I think the umpire there ready to signal leg byes. Byes, in fact. So it's going to be 4 byes. Takes nothing. Maybe this deflects off the keeper. Yep, straight off the glove. So 4 byes. So the outstanding catch that we saw from Fred McMillan will no longer be legal. So you can't do the bunny hop. So you can basically only touch the ball once in midair while outside the boundaries. That one is also going to be outside the boundary, clubbed down the ground. So as soon as you've kind of left the field of play, you can't jump back into the field of play and then catch it. So
really?
Yeah. So you can't do a bunny hop.
Okay. So in other words, so as soon as you leave, once you're inside the field of play, as soon as you leave, that's it basically.
Yeah, I think so. It's so complicated. Maybe we need to. There is a visual of it. I think. Well, mine's.
Why are they doing that? That sounds very. Don't know why they're doing that.
I suppose it's. You can't. You could. In theory, I'm not sure as the rules are at the moment. Could you continually just throw the ball up to yourself and catch it, and while you're in midair? But you're not allowed to do that because you're not allowed to take off from outside of the rope.
That's right. Yeah. So I suppose it, because at the moment is the way it stands at the moment, which I thought was pretty clear. If you like hit the ball upwards, then you go out of the field of play and come back in and take it. That's fine because you haven't touched the ball while it's outside the field of play. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. And I know that you've got it up there, so you can probably have a good look at it there and see. But yeah, it's an interesting one. It's one of those. I don't think there's been any controversy about it. So I'm not really sure if it needed to be changed. But anyway, going back to this match, it was 31 without loss at the end of that second over. So they're clearly ahead of where they need to be at the moment. They haven't lost any wickets. Both Will and Ben going well. Right, opportunity needs to be taken. And it gets shelled. Down it goes. The young man who's underneath it and offers the apology. Nobody drops him on purpose, we know that, and that's the young Caleb Baldwin. Not over to take it, but it's a big moment. Murad Khan knows he perhaps should have had the wicket there of Will Arnie. Arnie goes high, and that's hit beautifully, and that's going to be 4 runs. And it ricochets. Well, it does come off the wheel of the side screen and comes towards us. Just manages to not coming into the commentary position here, but yeah, a little bit too short this time around for Murad Khan. So Arnie, he is the batter that gets the life, being dropped there on 13, and unfortunately young Baldwin not able to hold on to the catch. Well, this time it's going to be out. Well, having a look at the ground, I think the batter, this is Ben Garrett, is a little bit disappointed with the bounce there, whereas, well, Murad Khan, he doesn't care. He just says, I don't know what you're complaining about, but I've just bowled you. Your stumps are all over the place. Here it is again. I mean, yeah, I suppose he's kind of right in a way. It doesn't come up a long way, but still, if you're dancing down the wicket, you've got to make sure you get something on it, don't you? I mean, if you're missing it with the bat, yeah, to get some pads or something behind it, Tina, that's a bit of a giveaway there from Ben.
Yeah, you can see his frustration with the pitch, and certainly the ball ends up going probably about halfway, not even halfway up the stumps. Meanwhile, Murad Khan in his follow-through is off the pitch. his foot actually lands on the cut grass there. Keep an eye on that. I suppose it was for the left-handed batter, Ben Garrett. He has to depart. New batter, Fred McMillan, after taking that hotly debated catch. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but I think the MCC clearly have other ideas. As well, that's Joe Foster, who went forward to try to take the catch, ends up taking a few steps back, and the umpire sees the funny side of that one as well.
Loving the umpire. Well, both the umpires having a laugh at that one, but I think Joe came out to try and protect the equipment, and then, well, he almost finds himself in the spot of bother. I tell you, he's in the spot of bother at the moment. That is the CFS side, because the runs are coming pretty quickly, and Fred McMillan has come out there, and not only has he hit a 6, he now hits this one through the gap on the offside for a very healthy 4 runs.
Yeah, it was a curious innings from Ben Garrett, wasn't it? 20 off 10. And he just didn't switch on to that ball. It was one that was just coming slowly, and he can look at the pitch all he wants, but he ended up just walking past it in the end. But still a decent enough start. He'd be frustrated though after he didn't cash in on runs in the previous game either. I'm sure that the Guildford opener will have his opportunity again, of course, in the final game, because Guildford will play the final game against LCC, and they'll want to go into that one at least levelling their record. They lost that first game, remember. End of the power play, Guildford 47 for 1, so certainly ahead in terms of the runs. It's just that middle period where CFS and especially Aya Kadaka were able to plunder a few runs, 2 magical overs as well. So Guildford here, 13 runs needed per over. It's quite nicely poised, this game. It's got an early tingle about it. Guildford will be tested here, especially if they do end up losing a couple of more wickets, as James Harvey bowls a bit of left arm spin going into the 4th.
Gets played out there, and Prabh Singh doing the fielding. Yeah, they have picked up the 1 wicket, Ben Garrett. That was a big one to get, because Garrett was looking good. But McMillan is and has come out like a man on a mission. Arnie's still there. He was a little bit lucky, really. Let's see if he can cash in. It's not a good delivery down leg side, and wicketkeeper does get gloves onto it. It means that it's going to be a big wild chase there from CJ Shaji. And now that I ask you the question, I'm going to have a look at this. Shaji, remember, it's not the first time he's hit the stumps with a direct hit. He did that in the earlier game as well. On that occasion, the batter had only just got in. High fives all around. They like this. Shaji, I mean, he chased. Look at him go here. He's like probably the quickest to do the 100-meter dash. Turns around, throws it in. And I reckon he's gone here. Let's go side on here. Here's the throw. Yeah, I think he's short. That's an excellent bit of fielding. Shaji, I've got to give him credit. He never gave it up. He chased it hard. There's the proof. He's short. He's going to be out. So Arnie, after being dropped by Baldwin, he's going to go after only scoring a further 2 more runs. He'll get 1 for that. And there's the marching orders. Well done to CJ Shaji. Just watch him go. I wonder if we can see that one more time with him actually chasing the ball down. You'll see him go. He goes absolutely racing towards it. I mean, that's the conclusion. But it all started with the pace that he ran after the ball. Brilliantly done. You can see the batter was doing everything right, but just couldn't start the bat in quick enough. And just when I was saying they needed another wicket, they get one. Arnie will have to go. He'll get 1 more added to his score. He'll go for 13 off 6 deliveries.
Good wicket keeping as well by Gaurang Sharma. Whipped those bails off quickly. Knew he didn't have any time to lose. It was very much a millisecond between it. But good fielding by the young CFS side, and that one's whipped away though, as Nathan Butcher, one of the 5 new additions to this Guildford side, comes in at 4 and gets a bit of a freebie on his pads first up and doesn't miss out on this occasion.
Yeah, it's pretty short, pretty slow, gets himself in a good position and plays a nice controlled shot there on the leg side to open his account. So looks like you've got 2 attacking batters out there now. McMillan has already shown what he's out there to do. And will be called a wide by the umpire. Has a little think about it and then spreads his arms to say, yep, wide ball. It just moves away. Pretty close call, but I think it's the right call.
Yeah, I think so. A bit too much width. That's nicely played, but equally well stopped there on the 45, and again goes for the ambitious run out. This time they do get home safely. Hey, it's almost the final game of the day, but I did want to ask you before we run out of time as well, what are you getting up to at this weekend? Of course, we've got the time off, which is unusual.
Yeah, we have got the time off. I think this weekend it's going to be catch up with some family that I have here in the UK. I'll also catch up with my daughter, who's also around. So I think it's going to be a bit of a family day. But I am keen, I think I said this the other day, I am keen to go to check out the Wimbledon, the tennis grass court area as well, because I have been to Wimbledon. I went there a long time ago. I think it's got to be close to almost 28, 30 years ago. And I just remember it being a lovely setup, big appeal and gone. Well bowled. The bowler was absolutely sure. James Harvey, loving the appeal from him. And turns around right in the umpire's face, says, how's that? Shuffle across. Now, it's one of those where you just got to, I think the umpire's got to see the direction of the ball. Does he think it's going on straight? Is it going to angle across? But I think because of the big leap across from the batter, I think that's a right call. I think you've got to give it. And that's going to be the end of Fred McMillan. It's going to go leg before to a great delivery there from James Harvey.
It's good delivery. You feel like that's a big wicket. And on that occasion, Fred McMillan maybe guilty of kind of the opposite of what Murad Khan was. Murad Khan was trying to give himself too much room to the off. I think here, Fred McMillan trying to work it too much to square on the leg side. Kind of puts himself right in harm's way with that LBW decision. I think it was a straightforward decision in the end for the umpire. Good bowling though from James Harvey, just attacking those stumps. Something we didn't maybe see enough of in Group A. Group B is already showing signs of being maybe a bit more productive for the bowlers, with third wicket to fall there. So at the end of the 4th over, it's an excellent one from James Harvey. Guildford 59 for 3. That's why right on that line we think might be in for a pretty exciting finish here. That run rate just above 13. You'd say generally that's an okay rate to be at, but Guildford are 3 down, still relatively new at this format. They need someone to step up here, but Nathan Butcher and James McMillan between them have only faced the 3 deliveries. So it'll be Prab Singh continue with a bit of spin here for CFS. It'll have to be another hustle.
He's done it again, you know. It's another check from the umpire, and it's our man CJ Shaji. Pick up and throw. Oh, he's got some pace. Watch him coming in comes the throw. I reckon the batter probably just gets the bat in, but oh, it's going to be close, this. I mean, look at him go, Shaji. Let's get this really slowed down. Let's see the bat. Is the bat down here? Oh, it's going to be so close. It's going to be so close. Oh, my word. Is the bat past? I think he may be gone. I think, is that the bail going upwards there? Just this shot here. I think that's a shot for me. I think that's, hey, looking at that, I think that's gone. I don't think that bat has gone past. He is gone. Sensational fielding. Well, this could be your HCL software play of the day from CJ Shaji. Oh, this boy, he's like fire. Well, we got our little Duracell bunny here in Wimbledon. Forget the Wombles for the moment. It's the Duracell bunny who's doing the job. Well, it is International Spider-Man Day, and one man who's spinning the webs and knocking the stumps over. CJ Sharji, what a bit of play that is. Thing is, though, whenever they get a wicket, they then bowl a pie. We've seen that so many times. Have a look back. Every time there's a wicket, it's next followed by a loose delivery that gets whacked away to the boundary.
That's the perfect invitation, isn't it, for the new batter to say, here you go, have some runs. And I think maybe that's just about 4 of them. So they do a little boundary check. Maybe we can have one more look at that. Well, it has been given for the puff of dust just inside the rope on that occasion. But let's have another word for CJ Sharji, because he has lit up this fielding innings for his side. Well, we weren't sure. Here he is again. He's like Spider-Man on Spider-Man Day. We weren't sure on that run out. It had to be perfectly captured there by 2 circles. It was literally a frame in it. But CJ, he was in absolutely no doubt.
He was sure. I mean, I love the replay when he fires the ball in and he's just looking straight at the umpire and he's the fingers up. Watch out. Watch out. 1 bounce and just to the right of Tina. And it's going to end up in your lunchbox. There you go, Murad. You can have that one. And yeah, I just love that shot. He's pointing at the umpire saying that's out. A nice shot down the ground. 1 bounce and does come into the commentary tent. And that's a good shot. Nicely played away. That's going to be 1 bounce 4 as well. So, well, Singh just hasn't been able to find a consistent line here at the moment. But James McMillan is playing some very nice shots at the moment. Apologies at the moment for the graphics. We'll get those updated for you as soon as possible. And there we go, just like that. So Singh has gone for 16. It's over. Started with that wide and 4-1, 6 and 4. Wickets falling, but runs also being put on the board. The rate below the 12 required now.
He's moving this way and that, isn't he, James McMillan? He puts himself off, puts the wicketkeeper off as well, and they end up going through for runs of some sort.
What are they asking here for? Something's happened here.
The bails have come off.
The bails are off. Now they think he's out here. I think he might have played this back on. So let's see if we can see this again. Let's have a look at this. When did the bails come off? So it's what's happened here? When did his bails come off? So has the ball gone on to the keeper and off? Can we see side of this as well? Can we have a side view? So let's have a look if we've got a side view of this and see when these bails actually came off. You can see the 2 umpires are looking at each other. Everybody's in the huddle there. They want to know. They think there's a wicket. They think the batter's actually played it. Here we go here. Now let's see when we can see these come off. There's the shot played. So, oh, wow. I think it comes probably off the pads of the keeper. And having a look at that shot there, the foot does seem to be inside. Well, hang on a minute. They're giving this out here. They're giving this out here. Well, they're giving it out. Now, I wonder if the umpire, I think because there's nothing conclusive here from the replays, I think the umpires, they've gone to the umpire's call. Now, they're saying that they reckon that he's actually bowled it. They reckon the ball has perhaps come off the bat and gone onto the stumps. And maybe the bail just took a time to come off. I don't know. He doesn't know. We're not that sure about it. We'll see it again here one more time. So when do we see that bail come off?
No, I think that's the right call. If we go through one more time, actually, you can see it glance off stump.
Yeah, because the ball actually goes away from the wicketkeeper. That's the right call. Say it was a wicket. This one ain't going to be a wicket, though, as it's going to be 6 runs. Of course it is, because every time there's a wicket, the next ball goes to the boundary. And that will be the end of the over. And it's going to be an over that has plenty of things that have happened in it. And in the end, that one will go all the way. That's going to be 20. It's going to be 22 off the over. There was a wicket from it as well. And at the end of the 5 overs, at the halfway point, they're doing all right with the runs, but they are losing wickets along the way. Our Guildford is 81 for 5.
You've got to say well done to the umpires there, and again to 2 circles. We're testing them this game because we've had a bit of everything. That boundary catch and that wicket as well. And the right call was made. Hats off to tournament referee and the 3rd umpire using the technology as well, because it just tickled that off stump, didn't it? And the bail just popped off. And I think then it did hit the keeper's pad, but it hit the pad and then went sideways as a result of that.
I think that's what everybody was checking, and you're right, good work from everybody there, particularly the umpires, because I think the square leg umpire said no, the ball definitely didn't go on to the stumps from the keeper, which meant it had to be the ball that from the bowler on to, oh, that almost just misses as well as Harvey comes on. I've liked the bowling of Harvey, so between everybody working together, I think the right call is there made. So yeah, you saw the ball hitting, just skimming the stump, and that's why the bail took a while to come off. But what threw everybody was the ball hitting the keeper, and then also we'll think, did the ball hit the keeper and go onto the stumps? No, it didn't. It hit the keeper and went sideways. So good call. Wicket goes down. It was a good wicket to get as well at the time because it was batting well, wasn't he, James McMillan? He looked dangerous. McMillan went for 11. Still got Hamilton out there now with Max Mikhail. They've got to work hard for their runs here, but you've got to bowl a good line here. This is what it comes down to now, I think. Get the discipline of the bowling right here. CFS, Pinnacle Pro. They've got to get the ball in the right areas. They've done some hard work to pick up some wickets, 5 of them. Now's the time for the bowlers to get the ball in the right areas and focus on that line and that length.
That one's clubbed down the ground, and it's just been raining a tiny bit the last 5 or 10 minutes, so the ball is going to get a little slick out there. You can see they're not exactly taking it cleanly, and it's that man again, CJ Sharji, who says, I'll take it, lads, don't you worry. Well, at least it's blue sky over to our left, so I think it is one of these classic British summertime showers. But Guildford, they need to shower a few 6s here. Run rate is at 12, so again, nothing to be overly concerned with. They're going to be more concerned by the fact that they've already used up half of their batters. Will Hamilton on 11 here. There'll be Max Mikhail, who retains the strike, having sneaked the single there. So at the end of the 6th, Guildford 89 for 5.
Yeah, and good time to reveal the answer to the question, in which year did England's women win the World Cup for the first time? And of course, it was 1993. England won the Women's World Cup for the first time since the inaugural tournament in 1973. In the final at Lord's, the opener, Janet Britton, top scored with 48 in 67. And it was 48 runs, a 67-run victory over New Zealand. Of course, you knew that.
Oh, absolutely. Not that I remember it, but I like the start of Women's World Cups as well, that there was a Women's World Cup before there was a Men's World Cup.
Yeah.
It's always a good stat to remember. It's CJ again on the chase. This time the Grizzly has its revenge as it slips and slides its way to the boundary. And it's precious runs here. Max Mikhail doesn't quite get a hold of all of it, but it flashes away, uses the pace of Aya Kadeka, who are trying to strangle Guildford here with the spin option. But Kadeka does still often zip it through at a slightly quicker pace, going around the wicket to the right-hander. Again, just swung through. It'll be well fielded on the boundary there by Faris Haider, who's made amends for his earlier error, which cost 4 runs.
Yeah, I bet Dave was there going, oh, well done, son, he'll say afterwards. Yeah, well done. He did have that early bit, but since then, he's made 2 good stops.
That one's cracked away, but again, fielder out there. They're just being restricted to the singles here. Aya Kadeka, well, if he can pick up a wicket here or even just bowl a tight over, again, might be sticking his hand up for play of the match if they do manage to sneak over the line. CFS on the back of his 86 not out, but he's going to be pummeled for 6 here. That one's going to make its way over to the next field. Kids Camp, it looks like it's just, well, that game has just wrapped up. So maybe for now they can be safe. I wonder if Kids Club is happening at the weekend and they see us not here and they breathe a big old sigh of relief.
They will be, I'm sure of it. Well, that's Max hitting a Maximo, and that's it, will help the cause. So 37 in 20, needing a couple of wickets here. You would feel the CFS side, or at least a couple of dot balls.
And there's one of them. There's a dot ball that goes across. And even if Kadeka goes for a boundary here, it's still been a decent enough over, but look at that run rate. Just under 12 needed. So Guildford still in command here. Anything can change, and the wicket might certainly change that. Will this be taken? Yes, it will. It's Prab Singh on the run who takes what could be a significant catch. Max Mikhail was going well, but he departs on his 8th delivery. He goes for 18. And Kadeka, well, he just about wins that over. He goes for 12 runs, but importantly, he picks up a wicket. As Guildford lose their 6th, 101 for 6. So they did sneak over that 100 margin in that over, but it's setting up what could be a grandstand finish here with Guildford needing 37 in the last 3.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, it's certainly been a day where wickets have been falling. You can see they're all coming together very quickly here. They like to have their little huddles to CFS, get into a huddle. The captain says a few words, and Prab Singh is going to continue. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. Singh, I don't think he's over. I'm pretty sure he went magical 22. I've got it written down as, so they're going to go with him here now. All right, I suppose you have got a new batter out there, Dylan Kirk, but he won't be on strike. Will Hamilton on strike. He's got 12 off 7. Singh needs to get it a bit fuller than he's been, but he doesn't. He starts with a short one down leg side. It's not a good delivery, and I think that is going to go all the way. Yes, it is. Manos Riba from the Albitro, 6 carreras. I think Singh is just trying to bowl too fast for me, T. And I think what he's trying to do, trying to bowl too fast. As a result of that, he's dropping the ball in too short.
Yeah, it feels like it's even just getting a bit stuck in his hand again. That one's just halfway down the pitch. It's not going to trouble a batter like Will Hamilton. That one's a better line and length. It might go all the way as it's stopped well by Aya Kadeka, captain patrolling the boundary there, but they do scamper through for 2. So Guildford now needing 29 in 16. It's getting tense here, but it's an interesting call to throw the ball to Prab Singh. Went magical. They have only used the 5 bowlers so far. If they stick to this plan, Murad Khan will bowl the last. He went for 16 in his first. They've got Hardik Moore as well. Of course, 2 overs left after this one.
Yeah, nice stop there. That ball was hit pretty firmly. The fielder makes no mistakes. And batters now are forcing the field to change around with the left-hander now. So you're going to see the first time to see Dylan Kirk.
They do have a nice balance of left-hand, right-hand batters to Guildford. That's exactly what CFS used with, of course, the left-hand, right-hand of Singh and Kadeka. This time, though, maybe not the smartest of shot selections there. Dylan Kirk trying to be a bit funky on his very first delivery. Comes up against the mighty force of CJ Sharji, who difficult to get the ball past. And again, precious dot balls here.
Yeah.
Prab Singh has come back well.
He has done. So, okay, Dylan Kirk. Couple of balls, 2 dots. You can see that Will Hamilton pretty keen to try and get back on strike, but he might as well just do us a favour and get a boundary here is what they say. And he won't. It will get fielded, but they are coming back for the 2. And very good running. In the end, a good save there on the boundary from young Caleb Baldwin. That one really popped up. He got a bit of the Tortuga bounce, but he controlled it and recovered well, stopping the ball going for the boundary. Just 2 runs from it. So Singh, it didn't start well with a big 6, but he does okay. It goes for 11, takes that rate up to 13, 26 then in 12 deliveries required.
CFS have done well in the last 3 overs, going for just 8, 12 and 11. 11 and 12 is just under what Guildford needs. They need 26 in 12 deliveries. If they continue at this rate, it's going to be one that goes right down to the wire. So, interesting choice here. They've turned to a new bowler in the form of Mustafa Qureshi to bowl this all-important 9th over.
Qureshi was the man who his first ball went for 5 wides in the last game. And after that, he recovered well. This is high up in the air. Taken. Well, Prab Singh. Well, have they cloned him or what? He's everywhere. He was at the other side of the ground a moment ago taking a catch, and now he takes one on that side. That is a huge wicket, you know. Will Hamilton will go. Prab Singh doing the applauding. They should be applauding you, Prab. They really should. That is a really good catch. And it's a big wicket. The wicket of Hamilton.
That is a big call to bring Mustafa Qureshi on, but it's one that pays off on the very first delivery. Prab Singh, he's a big game player. He can do it with the bat, he can do it with the ball, and he does it in the field as he takes his 2nd catch of the innings to go with the wicket he picked up as well. Not the easiest, especially in that deep point region. Go back to live. And this one just hit into offside by Rohan Kumar. And I was just hesitating because Rohan Kumar played such a great innings in the first game. I'm curious. Well, was it into the leg side? Obviously, the right-handed Kumar coming in. That he's coming in at 9 seems a little bit of a waste of someone who batted himself into a bit of form in the previous game.
Yeah, but one thing we do know about him, we know that he can bat and he can hit the ball pretty well. So, and he'll be. Ooh, I want to see this one again. Well, the batter thought it was going to be a wide. The umpire feels that it's okay. Yeah, sneaks it in. Really good call. And the reason why the batter thinks it's wide because gives himself a lot of room by going down the legs, drifting down leg. Dylan Kirk.
It's just the third or fourth time Kirk has swung and missed. The 2 he scored were on 1 delivery, so that's 4 times now he's missed out. Going for a big old heave-ho, losing his shape entirely. Well, it's just fading away a little here from Guildford. It's a big 2 balls coming up, but they need at least one of these to go to the rope, if not both, which is pretty much what CFS did in the previous game. They sent both of these in the 9th over to finish with a bang going into the final over. But I think here, asking for a run out, or I suppose it'd be a run out or a stumping. The umpire is unmoved. Even if he doesn't want to take a look at it, maybe we can take a look.
We'll take a look, definitely. But I mean, thing is, as batters, you need to be alert to run. So it's not out, but you should be looking to run there. The bowler had to run all the way to get the ball, so that's a missed opportunity maybe. Right, last chance to try and get a boundary here for Kirk. He gets a fuller delivery, misses out on this one as well. And what a bowling change that is. That's quite remarkable. Mustafa Qureshi bowling the 9th over. Normally we say it all happens in the 9th, but you know what? It was a little bit of nada happening in that one. Only the 1 run, and there was also the wicket as well. Quite exceptional.
Qureshi will be upset that he'll only bowl that 1 over now, but Aya Kadeka, I'm sure he's made a note of that. Mustafa come back very well after going for a few runs in his first game, but he came back on here with the pressure on, and he well and truly delivered 4 dot balls in a row. You have to say, though, Dylan Kirk just head a bit scrambled there, you feel. Rohan Kumar at the other end, you know he can score runs, but he just watched in dismay. He's got the opportunity now to do something magical, though, but he has a bit of the Kirks about him as he misses the first one, and Guildford, they're just falling away here. They need boundaries, and they need them right now.
Yeah, 25 now of 5 deliveries. And I think, looking at Guildford there, they'll be sitting there now under the sunshine, wondering just where this went wrong. They kind of had it more or less under control all the way through.
There is potentially a boundary, but will it be a wicket? It will be, well, kind of half stopped, half dropped by Faris Haider. It's not the worst tactic in the world, but it could go for buzzers the other way, you know, as it's going to be stopped by CJ Shaji. He wants to get his 3rd run out. He's going to go back to the other end, and it's the bowler Hardik Moore who's bowling the last here, who says, let's put an end to this, otherwise we'll be here all night. But I was going to say Faris Haider, it wasn't the worst tactic because he didn't want to fumble it over the rope. He didn't want to give away a 6 in the end. We'll call it maybe a tactical drop. He just patted it back into play.
Yeah, I think he did well, actually. I think in his mind he was thinking, just don't let it go to the boundary.
That one won't go to the boundary either, so the reason Guildford have fallen away here, they're going for 2. It could be a run out. It will be a run out. Well, I'm not quite sure why Dylan Kirk even hesitated there at the strikers end. They had to go for 2. They needed to get every single run possible. In the end, he was well and truly stitched up, but he just got to the striker's end and switched off. He had to go for that one. Certainly Rohan Kumar wanted to get back on strike, so Dylan Kirk, frustrating innings for him comes to an end, but he'll have another opportunity to come back, I'm sure. It was just a hesitation. He just completely turned off at the striker's end, and it was an easy run out. So they lose their 8th here, Guildford. Still got 3 balls left, so they could still in theory be bowled out. Slapped down the ground, but this boundary drought continues. There was that big 6 at the start of the Prab Singh 8th over. At that stage, it was still very much on the run chase, but since then, so that's 14 balls now without a boundary. But it's been a well-controlled innings from the bowling of CFS. haven't panicked, even in the face of a few boundaries, especially in those middle overs. And they'll come back to win this one. And it's Hardik Moore who will finish things off in some style. That 9th over from Mustafa Qureshi really sealed the deal.
Yeah, it really did. I think Guildford, you can see they're bitterly disappointed. They'll get a point from this match at least, but 1 point from the 2 that they've played. Remember, they will play one more. They'll play the last one, and it will be against London County Cricket. So, again, not the easiest of matches for them. One, again, probably won't go to the boundary. It's another good stop. Nice slide and stop. And they will make it 2. But, yeah, even though they were losing wickets all the way through, they just stayed ahead. I think there was that over from Harvey, over number 6, which just went for 8 runs. That was a good one. And then after that, really, it went 8, 12, 11. Then Mustafa Qureshi, as he said, only went for 1. And then that last over from Hardik Moore in the end finishes with just 6 coming off it. It's a fantastic finish for CFS, Pinnacle Pro. And they do get the win. So that's their first win. And they'll be pleased with that, that's for sure. Handshakes all around. But Guildford, they'll be very disappointed. I think still they'll be scratching their heads out there thinking, how did we lose that match? We had that match. How did we lose it? But you got to say that there were some key moments in there, and maybe that catch from Singh was probably very key, getting the wicket off William. William at the time probably looked like the one batter that could take the match away from them. And when he went for just 21 after the Qureshi got the wicket off that very first ball he bowled, then everything went pear-shaped pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. The good news for Guildford is that they do have one more opportunity in just over 35 minutes' time to get their first win. But let's first take a look back at the run chase, which started off so promisingly. 47 runs on the board at the end of the power play. And we thought, well, Guildford are very much in this one. Ben Garrett scored a quick-fire 20 off 10. Mulani fell. And there was just that little crazy period involving that man there, CJ Shaji, who initiated the run out of Will Arney and then came back just a while later after that was first. Ben Garrett, who departed Murad Khan, clean bowling him. And yeah, it was just a few opportunities that went the way of CFS. If we're talking about Fred McMillan, he got LBW, he just stepped across that one, but that was the really tight run out. And it was a matter of a frame between being in and being out, and those decisions went the way of CFS. And that's really what turned this game. It was just a few small moments. Guildford, they looked like they were in it, and then Will Hamilton came in with Max McHale, and there was just little flurries of partnerships. But in the end, if you go through the final 4 overs and only score 3 boundaries, lose 3 wickets as well, then you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, and that was that big moment, wasn't it, when we were saying, well, what happened? Was it out? Was it not out? Was it bowled? In the end, it was bowled. And when we really looked at the replays, you can see that Jason McMillan, he was bowled there. The ball did go onto the stump. That was also a big moment, because don't forget, he was going well. 1-6, 1-4. He was on 11 of just 4 deliveries. So the key batters, just when they got in, they found a way to get out. That was the problem. That's a great catch there from Singh. And Prabha Singh, well, one moment he was on the offside on the boundary taking the catch. The next minute he's there on the leg side. They put him wherever he needed to be to take the catches. And well done to the CFS boys. They get the victory in Guildford. Well, unfortunately, it's not the sun that's shining down on them. It's shining on a good performance there from CFS. We didn't feel that the 137 was always going to guarantee them a victory. We said at the time that they had to be pretty clinical. One thing they did well there is they did take the pace of the ball. I'm not saying they always bowled the right length. There was on many occasions the length was far too short, but they just managed to just control the innings. And I suppose the difference between the two teams there, the innings, is that with the CFS side, they had one batter and it was their captain that scored a big score, 86. But when you look at the batting there from Guildford, the highest score that you saw there was 21. That was from Will Hamilton. And then it was 20 right at the beginning there from Ben Garrett. But nobody really stepped up and scored a big score, which enabled them to get that victory.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always the difference between a winning side and a losing side. It's just having that one anchor who then can go big. And when you're asking batters then to come in pretty fresh, some of these players, especially for Guildford, had never played before on the network. You ask them to come in and score big runs from the off. It's always going to be a difficult one, and that's why the Guildford innings just fell away. And in the end, Well, I'm afraid to say it wasn't really even close. 18 runs was the losing margin and the winning margin for CFS, so congratulations for them. Of course, they have won on the network before, but not in this series, so they pick up their first win of this Group B, and it's the final game of day 1 in Group B that's coming your way. It's London County Cricket. They've won 1 and lost 1 so far, and Guildford, of course, still looking for their first win, as it's match 25 coming away in just over half an hour's time. It's the final game of the day as the sun begins to shine here in Wimbledon. Looking forward to bringing you that one. It's Tina Goff here with Rico Full as we'll go for a bit of a longer break and join us again in about 30 minutes for the final game here of Group B, Day 1, ECS England.
Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's the final game of what's been an action-packed first day of cricket here from Group B, and it's London County against Guildford. It's going to be another exciting one as we go straight out into the middle with Ian Ramage for the coin toss.
London City, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Guildford is the away team, you'll call.
Still in
Heads.
heads. Yeah, that's one. Do you remember?
Tails, please.
Tails has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
Elected to bat first.
Okay, toss won by London City, who will bat first.
Thanks, Ian. So there you have it. London have won the toss and they want to have a bat. Captain there, Usman Ghani, he's been a star of the show for them with both bat and ball. It was actually only in the final over in the previous game against CFS where he stepped up to the mark and he defended those runs. They sneaked past CFS by just 7 runs. It's been a mixed day for London with 1 win and 1 defeat so far, looking to end on a high. As for Guildford, well, it's been a bit of a baptism of fire for them coming new into the competition, and they've had a lot of young stars on show. They brought in a few older reinforcements into the second game, and they're looking to see if they can get a win on the board. It's sure to be another exciting game. It is, of course, the last game of the day, so remember any of your random questions on this beautiful Peacock Friday. Rico, it's over to you, and the news from the toss is that London County have won it and they will have a bat.
Thank you very much, and I do like that positive move from LCC. I think they're probably the only team that has won the toss and wanted to bat first. It worked out well for them, didn't it, in that win against CFS Pinnacle Pro, and they'll be looking to do the same again. They've got some changes in their side. We can see that. Akib Mahmood coming into the side. Ali Raza in there back again, and Idris Kamawal. That means Ali Shenoy and Abu Bakr Ahmed and Haider Zahidi will miss out this time around. And Guildford, well, they continue to make further changes as well for them. So Guildford, we saw a number of changes for them in the last match. So this time there's no Max in the side. Will Hamilton also not in there this time. Will almost won the game last time. Rohan Kumar, the youngster who batted very well, not in. Mundi also goes out, and Dylan Kirk, players that come in to replace. And Dominic, now he was good when we saw him earlier. Kieran Finnegan coming into the side, and Oscar also coming in. So there are some changes there. We'll keep you updated with that because I think there were some late changes as well, which is why we're just coming back about 5 minutes later than scheduled. But this is the one that you're all interested in seeing, is what the win predictor's saying, and feels that LCC are 73% to 27% in this one. The players are making their way out. Umpire Andy and Anthony are leading them out there. And on this day in 1987, American boxer Mike Tyson defeated Tony Tucker, and it was a unanimously recognisable heavyweight champion. And it was Mike Tyson who was the World of Boxing and World Boxing Association and the International Boxing Federation champion after he won that fight. Mike Tyson, of course, was absolutely brutal. We've seen a few uppercuts here today as well. 1924, one of the great cricketing men is born, a stylish batter with the highest class. Frank Worrell was the first black player to captain West Indies on a regular basis, including on the 1963 Tour of England, which they won 3-1, and the famous 1960-61 series of Australia. West Indies and Australia now play for the Sir Frank Worrell Trophy, of course. And also on this day in 1969, England's premier batter of his era, Graham Thorpe, was also born. And he showed that he was made of the right stuff, scoring a century on Test debut against Australia at Trent Bridge in 1933. Just some of the historic moments on this day back in time as we get ready for the start of this match. So it will be once again London County Cricket that will be having a bat first. And of course that means that we're going to see more of the classic captain. Usman Ghani has scored 2 half-centuries in both the matches that he played so far. In the loss earlier in the day, and he did score 51 of 16, and we also saw him score 65 in the win against CFS. Let's see how he starts here. They're going to start with a bit of spin against him, but he's managed to carve this through the packed offside of the field there from Guildford. Plenty of bodies in there. I think in total they've got 5 men in that area, but he's managed to push that one through. So 4 runs to start straight away. Usman Ghani with his bright red helmet on, and gets the first one away from Burts, who's probably been the pick of the bowlers this time round, and that one is not going to get away. We've seen a number of batters struggle to put the shorter ball, shorter slow, we should call it, ball down the leg side away. That one is where the fielder's being placed. He's a busy man out there. This time he defensively played, doesn't want to take the single. And slight change in the batting order. So Ismail Barami has been moved to the top of the order. They've tried different people up there. That looks like Saqib Mahmood. It's going to be just dropped slightly down the order. Hasn't really been able to find his form. That's a sweep shot. We'll go to one of the 2 men that are allowed out in the power play. I'll welcome everybody back, and had a chance to speak to some of the Spanner squad, and did compliment Mrs. Dawson, Sarah that is, for her lovely cake. It is beautiful, and nice chat with Julian as well. We're looking forward to seeing them a bit later on as well, once the matches are over. As we see another boundary there from Usman, works this one fine into that backward point area, gets it through the gap. You see, nicely played. He's very risky play. He's very strong in that area. I'm pretty sure we'll see him cutting and uppercutting pretty well if he stays there long enough. He's the batter. I think all the teams will already know that you've got to try and remove it pretty quickly. In comes Burts one more time, and that's going to be a blast. That's an amazing shot, really is. How quickly he latches onto this. It's in the area that he loves, and Usman Ghani goes boom, shakalagya. That will go all the way. It's the end of the over, and 16 coming off the first on a lovely, warm, sunny afternoon here in England. I suppose you can still call it the afternoon. Some will say it's early evening. It's coming up to 6:30 as Tina joins me back in the commentary tent.
Yeah, and speaking of warm, I think we've got a few more warm locations on our calendar. Croatia, that's going to be quite toasty at this time of year. Of course, Vinny is on his way to Gibraltar. They'll have maybe slightly warmer temperatures than we have here. It's warm enough. I'm still here in my coat though, Rico. He's clearly warmer blooded than I am. To go into the second over, it'll be James McMillan to bowl it. That one's hit away nicely through the covers, but it's well cut off by Nathan Butcher. Guildford hoping here that it'll be 3rd time lucky for them, trying to pick up their first win. And well, certainly it's not all lost if you do go away with no wins in the first game and the first day, but it gives yourself an uphill battle. That one's gone a long, long way, and take cover, Joe. That was very much bracing for impact.
Well, Joe, again, Joe, fair play to him. Look, you've got all the equipment there, the scorers. He's got to try and protect them. I think that one's left a hole. I think that's gone through the roof of the marquee. Well, Alex is there now, and Alex only needs some practice. Well, where's this one gone? That's another biggie. Oh, that's a glorious stroke play here from Usman Ghani. Now, Ghani, I did feel that in the first 2 matches, I mean, it's hard to be critical for somebody who's scored 2 half-centuries already in the day. But once he gets to around the 40s, or even when he gets to his 50 mark, he tends to just change his style and tries to get too eager and too hungry to try and hit every ball to the boundary, and he gets himself out. I just hope this time round, well, I suppose that Guildford aren't hoping that, but I'm sure those that are supporting LCC and all the neutrals are probably hoping that this time round he just keeps his composure all the way through the innings. And if he does, I tell you what, he could end up with a high score. Here comes James McMillan once again. Short one. And that one, it's one for the overfield. We'll have a look at this side on. It's testing with the short delivery. And gets through pretty quickly. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, I think if he's standing up right there, I think that's going to be below the helmet. So that's the right call, I think, for the umpire. Now have a sniff of this, is what Macmillan said. And now the slower ball, which is a little bit too wide. It does a bit as well out of the hand there from Macmillan.
Bit of fake bowling there as well. It's always the way. You give it the big old extra grunt for the slower ball. That's how you know it's coming. But he well, more or less deceived us, Mangani, but too wide on that occasion.
Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Well, I tell you what, folks. If you open up the book and look up cut shot, this is what they will be describing. This is the perfect cut shot, executed beautifully, gets right on top of it, timing, power, placement, 4 runs.
It was equal parts brutal and beautiful, that shot. Just pure timing there. James Macmillan, he bowls with a bit of heat, but as Mangani says, well, the quicker it comes in, the quicker it goes out. And he just carves that one away to the boundary, already races into the 30s.
And this one is going to fly away as well. He just loves it in that area. If you've watched him in the last 2 innings that he played, anything that is on the off stump, whether it's short, slow, fast, bouncy, he'll put it away. And he has just raced to 37 of just 10 deliveries. And after 2 overs, LCC are on 40. And take note of this guy. If you don't get him early, he will hurt you, no doubt about it. Quick look at the standings there. And you can see that LCC, they're keen to get a win here. If they can, then they'll be right up there with Wimbledon, having played a game more, though.
Yeah, it's certainly an intriguing game for both sides here. LCC will certainly put good distance between themselves and Guildford if they manage to get a win. Meanwhile, if Guildford pick up a win, then they'll go into almost deadlock with the opposition side. Both would have a record then of 1 and 2. So all still to play for here on this final game in the first day of Group B. Ismail Baharami, he's taken a leaf out of Usman Ghani's book. I think this time the scorers are just about safe. Joe, where are you? As that one gets lifted away.
Joe's under the table. That's where he is. He said, I've had enough. That's it, enough. He's shaking. I've had enough, he says. Protect me. I need protection. And, well, that was just lofted up there. I think that was a ball that was sent down to test Ismail. Flight it up. I don't think he's going to fly it up another. That's a little bit quicker. And gets another there as the chase is on. Iba. Not going to get there. There's going to be 4 more runs. That's nicely played from Ismail. So, well, they do make a change in the batting order. And at the moment, Barami seems to be going a lot better than the other options that Ghani's had out there with him.
Yeah, Ghani has been crying out for a partner in crime throughout the day. Sometimes he's felt a bit abandoned out there, had to do it all by himself, wants to avail with that win against CFS. But once they were skittled all out for just over 100, as well, that one was just a bit too quick for both our camera and for the striker.
Well, this is it again. You see, he just backs away there. Well, you've got to be ready, says the bowler. If I've got the ball, you've got to be ready. This time gets guided away. They're taking this on. Ooh, well, he did go straight away, Usman Ghani, and that's maybe what he's got in his favour here. We'll still have a look. Ghani wants it. Watch him here. He's ready to go. He takes off. And in comes the throw, but you can see that he does get there pretty comfortably in the end. It's good acceleration from Ghani. And bat is slid down, and you can see he's comfortably home.
Ollie Buzz likes taking 2 out of the 3 overs in the power play. I think it's a nice move from the skipper, leading from the front.
Oh, chance. Not an easy one. It was hit hard straight back at him from Usman Ghani. Gets a hand to it. If that had stuck, that would have been out there as one of the all-time greats. Have a look at this. He's hit this hard. Gets a hand onto it, but you can see just how powerfully it was struck. And it does go down as a chance, though. And Ghani being dropped there on 36.
he almost gets too much on it, doesn't he? Because he gets his palm on it and it pops out his palm. It's one of those where you want it to just stick in your fingers. I think the fingers would have been taken with the Grizzly to the boundary if he'd got less of a contact on it. So it was, I'd say, a boundary stop more than a drop there from Ollie Burtson. It's a good end to his over after he was pummeled for a 6 and a 4 to start off, but only gives away 2 singles in the remaining 4 balls. So 52 on the board for LCC. Productive power play for them, and they'll certainly be happy that A, Usman Ghani is still out there, and B, Ismail Bahrami is providing valuable support at the other end as well.
Yeah, it's a good start this for LCC, because though they have made, I'm not saying they've had bad starts before, but they have lost wickets. On this occasion, they've kept wickets in hand, and that works nicely for them. You saw there that it's Kieran Finnegan who's going to be bowling the next over. Now he can, of course, have that field spread out. And just having a look at this here now, they've opted to have, I think they've got 3 there on the leg side. They've got 3rd back and long off back. But I just feel you need to have a backward point to this guy. He does like to play a lot of shots in that area. This one is going to get through. The fielder is a bit of a nutmeg, really. And it's Liam Hinchcliffe who's out there. Comes across. I think he'll probably feel that perhaps he should have done better here, Hinchcliffe, but that's going to be 4 more. But you know what I mean, Tina. He does really. He's a risky player. He likes to play on the offside. I know they've got 3 players there on the upper. They haven't got a sweeper back there, and he's just so good at going over the top of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they're out the power play. They need to make very sure they use the most of those 5 boundary riders available to them.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Yep.
He is so brutal on anything that is giving him some width. He plays in that area really well, and I just think you've got to give the bowler some protection out there.
It's not a bad delivery, is it? Probably maybe just a bit too wide and short, but we would say he's perfectly bowling to his field if they do have a deep point out there. As it is, it just rolls away for another 4. I think at the moment just maybe guilty of setting a too defensive field or setting a field for a bad ball. I don't think you necessarily need the deep mid-wicket if you're bowling one side of the pitch.
Look, he tries to get another one away, and he does. He's just too good in that area. He's too good. He toys with them. When he has to be brutal, he gives it a thud and gets it through the field. But when he wants the placement, there's a touch of class as he works this away. He knows exactly where the field is at. Just look at the way he guides that there. He's like an artist with a paintbrush, and he just strokes that in the area that he wants the ball to go in. Absolute class. Have a look at where he scored all these runs. That's another 50. 3 innings, 3 50s to Usman Ghani. This guy is class.
And yet they still have a deep mid-wicket out to him, as he hasn't scored a single run through there. And now they're putting out a deep deep fine leg, which suggests he's going to get a bumper, which I'm not sure is a very wise tactic. See what comes here, because now everyone on the offside is in the ring.
Well, it's a wide ball will get called here. Leaves this one alone. I think in the mind of Usman Ghani, he knows that this is a bluff. It's a proper bluff, because when the bowler deliberately spends time to get that fielder there, standing, pointing, it's going to be a bluff. But Usman doesn't fall for it, and he doesn't go wild on the ball. Well, he goes wild at this one, gives it a big swing. That's going to be a genuine back-to-mole. There's the ball. It goes into the covers and beyond. I'm going to have to get right into the thick of things, the fielder, to find that one. As Ghani gets another one away. Now, let's see how Ghani goes here this time. Because, Tina, I did feel that in the other matches, once he got to 50, he kind of lost his shape a little bit. Let's see if he can stay composed. I mean, if I'm him, I'm saying to myself, right, start from 0 again. And if he does, I'll tell you what, we could have a big score here.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the tactics being employed here by Guildford. I just don't think they've got it right to him to miss it. So I suppose they can argue, oh, it has gone to the deep fine leg. But I think Kieran Finnegan, his first couple of deliveries were decent deliveries. They were outside off stump. And had they had the field set to that bowling, it would have, instead of been 2 4s, probably a single. That would have got Ghani back off strike. As it is, they've kind of reacted to the fact that he's hit 3 boundaries, gone super defensive, and I think this just plays into Ghani's hands, because his offside is completely exposed. When you resorted to bowling bumpers, which will then be called a wide, and it feels like you're just missing a trick here. It's so difficult on an AstroTurf pitch to bowl the perfect bumper. You don't have any room for error because anything above the lid is going to be called a wide. And now he's had the one for the over as well.
Oh, well, this time he is genuinely unlucky. Yes, there's a thick edge from the bat of Ismail, which flies past the keeper, and Garrett couldn't do too much about that. It's going to be another boundary. It's going to be also another expensive over. 25 come off that one. And, well, just have a look at the score. We're already on 77, and that's only after 4 overs.
The wind predictor says 91% to LCC. You certainly wouldn't disagree with that as long as Usman Ghani is still out there. As long as he's wreaking havoc, you can see this score going well beyond 150, almost maybe 170, 180. Guildford, they need to find a bit of magic from somewhere, and they turn here to Fred McMillan, who of course provided that stardust in the previous game with that boundary catch.
And that's gone the distance. किन्ना सोना शक्का लग गया बहुत बढ़िया किन्ना अच्छा प्लेयर है कितना आज ना उस्मान गानी देख केरी बैटिंग देख के स्वाद आ गया just absolute carnage at the moment here. He's scoring quickly this time around. Just see how quickly he moves, shows all the stumps to the bowler. And this time it's Fred McMillan, and blasted away for a big 6. He's trying to get this in the gap between the two fielders, and he will. The placement has been sensational as well. This time it's the sweep shot. Gets down, gets low, keeps it all along the deck, and finds the gap. Nicely played. Cuatro más.
Well, I think we can already say that we might be on a bit of a century watch here. We haven't had one for a while. It's about time. That's as good as a curse as you might get on this Friday afternoon, but Usman Ghani at the moment seems to be just seeing that ball like a beach ball as that one gets pummeled away once more. He moves into the 70s, 73 off just 19.
Now, remember on day 1 of Group A, we had the century, and it came in the very first match, and so did the hat-trick, in fact. Well, on day 1 of Group B, we have had the hat-trick. That did happen in the very first match. Century? Not yet. And Usman Ghani, well, maybe we're trying to do Guildford a favour here and say that he's definitely on. And if you're going to bowl there, you're just going to be put away. That is a filthy delivery from Fred McMillan. It's a loose full toss on the legs. It's another boundary that gets played away. This over's gone 6-4, 6-4 so far. There's a pattern here developing. And Usman Ghani now is, well, it's just motoring along. 77 to his name. And McMillan has already gone magical.
McMillan with the charity bowling at the moment. Last 10 legal deliveries, only one of them hasn't gone to the rope. Make that 11.
Yeah, it's Gundy bowling, isn't it? It's Gundy bowling. And McMillan just getting this completely wrong. There's a bit of carnage here, and we really are seeing... Well, I suppose we know he's a class player, but the bowling hasn't really been at a good level here to somebody of disability. And Usman Ghani, he would know that if he doesn't bring up 100 here and more, then he's only got himself to blame. I think he will know that from the last match when he was looking good and got himself out. But maybe he's not looking to make that mistake here. The sun is shining at the moment on a piece of wonderful batting. This time he just pushes this away. He knows, well, I said this before, he knows how to count to 6, that's for sure. He'll take the single of that slower ball from McMillan. He'll go for 27. It's 104 at the halfway point. You join us in a very sunny and pleasant commentary position at the moment. Rico Full here along with Tina. And Tina, I know we've been here before, haven't we, several times, when at the halfway point teams have already got the 100 on the board. But very rarely and not that often do they continue at the same pace and then bring up the 200.
Yeah, we only saw that once in the first group with Banstead, and that was a big score thanks to 100, and it's looking very ominous here for Guildford. So we go into the 6th.
Oh, massive. That is big. It's a big one. That has gone a long way. This one, not only did it go the distance, it went high as well. High and mighty. I reckon this has gone over the tower. That's gone over the camera tower. What a hit. You can see he's getting a little bit nervy. I can see he's getting a bit nervy. He's now into the 90s. You see he's walking around. I think he's a bit of a nervous. You may not think so. Usman Ghani, I think, is a bit of a nervous character. Well, this is Will Arney, who's having a bowl here now. Arney probably was close to being probably the pick of the bowlers in the last match. He's coming on the bowl the 6th over, and he'll go for a big 6 off his first. In he comes again. And that will be worked away as well. Gets himself in a good position to that slightly shorter delivery. Now moves to 94, Usman Ghani. What a knot this has been from him so far. And he's looking to bring up a very quick century. He could be doing it in 25 deliveries if he gets a big 6 here. Well, it won't be a 6. And in fact, it will go to the field. That they'll just take a single. So yes, time to sit at the other end for a moment and reflect on what could be a fantastic achievement from him. Ismail. Oh, there's a chance. I think that's a chance. There's an edge on this. And the reactions from the bowler and the keeper suggest so. So Ismail gives an opportunity on 17. Doesn't get taken.
Yeah, it doesn't rain, but it pours here for Guildford. Of course, it's not the wicket they're desperately seeking, but an opportunity goes a-begging. And the next ball goes racing away to the boundary. 119 now on the board for LCC. Guildford look bereft of ideas here. Just don't know where to bowl, and well, to be brutally honest, where they're bowling is not the right spot for either of these batters. I think down leg side is just being punished. Usman Ghani, I felt like they were bowling the right areas to him at the start, just weren't putting the fielders in the right positions, and now it's just all gone a bit off the rails.
A little bit of the reverse Malachi now from Ismail, making the most of his opportunity. And well, quite often we say the sun does come out in the afternoon, and that always allows for a little bit of sun, sea, sand and sexy cricket, as Ismail Barami says, I don't want all the talk to be about me, Captain Usman Ghani. I can hit the ball pretty well as well. He's not doing too bad either. He's got a strike rate of over 200. That'll do quite nicely. I tell you what, I'll also do nicely for LCC is the score at the moment on the board, 123 at the end of the 6th over, and they haven't lost a wicket yet.
Remember to keep your random questions flowing in. One from Ash, but we'll get to it maybe after Ghani gets to his milestone. But do keep them coming. Happy to answer anything that's on your heart in this final game of the day.
Oh, well, that's a wide, but I tell you what, Tina, if you're on 95 and you get this delivery and you miss out on it, you won't be happy, would you? It's a short one down the leg side. He misses out onto it. Well, okay, runs back to his mark. There's James McMillan. It's guided away, but this time into the ground. Remember in the first match, he was out playing a very similar shot. We guided it into the hands of the keeper. Tries to guide it away. No run. It's still in the 90s, 95. And is he feeding the pressure here? Will he get to 100? Will it be another 100? Will it be another player in our Hall of Fame? McMillan comes in. Oh, he charges at this. Swings and misses. Remember, the last man to go on that board was, of course, Harwal Wassam. 125 of 34 he scored. 7 fours and 14 sixes. Just starting to feel the pressure a little bit here. And James McMillan is winning the battle. Slower, in the air, going, gone, and there it is. That is the 100. Usman Ghani has brought it up in style with a massive 6 down the ground. What a knock it's been. 101 not out of 28 deliveries. Que guay, que genial, que grande. It's been a joy and a pleasure to watch. And his form today has been absolutely amazing.
Well, let's take a look at that wagon wheel as well. It started off all into the offside through point, but he's got his straight shots coming, and anything down leg side. Well, he missed out on the one occasion. He's not going to miss out on the second, as that one is pumped away as well. 6 runs, and Usman Ghani feels like a weight is off his shoulders. He got to the 2 half centuries, frustrated that he didn't kick on, but this time he has got that milestone up in some fashion as well. Straight 6 down the ground, and McMillan tries to bump him next delivery, and just gets bumped for another 6.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that were waiting to start typing and start phoning in and saying that was a double commentator's curse from you two. What commentator's curse? And the thing is, as that is going to be muscled away for another biggie, the back of a hand delivery. And even, oh, Alex almost gets taken out by the ball that comes back off the sight screen behind us. I don't think we'll get this on camera. What we might do, if we do, it'll be a classic. Well, Alex, what happened to your reflexes? We don't have it. Back to the action.
That's why we're keeping our eye on these metallic stanchions, because Alex got almost kneecapped there, and I feel like the sight screen in front of us, if that comes off an angle, we're going to have our reflexes well and truly tested. Well and truly testing for Guildford at the moment. 143 for no loss after 7.
Yeah, takes the single cleverly off the last. And the thing I was going to say is, not only, all right, he's got his ton, but he's on for a big score here, you know. He's on for a big score. There's still 18 balls to go. And, well, I tell you what, it's not often that, I think that's got to be a first time we're seeing this. Remember, these are all 10-over matches. We'll go to that, back to that at the moment, but first let's go back to the 6 hitting of Usman Ghani, who now has moved, just like that, onto 120. That's right. It was only a moment ago we were celebrating his 100. He is on a motor here at the moment. And let's have a look at those matches coming up tomorrow there in Gibraltar. And you're right, 7 matches coming up tomorrow. There you have them. And good luck, Mr. Maximo. That's all I say.
Good luck to the Pirates as well. They're playing game 1 and game 7. That's a long old shift. It's a long day at the office.
Do you think they're camping there?
Yeah, I think their sleeping bags are packed in their cricket bags.
Oh, he's just hitting every ball for 6 at the moment, or for a boundary, is Usman Ghani. We're seeing something special. We are seeing something special here. This is quite amazing. By the way, that the one before was a 7-up. It was a no ball. So that's why this score is just incredible. Well, that's a missed opportunity. It will be a wide. It's a very good, well, I was about to say, it was a very good take from the keeper, but in fact, it's gone through him. So that just adds to the pain. Minimal. That's going to be 5 wides. I thought he had it in the gloves. Well, he was pretending he had it. He doesn't. It goes all the way to the boundary. This over has had a no ball 7-up, a 6, 5 wides. Buys are coming surely. Runs 161 without loss. And that's another big one. That is so big. The only danger, I think, Usman Ghani is breaking his bat. He is hitting the ball so hard here. This is brutal. The fireworks have started here in England early in Wimbledon at this Rains Park cricket ground.
It's raining 6s at Rains Park, and Usman Ghani doesn't seem like he's satisfied yet. 15 6s, 9 4s. And we've still got the best part of 3 overs to come. This could get very, very ugly for Guildford. 167 is a competitive total in anyone's book.
All right, chance maybe. Oh, fingertips. It still will go to the boundary. And that is 4 more runs.
It's just brutality at the moment from Usman Ghani. It's worth taking a look if at any point he does get dismissed at that wagon wheel, because it was pretty much 50 on the offside for the Afghani international. But since then, he's opened up every part of the ground. We've had a few bombs hit straight over our head as well. So that one, I think maybe they're just possibly checking for the height. I think it was relatively low full toss. It was a fingertip by the covers. Oh yeah, actually no, my eyes were deceiving me. That was very much.
Oh my word. You know what? Everything is going right at the moment for Usman Ghani to bring up a massive score here. He's had a no ball 7-up. Then the team is going well for them for a big score, because they got 5 wides there, and now that's another minimo. So we've had a no ball 7, a no ball 5, 5 wides. This over is in danger of going, well, never mind supersonic, could go hypersonic. High in the air. Where's this one ending up? Going, gone. And he hits the ball so hard, not even the crowd catchers want to get involved. Even they're taking cover. What a hit. Well, that takes him now to 142, Tina. What are we seeing here? What are we seeing?
He was a bit fidgety in the 90s, wasn't he? But as soon as he's got that milestone, he's just been like a Rolls Royce. Oh, that one he does miss out on.
I like that. Celebrate a dot ball. That's it. Celebrate a dot ball. Because there ain't been too many of them, have they? 35 has come off this over. And how many more to come? Gone. High in the air. Fielder, iron it up. Will it stay in the field of play? No, it won't. There's going to be 6 more. It's going to be 6 more. 148. And the over has gone for 41. 41 off the over. Oh, my goodness me. And it's not over yet. 41 off the over. Not over yet. 184 without loss. In the air again. This time they bring the fielders in from that side. Going. And that also will go, I think, just bounces before the boundary. 4 more runs. It's 45 runs come off the over. It goes incredibly hypersonic. That also brings up the 150 from Usman Ghani. Quite sensational. 152 not out of 39 deliveries, and you can see where he's going to end up. He's going to be up there somewhere, but how high will he climb? That's the question. How high will he climb? There's still 12 balls to go in the innings.
You run out of words to say, don't you, for Usman Ghani? Surely Ismail Bahrami is just going to go for a single here. Nope, he's going to say, thank you very much, I'll take 4 runs.
Well, I suppose he needs a breather. I like the way that Usman Ghani is just leaning on his bat. He didn't even flinch. Maybe he said to Ismail, right, I'm going to give you 2 balls, but ball number 3, you're taking a single. I'm telling you, you're taking a single. Look at the expected score, by the way. Looking at 230 plus here. That is gone. And can you explain something to me here, Tina? What's with this field from Guildford? Can we have a field shot of the field?
They brought everyone into the circle.
So what are they saying here? Look, we've had enough. We're just going to let you hit 60s and boundaries. Talk to me about this field.
Well, they brought...
What's this field? What is this?
They don't want to give away the single, I think. They don't want Usman Ghani back on strike. But as it is, he's just going to say, thank you very much. I'm going to take a bit of cover there because I've seen the damage a deflection can do.
Well, the 200 has now come up, by the way. And now Ismail Bahrami is thinking, well, all right, if you're going to keep the field like this, I'm going to batter the ball. It doesn't matter. I mean, if you got another batter doing the same to you, you've got to make that change. I just don't get this field. I don't get it. Don't get the thinking behind this. Here comes the next. And he'll just say thank you very much. And that's going to be 6 more. Boom. Shakalagya. So this over's gone 4, 6, 6, and 6. Guildford, it's almost like they've already resigned the fact that this match is done and dusted. They're just, well, maybe a few bodies are starting to move out here now, and that will make a bit of sense because I don't think he's looking to be taking any singles now. I think he's just saying, it's fine, you know, leave it as it is. I'll have the last over, thanks, guys. It's not like this is the last over. I think Ismail has probably been told, hey, we're not running singles. Well, he misses out on this, but I think that's going to be a wide. It will be. Well, just look at this as a partnership. We're going to have to also have a check on partnerships, you know. Let's play it away. There's nobody out there, of course. And luckily for Guildford, the banner will stop the ball going any further. It's 4 more runs. Oh, well, people, I think, around the world probably can't believe what they're seeing. Guildford, they are in pain. That's going to be 50, by the way, to Ismail as well. So well done, Ismail. And he's got a massive smile on his face because he's just been involved in a 200-run partnership. And he's brought up his 50 in that. 51. Look, 51 of 16 is pretty decent anyway, isn't it?
Unfortunately for Ismail, no one's going to talk about it. Make that 57 off 17 as that one lands into the covers. Luckily, we haven't had to use the covers today. It's just been Joe Foster and the scorers taking cover. 221 off 9 overs. And that one goes for a measly 33 runs, that over from Fred McMillan. Every single delivery goes to the rope, plus the extra wide as well. Not pretty viewing. Ollie Burtz, he must have thought after 3 overs, yeah, this is not a bad little innings from us. He went for just 28 runs in 2. But after that, it all very much went downhill for Guildford, and barring something we've never seen on the network, Guildford will be leaving day one with no wins to their name.
Well, a lot of people, I mean, you've got Rahman in the chat saying that's quite amazing. And Lincoln is saying, yeah, fireworks, rockets, they're going off. It's 6 balls to come in this one. They go back to Kieran. Is that Kieran? No, it's not Kieran, beg your pardon. It looks like Will Hamilton is going to have a bowl here. 221. Usman Ghani is now 152. Ismail Maharami is on 57. And 6 balls to go. A lot of people asking, is this going to be the highest score ever? Well, a dot ball to start. And celebrate them when you can. There ain't been too many of them.
Interesting time for Will Hamilton to come on to bowl. He's probably been hiding somewhere in the bushes saying, no, I'm all right. I don't need to bowl. But he proves us wrong as well. Gets one to zip through to the wicketkeeper. Can he repeat the trick? 2 dot balls in a row, something we haven't seen so far this innings.
He's not running. Well, I suppose he's saying, hey, you had the hole over. It's my turn to have a hole over. And just to say, stay there. Have a look at this. These are the highest team scores. So people who are saying, well, is this the highest? It's not. But you would feel that it will end up on that page somewhere. It's 221 at the moment. Oh, well, that's a quick delivery. He's enjoying himself here. Well, the question on everybody's mind is why Will Hamilton didn't bowl earlier. It's a good question, because we're certainly asking it. That's a good, fiery, quick delivery. And this is Will Hamilton saying, well, all right, if you don't want to run, if you want to stay that end in, stay there. But I'm gonna give you some of my own fireworks. I'm going to give you a bit of masala.
Comebacks on here, Rico. 3 dot balls.
Slower delivery, played away, and this time they will have to run hard. Well, it's not good running from Ghani. Should have run 2. It could have easily been there. He was slow to go, so it's only going to be a single. Great bit of fielding there. I like that. Good commitment. 200 plus runs on the board, but the fielder out there at that backward point area makes a really good stop. I think that looks pretty clean to me. I think they're just checking this again. Maybe one more time here, just where the field. No, they're saying it's okay. We carry on. So 2 balls to go. 222. That's well played. That's a good shot. Cleverly played. This time the fielder can't get there. So 222 gets to 226. So let's see, what do they need now to get on there? Was it 29? 229 will get them on there, and Greece will disappear. That means basically another boundary. Can they get another boundary here? 226 without loss. And they're not going to get on the board. Greece will stay on it. They don't take the run at all. So a couple of runs left out there. Mind you, I feel they probably believe they've got enough runs on the board, and now there will be some handshakes. You've got to appreciate talent and class when you see it. And Usman Ghani, it has been a wonderful display of batting. It really has. We remember we saw him score a 51 it was in his first match. In the second, he scored 65. And in this one, he's not just scored 150, he scored 3. That's right, 153 of 43 deliveries. And London County Cricket have just posted 226 without loss.
Well, the highlights are going to be dominated by one thing, and that is the bat. Mostly the bat of Usman Ghani, but let's have a little word for Ismail Baharami as well. 61 not out of 19 deliveries. Well, that would usually be the star of the show, but when Usman Ghani absolutely clobbered that one through backward point, we thought, okay, he looks like he's in the mood, and Well, really, the only little wobble was when he was in the 90s. Looked like he was maybe just conscious of the fact he was getting ever closer.
Yeah.
But as soon as, I'd probably call that the only chance, if anything, but as soon as he got over that milestone, it was just one-way traffic. And Guildford, well, I think they tried to keep themselves in it as much as they could. Their fielding was spirited at times, and then they lost their heads just a little when the fielding went here, there, and everywhere. But certainly, Ghani, that's an innings for the ages, and Ismail Baharami, we were saying that Ghani needed someone to stick around with him, and he found that in Ismail.
He found that. The one thing that's quite sensational about this, I'll go through this, all right? This is over by over scores. 16, 24, 12, 25, 27, 19, 20, 45, 33, and 5. I mean, it's, and you've got to ask, and he only bowls one over, Will Hamilton, so it's got to be question marks about a couple of things. One is the bowlers they used and when they used the bowlers. But the other thing is, of course, the field placement. I mean, early on, when you've got a batter who scored, I think when he got to his 50, we saw his wagon wheel. Everything was played out on the offside, yet there was nobody out there on the offside boundary. It was quite peculiar. So you've got to say that Guildford had kind of got that the field placements there wrong. Big score on the board, and I think LCC are going to be pretty keen to get out there pretty quickly, because I noticed that some dark clouds are coming over from the left. The last thing that they want is for this match to be abandoned. But remember, once 3 overs have been bowled, then there will be a result, whether it means using DLS. But these highlights, they just go on and on. And I tell you what, the two men that are going to enjoy them, it's Usman Ghani and Ismail Baharami. We'll have to check actually what is the best opening pair partnership. I mean, that was worth 226. There can't be too many better than that, Tina.
No, absolutely. The best partnership, maybe full stop on the network. I know Vinny will be somewhere over the European continent going to Gibraltar. I'm sure he'll have the answers for us very soon. But Usman Ghani, the captain, we're saying if he goes big, then LCC are certainly in contention. And well, big he went. 153 of them, count them. Ismail Baharami, 61 added to the total as well. Well, I don't know what you can say about the Guildford bowlers. Ollie Burts and, well, James McMillan even going for 44. You'd say, yeah, if you have to bowl in the power play, it's not the worst return. But after that, it's pretty much just watch those figures through your fingers, because it's not going to get any prettier for Guildford. And the trouble is for them, their work is not done. They need 227 runs for the win. Even that consolation bonus point, that's going to be somewhere well into the hundreds, 150, somewhere around that. Quick maths. So for Guildford, it's just about whether they can even get a point on the board. Remember, they lost their first game by 4-0. They lost the second one. It was a closer affair, so they have got 1 point. But at the moment, they're staring down the barrel of 1 point from 12, and that would be a disastrous start for them.
Certainly would be. Well, what a spectacular end this could be to our Peacock Friday. We've seen 226 being put on the board by LCC. An incredible knock from the very talented Usman Ghani. And Ismail Baharami plays his part as well with a fine 61 of 19. And Guildford, the question is, what sort of mindset do they go out there with? I mean, surely they know that the day's not gone well for them already. They have got 2 defeats to their name. They've got to come out there strong. They've got to come out there positive and try at least to get something out of this match. Join me, Rico Full, and also Tina Golf when we return in probably just under 10 minutes' time for the reply here from Guildford.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and I hope you got your breath back because we've just seen something quite spectacular, haven't we? An innings from Usman Ghani that was just absolutely breathtaking. 153 of 43 deliveries, and that included 17 sixes and 11 fours, and he was well supported there by Ismail Mahrami. He scores 61 and 5 sixes and 7 fours for him. That partnership was worth 226 runs, and of course we're already trying to rack our minds to see if that's the highest partnership that we've seen, opening partnership. And as we said, that means that this is the bonus point equation. So restrict to 158 or less, which I think LCC will be looking to do. That means they pick up the 4 points, and Guildford, I think the thought of even trying to get 4 points out of this match is just, well, if that happens, it would just be fantasy cricket because they'll have to do it in 7 overs. But they've got to be trying to get to that 159. 159 gets them at least a point. And on a day where they've already gone down in 2 matches. Remember, they had 1 match already. That was the one earlier against Wimbledon where they didn't pick up any points at all. So to have another one where they get nothing from it would, well, I know it's only day 1 of the Group B, but that will put them in serious trouble at the foot of the standings. So we are ready to go, and it looks like it's going to be Shabazz who's going to open up here. I don't think we've seen the Aziola bowl so far today, so they're certainly making some changes themselves, LCC. So Shabazz starting. It's going to be played away. It goes to the fielder at point. And there'll be just a single here. We'll stop there by Taha Mohammed. I'm certainly expecting to see him with the ball, and also Farouk Tahir. They've been kind of their key spearhead bowlers and bowl with a fair bit of pace. It's getting a bit darker, it must be said. It looks like or feels like there might be some rain in the air. Talking about the air, up in the air, but it gets over the fielder, who now chases after it, not going to get there. And that gets over Bakhtiar Khan. So the boundary here for Kian Smith, who's out there with Nathan Butcher. And must be very difficult for any side, especially when you have an innings like that, then to a quick turnaround and have to get out there and get going. But the only way is to be positive, and that's a nice positive shot, and a nice bit of fielding there by Alex, who's enjoying it. Oh, there he is, Alex. He was just telling us a moment ago that he was pretty close to taking the catch. Look at him go here, Alex. Look, gets himself in a good position and puts down the long barrier. And speaking of long barrier, there's a long barrier there from the Karate Kid. Makes the stop. I don't think he needs the shades now, actually. It's pretty dark. I don't know how much you can see with the shades on, but that's nicely done. The wax on, wax off style. And that's a good looking shot. 4 runs. Gets himself into a good position. And Smith gets another boundary here. Nicely played. Gets a bit of width. It wasn't that wide, actually, from Azizullah. But nicely played away. Rocks back and cuts the ball nicely. Welcome back to everybody in the chat, and I know people are buzzing after that batting display. And now, of course, the question is, what can we see here from Guildford? Well, that's hit pretty well. That one will be another one that's going to go over the boundary rope. There's going to be 6 runs, so just be positive. That's all they can do, be positive. And Guildford, they've got to make a bit of noise themselves from the bench and try to encourage the batters, and that will be a good start from them. So the first over goes for 19 without loss as Tina comes back into the commentary box.
Well, it's almost like a game within a game here, isn't it, for Guildford? They can just target that lower bonus point margin, because when you're scratching around at the bottom of the table, every single point could be valuable. Well, 78 matches since a golden ball, barring the record highest chase on the network. That will tick over to 79 by the end of the day. And well, Rico, blink and we'll miss it. If we don't have a golden ball over in Gibraltar, we'll be back almost at 100 by Monday morning. We can't be having that.
It's nicely played away. Nice shot as Farouk Tahir goes wide, angles in, but he's a little bit too short. And Nathan Belcher plays that really well, just gives himself a little bit of room. And that's nicely played. And this kind of plays a sort of cut behind in that backward point area from the leg side, actually. But if that's the area he likes to go, that's fair play. And Tahir back to his mark. This time comes charging down, but plays and misses at it. This one skids through. See here, it doesn't get so much height on it, and the ball barely reaching the top of the stumps.
Clouds in the distance, certainly ominous, aren't they? If I were LCC, I'd be rattling through the overs as quickly as possible here.
That will help. It would go. It's going to be a Baximo. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 carreras. And, well, if you're going to swing hard, then fortune will favour the brave. Hay suerte. Montón de suerte ahí por Nathan. And, that's what they've got to do. Just be positive. Be positive. I think be positive and also try to get as much batting practice as you can out there. I think there's no point going out there being pretty negative. Just get that 226 out of your mind. Pretend that you're batting first and you want to try and get a 150, 160 score on the board and see where it takes you.
Now, I suppose this is as free a hit as you're going to have in a game, isn't it? The only way you can fathom to get anywhere near a total like this is just playing with freedom, see what happens, just try not to even think about the score. It's not going to help the cause. That certainly will, though. So that's pivoted away, another 6 runs.
Nicely played away. And I like this from also the Guildford boys. And they are giving plenty of encouragement to the batters. And every time the ball was hit to the boundary for 6, they're making a lot of noise, the same amount of noise really as LCC were doing when their batters were doing the same in that huge partnership with 226. But it is getting dark very, very quickly here, so I think if there's one thing that you definitely want to be doing if you're LCC, and that is to bowl your overs pretty quickly. And you've got to be a little bit careful as well, I suppose, at the same time, because let's just look at, if we look at the 3 over mark, at the 3 over mark it was 52 without loss. And that's well played, soft hands, they will take the single. We just had that graphic coming up here. Let's have a look at this. So there he is, Usman Ghani, 153 not out of 43. He joins Harawal Osam as the centurion here in Wimbledon. And, congratulations to him. And you just get the feeling there, Tina, don't you, that we're going to see more from him yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time he fires, LCC are in with a chance. Equally, he is the prize wicket, isn't he? If you can go early, suddenly you can get into LCC. Well, speaking about going early, this might be a wicket in the second. It will be. As Gian Smith, he runs to the other end, sees that the catch has been taken and continues to jog off the pitch. The first wicket does fall then for Guildford. A decent start still, as they've hit 7 balls to the rope. But on the 11th delivery, just still in the second over, they lose their first 36 for 1.
Yeah, the wicket goes. The first wicket in the match, incidentally. And so, of course, no wickets fell in that first innings. Yeah, it just didn't sound like it was out the middle. Probably hit the top part of the bat. Sounded very hollow. And a very simple catch there taken by Ismail. And takes the wicket. And the new bat will come out. And needs to get started straight away. As getting the field sorted is the bowler. So this is now Taha Mohammed coming in to start. And that's hit well and just will get it over the infielder. It's the power play. You've got to make the most of the power play. They know that. I mean, losing that wicket will hurt them, especially if the weather does get very nasty and we do go to DLS. If they they still had all their wickets in hand. You could see them actually win the power play from where they are. The field now gets changed. They do bring the mid wicket in to push long off back, but he will now try and go that leg side. You could just see he saw the field change and thought, yeah, I'm going to jump across and try and hit in that area. It's kind of following the ball a little bit here, I think, at LCC. I think the captain's got to look at what the bowler's bowling and what the bowler normally bowls and keep the field set to that. And once again goes to target the vacant leg side. So the two fielders that are out at the moment, you've got a point, if you like, on the boundary. And now they did just push the long off out onto the boundary to the left-hander. That's why you can see that Smith is trying to go leg side. And that's going to go over the top of everyone. Well, he will get hold of one eventually. And it's going to be 6 runs, I think. The umpires just probably want clarification on this one. Let's take a look at this. And no decision is being given here yet. Let's see where this one ends up. I think it went all the way for 6. Let's have a look. And yep, it is clearly a 6 runs. Mohammed coming in again. And it's another swing and a miss. So it's the strike rate at the moment is hit 1, miss 2, hit 1. And that's another miss. So it's gone 4.6. Now another dot.
It was Fred McMillan who came in at number 3. Hasn't faced a ball yet though. That was the final ball of the previous over. Nathan Butcher faced every one of the 5 deliveries so far, and it will be boom or bust, as this one is a bust. 4 dot balls in the over. He did hit 2 boundaries, but it's not even enough for the bonus point, the consolation point at the moment. Guildford, well, in any other situation you'd say it's a relatively fine power play, if nothing spectacular, 46 for 1. But when you're chasing a total which is 200 plus, anything but magical is just not enough. They're still in with a shout of that bonus point though, and that would at least be something to take from this otherwise bust of a game.
Yeah, very much so. And I mean, you heard me say, I think early in the day, that if you get to the 45 plus mark, then 45, I think you'd say, yeah, we've got a good power play. Get past the 50, you think is a very good one. And so, yeah, it is a good power play, but they know that they're falling behind. The shots like that will help. No, that's well hit by Fred McMillan. He does eventually face his first ball, and he hits it well, hits it for 4.
It's just an opportunity here for the Guildford batters to have a bit of time at the crease and get themselves into form. I suppose we usually say here that the games come thick and fast. Not necessarily the case this time around. Of course, we have the weekend off. But any kind of knowledge they can get from the middle in this format, they're all brand new to it. The Guildford players, as of course are the LCC players. Just anything you can do to get a bit more information going into the games next week. As a reminder then, we are not coming to you live from Rains Park over the weekend, but as usual, the action doesn't stop on the European Cricket Network. I saw that graphic earlier in the game. I'm sure we'll show it again at the end of the day of the 7 games coming your way from Gibraltar tomorrow, followed by another 6 on the... Oh, they're clearly having a lazy Sunday over there on the Rock. 7 games followed by 6, and then it's business as usual on the Monday. This one's called a wide, I think just over head height from Ali Raza. It's a good weave though from the batter to get out of the way of that one.
Yeah, Raza weaving, banging the ball in and weaving from the batter, and well, that one's also banged in pretty well, but that's a good looking shot. It's nicely played, and you can see the bowler now saying, right, I want you to come in. I see signals to the fielder, or one of the fielders on the leg side, I think square leg, and wants to put a backward point out. They are very much following the ball. I suppose if that's the line you're bowling, if you want to be bowling short of length outside the off, then that's fair enough for Raza. We'll make a change, and you can see it's getting pretty, it is pretty dark now around the ground, it has to be said. And worrying looks on the faces of the match officials and some of the ECN crew is starting to prepare for what could be coming. That's straight to the hands of the fielder. It's a good catch taken. He gets into position very, very early, it has to be said. I mean, he's almost like on his knees as that ball gets hit towards him. And Idris, that's Kamawal, holds on to the catch. Hits it pretty well, but Kamawal just knew it was coming. There you go, there you see him. He's in the position so early. Rather than stand up and take the catch around about waist height, he decides he's going to go down onto his knees and take that around about head height. But Nathan Boucher will go 32 of 14.
Nice moment there for Idris Kamawal into the side and takes a seat there. Has the grizzly in hand though when he does so, and has a chuckle as well, knowing that that's probably going to get into the highlight reel. It's a good catch in the end. It's never easy when you're at square leg, especially with this gloom around. You know the ball's coming. It's just a question of how quickly it's coming and how sharp. That one came pretty sharp. And he managed to get his hands up to not only protect himself, but also to take the grab. Ash had a random question for us earlier, which was whether we would be able to sneak over to the test match at the weekend. I think both of us are otherwise engaged, but what about this for a little stat? So India in their first innings over at the Oval in the test match against England, 224 all out after 69.4. London County Cricket, 226 after 10. They would have beaten India's first innings score by 2.
Quite easily, yeah. End of the over. Raza, not a bad one in the end, just goes for the 11, does pick up that 1 wicket as well. So score 57 for 2. Now, look, when most people, if you say to people, right, tell me something about England, they'll say a few things. Places, they'll probably say Big Ben. Now, Big Ben, by the way, is a name that's not given to the tower. It's actually the name given to the actual bell that's inside the tower, the Elizabeth Tower. And it's Big Ben is the name of the bell. So that's one thing. The other thing most people will mention is the Beatles. Tell you why in a moment. I'm talking about the music band. Well, let's not just talk Beatles at the moment. Let's talk about Timber, because that is the end of Arnie, who's not had a good day, has he? Remember, with the ball, he went for 45 in that 1 over, and now he gets done by this boogie-oogie grizzly fireball from Aqib Mahmood. Now, it's the first time we're seeing Aqib Mahmood, and, going by that delivery, it's only his first, so I don't want to get too excited, but that's a very good ball. And once again, LCC have shown us that they do, and their bowlers do pack a punch when they get it right and they get it on the money. They've got a little bit of pace about them. That's a good delivery right through the gate, knocks the stumps over. That's a good delivery. As we see another batter now come out, this is Ortlep Atkins now to face Mahmood. That's pushed away, taking on the captain, Usman, and will take the single. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about the Beatles. They're the best-selling music artist of all time, with an estimated sales of 600 million units worldwide. In 1964, they held the top 5 position on the US Billboard's Hot 100, and a feat that's still unmatched. That's the Beatles, and that's why when people do talk about the UK and England, Beatles normally get mentioned. This is an interesting one as well about the royal family.
Okay.
All right, so the royal family owns a lot, and we know that. And besides swans...
Yep, that's the famous one, isn't it?
They also own all whales, dolphins and sturgeons found in British waters by royal prerogative. Didn't know that. I knew about the swans, but all whales and dolphins, sturgeons found in British waters, and all owned by the royal family.
And the royal family very much employ the old finders keepers adage, don't they? Anything around Britain. Oh, yeah, that's ours.
Here comes Mahmood one more time. Okay, up in the air, should be another one. Fielder comes across, and well, slides and makes the stop. The batters will see a loose throw, which was, well, I didn't need to throw it like that. I think that's probably more disappointment from the fielder himself that he wasn't able to. That's Ismail, by the way. He wasn't able to get there and take the catch. He's probably still reflecting on his part in that 226 partnership.
Well, apparently the rule on the Royal Dolphins dates back to the 14th century, the reign of Edward II, when it was just whales and sturgeons. This one's going to drop safely into the leg side, and then they were declared royal fish seemingly because of their size and their grace, deemed them worthy of a regal prerogative. And then dolphins and porpoises were later added. Right. I suppose dolphins, yeah, they're quite regal, aren't they? They're quite a popular fish as well. I don't think you'd have like a royal prerogative for a shark or a jellyfish. They don't quite give off the same regal vibes.
Yeah, we said already about Windsor. We talked a bit about Windsor Castle the other day as well. More on that in a moment. Let's go back to this very good over from Mahmood. Oh, that's spicy. Oh, that's a spicy delivery. Now, I've already mentioned that it is getting a little bit dark around here with the line. I mean, a little bit of apology offered there from the bowler, Akib Mahmood, but this was a quick delivery. Thing is, though, I think the batter's not going to help his cause by wanting to play the Hollywood shot to a bowler who's bowling with a bit of steam. He almost gets himself in a spot of bother. 64, then 4-3. And these are the Group B matches that will be happening, I'm guessing, there on the Monday. And, of course, Guildford and Creative Sports, haven't seen them today, so Creative Sports will be in action playing 3 matches on the Monday. Now, they've got some good players in their side, and I think players that we've seen who featured for various teams in Hornchurch.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing them. They seem to have taken the cream of the crop from that Hornchurch series. That's a beautiful shot. I think that's kind of what he was trying on the previous one with the spice of Akib Mahmood. This time it's Luke Giffen into the attack, and Dominic Ortleb-Atkins just nicely guides it away, just stops his hands on it at the last minute to play it away fine. 17-year-old, he was actually one of the shining lights of that defeat to Wimbledon this morning, 31 off 23. Has the opportunity to get a few runs here. Of course, London County Cricket, they'll have their day off on Monday, so they'll be, well, presumably very pleased to go into that day off with a win here.
Oh, that's crunch. That's a biggie. Bolle, kinna sona shaka laghe. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es un golpe muy dulce. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. That's a lovely shot. And talking about tarta de chocolates, thank you to Dana Oro's, the birthday girl, for providing us with plenty of chocolates today. Chocolates, strawberries, and very nice indeed. So thank you, Dana. Dana, of course, celebrating her birthday today, and also the beginning of the day was 5,000 matches she's covered on the European Cricket Network, so it's a feat on its own. This one will go straight to the fielder. Yeah, talking about castles, England is the home to the world's oldest royal residence. Windsor Castle has been continuously inhabited since the 11th century, making it the oldest and largest occupied castle in the world. Windsor, you been down there? Ventured down to Windsor Castle?
I think I've been in the vicinity. If I'm not sure why I've been somewhere, the answer is usually cricket. So I imagine I've played somewhere around Windsor Castle. It's a very impressive town, a very impressive castle. Very expensive if you want to buy a flat there.
Yeah, think UK is expensive, full stop. While I was walking the other day, I had a look in one or two estate agents at some of the properties around here, and I nearly had a heart attack. I couldn't believe it. I thought I was looking at the price for a property and it was for the rent. I'm thinking, get out of here.
Probably charge you rent just for looking at that advertisement.
Get out of it, I thought. And speaking of old, we've talked about Windsor Castle. Let's talk about Stonehenge. Maybe after this ball from Giffen. That's a lovely pickup. Just strays slightly onto the pads. It's nicely worked away. It's a good shot here from the batter. Just plays that way quite nicely. This is what they've got to do. Just keep on going here. Dominic, nicely played from him. Yeah, and Stonehenge is older than the pyramids. The iconic stone circle dates back to around 3000 BC, making it older than the Great Pyramids by several hundred years. Stonehenge, I remember going to Stonehenge on a school trip, actually, when, of course, I used to live in the UK. And back then, there was nothing stopping you walking around the massive stones. I walked around, you could be there, stop there, have a picnic there if you wanted. And then when I went back after many, many years, I was quite disappointed actually, because of course now it's all sort of cordoned off, and you don't get the same feeling of what you did back when you could walk around and actually go amongst the stones.
There's still 1.3 million visitors each year, and there's always those statistics about Stonehenge about the traffic. I think it's on one of the A roads going around there. The traffic always slows because everyone, even if you probably lived near Stonehenge your whole life, it's almost an unwritten law that when you drive past, you've got to slow down and be like, oh, there's Stonehenge.
It's not quite as bad as I've been told, but I've never been. And I've never been actually because of what people have told me. It's not quite as disappointing if you go to see the pyramids. Because, I have this vision in my mind of, you get on the road and you have to take a 4x4 through the desert, etc., and then all of a sudden you come up to this oasis and there's the pyramids. But it's nothing like that, really, is it? And that's why I don't think I want to go. I don't want to spoil that illusion that I have in my mind. In the air, catching opportunity, and Wally kind of in the hands, off the chest, and then in the left hand. That's the way that went, and certainly that's the way I saw it. Ismail will hold on to it, but he does get a little bit lucky, and that's going to be the end of Fred McMillan. He'll go for a runner ball 9.
He knew as soon as he hit it, he was in big trouble. Hand came off the bat, and the hand came off the ball there as well from Ismail Baharimi, who takes his second catch of the innings to go with his handy little 61 off 19. As the next one departs, Guildford lose their 4th. Good question in the chat from Rohit asking, will there be more opportunity for more clubs in England to play in an ECS England in 2026 onwards?
I suppose there will be. I mean, look, we don't know what our schedule next year is going to look like, but we possibly could have maybe a longer time at Hornchurch with more teams featuring. You could also have more teams coming here as well. And who knows, maybe there could be another venue somewhere in England. But of course, a lot of it has to fit around the busy cricketing schedule that the clubs have here as well, and availability, of course. It's another one that gets played away. It's going to go all the way. It is, I must admit, it's getting pretty dark now. I mean, local time here, we're coming up to, just gone past the 7:30 mark, so about 25 to 8. And you can see that, especially with, I mean, if you're a fielder now and you're looking and standing like we are, you're on the boundary looking ahead when you've got all that, the greenery there behind, all the bushes and the trees. I mean, seeing the ball now becomes pretty difficult. It's a change of pace slightly there from Kamawal. Gets a dot ball in here. So you can see that still a fair way behind here. Need to get to that 159 just to get a point. So you can see what they need here. They need to go at almost 20 and over for a point. The win is now beyond them. It just can't be done. It's impossible, basically. But for a point, you need 20s and over, and you need boundaries. And every time that ball doesn't go to the boundary, then you feel that the possibility of a point slips away as another over comes to an end. 7 overs complete, 97 is the score, 4 wickets down.
And there is the schedule, the bumper schedule. They almost had to make the text smaller to fit all this in. 7 matches coming to you from Gibraltar tomorrow. I think Vinny's somewhere on his way there now. The Sloggers and Pirates starting the day and ending the day. So it's a full circle, almost like Stonehenge.
Yeah, I know that Vinny sometimes, he does have a can or two of a well-branded energy drink to keep him going through the day. Sometimes he's going to need barrels of the stuff, isn't he? He's going to just get him jugs of it. So if anybody's listening, and preparing for that event. Make sure, I know Vinny's going to set himself up inside, he will. You know, I didn't tell you that. He did me, you know, the first time we went to Jib, because I started the tournament off and I was set up in the it's a lovely setting, but it was, you know, this was during the winter months. It was cold, and you know, you got the cold wind coming in off the sea and the spray. So imagine everything. It's not raining, but we're under shelter in the stadium, but everything's getting cold and damp because of the spray that's coming in, the mist coming in from the sea. It was cold. It was freezing. Jackets on, gloves, beanies, the works. Even the players, all the players were playing more or less in beanies and scarves. Could have been close, but it's going to bounce over the keeper. Good backing up there.
We'll have to check the boundary on this. I think his foot is suspiciously close to the rope. Not sure he knows much about it, to be honest, but just that back foot there.
Yeah.
My feeling is
That's
when
a
he
good spot
gets
from
up, I think when he gets up, that rope is possibly touched, and yet the call has been made on the field. So it's a good fielding effort. There's no criticism of him there. I think he just slid and hoped for the best, but just his tippy toes nudged that rope. And that's going to not quite nudge the rope, but it will be a couple more to the score.
Well, the wicketkeeper here moved. I think he just puts a foot on this to stop that one. But yeah, so I had those conditions to deal with. Vinny then came to take over because I think I was moving on to another event. And what did Vinny do? He moved everything indoors to the comfort of the heating, etc. And when I said to him, how's the cold weather, by the way, let's talk about this. That is a blast, isn't it? That has gone a long way. Dominic has gone, boom, shaka-lugya. What a biggie that is. That's a brutal strike. Smashed away. Liking this from Dominic. He's a quick fire 30 of just 9 deliveries. Lovely hit.
Is that Bucci in the background?
Yeah, what's he got there?
Burgling a printer.
Yeah, well, hey guys, printer's on the walk. The bowler. I think he's just knowing that bad weather could be on the way. He's packing up things pretty quickly. Yeah, Vinny was inside, nice and warm, and that's the way he stayed. And when I said to him, hey, how come I got set up outside, he just gave me a little wink and said, yeah, you know the way it is. He gets lucky with so many things as Vinny, particularly with the weather.
Yeah, it's not his first rodeo, is it? So that one is going to go all the way for 5 wide. So not the best over here from Bakhtiar Khan. Started well, but just lost his line just a touch. Well, I just looked at the weather for Gibraltar. 22, 23 degrees. I'll say that's pretty nice. And then underneath it says moderate coastal event warning. I wonder if that's just the ECS.
What's that? Does it tell you what the wind is like? Because it can be windy there. What's the
12, 13 miles per hour.
Ugh. It's all right. He's got it sorted again, isn't he?
He gets all the luck, doesn't he?
Gets played away. And look, I want to say good luck also to Rash,
Yeah.
who's going to be with Vinny, the new commentator that will be showing the ropes, no doubt, by Vinny. I hope it goes well. And Rash, it's not normally quite as brutal as the start you're going to get there. Though I did hear Vinny was saying that he's probably going to give him a couple of the matches off. That's a great bit of fielding. Absolute pickup. That really is. Well, we're saying that it is a little bit dark out there, but no problems there from Ismail. Just puts one hand out there and stops it. You're looking at your screen there, and you're probably saying it's not that bad. Let me tell you, it is. It's not as bright as that out there. Tina will vouch for that.
Yeah, I'm glad that was stopped on the boundary because that was whistling our way. I don't think I would have caught it in time. Certainly it was a great stop. And the end of the 8th, 118 for 4, Guildford. Certainly showing that they can bat, and I think that's what they've got to take away from this game. Otherwise, going into the weekend feeling a little miserable with how their day's gone. Picking up, well, at the moment it's just 1 point from 8. It's threatening to be 1 point from 12 unless they can pick up another 40 runs here off the last 12.
It's played away nicely, but to the fielder. So just going through the motions here. They go back to Ali Raza. First over only went just for the 11. Did pick up a wicket as well. That's a big wide actually. And I think it's not that far from completely missing the pitch. Raza Just taking a look, we've got the faithful have stuck around. You can see they're all wrapped up nicely. I know that I was speaking to Dave a bit earlier, and Dave said he made the most of some of the shops around here and got himself some extra clothing. That one's played away nicely. So this will be a good little highlight, really. You've got these two putting on a good little partnership. That's a nice shot there from Oscar. Oscar Mikhail is out there, and you've also got Dominic and Odelep Atkins with him as well. To get a good partnership going, I mean, Atkins, maybe he can go on and, at the rate that he's going at, maybe get a half century to his name. That's another one that's going to get through, and that's pretty close. So the umpires might actually say, let's get on the walkie-talkie here, because it is a little bit dark in that corner. Let's see. I think it's close to perhaps going all the way. Now look at this here. Just bounces about a yard short off the rope, so it's going to be 4 runs. They're having a go, aren't they? You've got nothing to lose. They're having a go. They're trying to get something out of this. Oh, there we go. They've got Julian there and Sarah. There's Dave. And they've got, who's that there? Robert there as well next to him. Who certainly's got a nice Peacock Friday shirt on. That's a lovely shot. 4 runs in the gap. He whizzes past the captain who's inside. That's the 30-yard circle. And Usman Ghani can't do anything about that. Nicely played, good shot. So some good positive moments here, positive highlights for Guildford. They haven't had too many positives to take out the day, but this reply has been good from them. It's the slower Yorker-led delivery. That also will go to the boundary. So they're certainly fighting hard to try and get a point here.
With those flurry of boundaries, this partnership moves beyond 50 as well. And in good time between the two of them, they've scored 63 off 21 deliveries. So certainly hard to take into next week, where it's all not lost here. Let's remember, it's the top 4 that goes through. So if Guildford can get some wins over their 3rd and 4th place rivals, then they're certainly not out of this. That is the beauty of European cricket. The opportunities come thick and fast. Maybe the weekend is coming at a good time for them as well. They can regroup, take a look back at what's been happening on, of course, the streams that they can watch back at any time, and come back refreshed and stronger next Monday.
Yeah, definitely so. But hey, look, points still on the card here. Ali Raza, 23 of the over so far. And we'll make that 29. Well, that's what Guildford are saying. They're saying that's 6 runs, umpire. Put them up like you just don't care. And the umpire says, all right, boys, I take your word for it. It was, though. That's a good strike. So 29 off that over. There was plenty of extras there as well. There was 3 wides. So those extra deliveries all help. So the point now within reaching distance, just 12 required off 6. That's quite amazing, because don't forget, when there was about, I think, 4 overs to go, they needed to be going at around 20 to get the point. So these two have done it superbly well.
Well, Vinny has clearly just landed in Gibraltar, because he's come to me with some good stats. So I said, what's the highest runs conceded in an over? And 45 is equaling the record. It's the 4th time that we've had a 45 run over. So, Will Arnie, I suppose, if you're going to get yourself into the record books, you might as well do it in style. Yep, 4th time, Will Arnie in that 8th over, amid the destruction of that first batting innings. A little bit of ECN history was equalled there.
Okay. Now, what about, did he say anything about partnerships? What's the Vinny's probably thinking, I'm waiting for me luggage here. Stop finding me with these questions. I think it's going to be right up there. I think I'm wondering what the one was when it was Deploy and Ravindran there in Hungary. Was that more? Well, it's played out. You've got to try and just stop the boundary here. That's the key. And you've got a good bowler bowling the last here, Akib Mahmood. He bowls with some pace. He's got some good accuracy as well. It's quite a devastating fast delivery. I think Usman just having a chat with him here. I wonder if Usman is just saying to him, just want you to know, this is what we're trying to defend here. We don't want them scoring 10 of the remaining 3 deliveries. They want 4 points here. So battle for the point. That just gets bat onto ball. That slower short ball, I think, but it still pops up. So single taken.
Well,
2 balls to go.
when Catalunya Jaguar and Hamza Salim Dar scored that record 193, that was unbeaten as well. And on that occasion, they scored 257.
Right, there you go.
So certainly not the highest.
It's not the highest.
But still, I think they'd be pleased with that partnership.
Oh, no ball called. No ball. Now this is a bit of a lifeline here. No ball. It's got to be down to a foot fault here. Let's have a look at this. I mean, what happens here? We don't see the footing, but no ball because of the foot. Now that gives them a lifeline. So they've still got 2 balls. This is a free hit. Got to go after this. License to go the full Monty. Oh, he swings and misses. Swings and misses, and now really, unless there's another no ball here that gets put to the boundary or something, it looks like they're going to fall agonisingly short here, Guildford. Or is there going to be a twist here? Guy Mahmood, fantastic over from him so far, despite that no ball. Only 4 have come from it. Last ball, or is it? It will get hit hard. It's going to be 4 runs, but it's not going to be enough. It's a tremendous effort from Guildford. There's no doubt about it, to get to a 150 mark. In fact, they'll finish on 155. So close, but they don't get to the 159, which will get them a point. So all 4 points going to LCC.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because LCC were gifted that consolation point in the first game they played, and I feel like they're kind of gifted all 4 points here. They'll be kicking themselves, Will Guildford, that final over, going for just the 8 runs. It's only on the final ball that the boundary is found. They'll fall agonisingly short. And again, as we were saying this morning, it remains to be seen how important that bonus point could prove to be. But for LCC, I suppose they have now made amends and got that bonus point again, as they'll be more than happy with their day's work. They were on debut on the network as well, and they managed to recover from that thumping loss this morning and take 2 wins from 2 in the afternoon. As for Guildford, well, I'm sure they'll come back stronger next week, but they'll have to come back very quickly if they have any chance of going through to quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it, to just put 155 on the board and still get nothing from the game. But that's the way it goes. So tomorrow, it's time for the start of Jib 13. And the reason we're calling it 13, because there will be 13 matches there, starting with 7 tomorrow on day 1. And you can see the usual teams in action. Sloggers and Pirates, you know them really well from Gibraltar. Gaming CC in there as well. Rugby CC will be also slogging it out, and it's going to be absolutely exciting. I'm sure that myself and Tina will tune in at times to see how it's going, and also to give our support to that event. I think it's going to be a fantastic weekend of action there in Gibraltar. And good luck, of course, to Vinny and to Rash, and also to the ECN crew that's going to be there. I think it's going to be an outstanding and also spectacular tournament, because you'll see Gibraltar during the day and during the sunshine, and then, of course, fantastic facilities that they've got there. Then the floodlights will come on, and we'll see some action, I think, as the light starts to disappear as well. So do join in for the weekend of action. Well, we're going to take a bit of a break here, of course, in Wimbledon, but remember, we will be back on a Monday to continue the action here from Group B.
Yeah, let's take a look at the final innings of action here on what has been an action-packed first day in Group B. Guildford, well, not too many memories from this day, but certainly a few, especially a shout out as well to Oscar Michael, who came in at the end in very much a lost cause, but scored a quick-fire 47 not out off 18, agonisingly short of that half-century, which probably would have brought that bonus point with it as well. But they were always up against it, weren't they? That was the first wicket to fall as Guyan Smith holed out. Comfortable catch for Ismail Baharami, who picked up actually 2 catches in the innings, but I think he'll go some way to toppling Usman Ghani from the player of the match. That clip maybe shows you just how dark it was. I think that might be the excuse at least used by Wilani, as well, he probably had a game to forget with those record-breaking figures with the ball, record-breaking in all the worst possible sense for him, and then getting clean bowled for 1. But a nice partnership at the end between Dominic Ortleb-Atkins and Oscar Michael. Again, 2 very young players showing us what they can do. Their partnership remains unbeaten as well. They boosted the score from 86 for 4 all the way up to 155 for 4 in any other situation, you'd say that's a pretty decent innings. It's an above average score from what we've seen so far, but it was always not going to be enough, was it?
No, it was never going to be enough. I mean, I like the way that Guildford went about this, though. As a team and as a club, they were encouraging all the way through, supporting the batters, no matter who they were. Every time the ball was hit to the boundary, they knew that more than likely they weren't going to get a win here. They did have a valiant effort to try and get a point, but just falling in the end, just those 4 runs short of getting to that 159. That will hurt them, but what will hurt them more is that they have played 3 matches here, so a bulk of their matches being played, and only picked up just the 1 point. So, you know, when you look at that scorecard, it's not a bad scorecard at all. And on another day, that would have won you a match.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pretty decent one. You see Nathan Butcher at the top there, 32, and then the 2 young guns in the middle showing us what they can do. As for LCC, well, they had the luxury there of throwing the ball around with 8 different bowlers used. Pretty decent bowling figures all round as well, and that was without really the captain having to lift a finger. It was Mangani. He could have been the 9th bowler. He's decided, I've probably done enough. I've got 153 and I've remained unbeaten. So that's a very handsome scorecard if you're of an LCC persuasion. As for Guildford, well, they've got to take heart from that. The game was pretty much gone at the halfway stage, but they proved that they can still get runs on the board. And, well, they need to just do it now at an opportunity when it counts. But that is it for day 1 here of Group B, as you can join us maybe for a final time in the commentary tent. And, well, the sky is getting a bit murky now, as we, I think, just finished at the right time because the sun has very much gone for the day.
Yeah, I think very much so. Just gone for the day. And it's time really for us to wrap up pretty quickly as well, because the light is going very fast here. And, of course, we can't go without saying a very big thank you to our host here at Rains Park. They've been absolutely fantastic. We've been well looked after. Hospitality has been absolutely fantastic. Well done again to the match officials. I think they worked so well as a team, and also worked very well in partnership there with 2 Circles, getting all of those tight calls right today.
Yeah, absolutely. We're always impressed with the fielding in England, but that means when the fielding is sharp and it's these marginal decisions, you have to be sharp as both a camera crew and the tournament referee and all of their officials, and I think they've done it excellently. We've seen outstanding pieces of work on and off the field, and long may that continue. But of course it won't continue over the weekend, as we've maybe taken another quick look at the fixtures for Gibraltar, and it's a big old series coming your way. The Gib 13 feels kind of like a wrongly imprisoned group of thieves. Not saying anything about it, Vinny, but you know.
Well, here it is. It will start with the Sluggers that will be taking on the Pirates, and they've got gaming there as well. You've got Rugby CC will be in action as well. I really do think it's going to be an absolute festival of cricket. I know the players there in Gibraltar. I know the setup that they've got there as well, and I think it's going to be quite sensational. And you know what? I don't really want to say this, Tina, but I'm going to say it. I think when we come back here on Monday, I think the golden ball counter could already be reset. I just have a feeling, and Gibraltar, they do have a way of providing golden balls as well. I think the last one they had there was also a shortened game like the one we had. We had it when it was a 3-over-a-side match, and they had it when I think it was 7 overs a side. If I remember correctly, it was when the whole electricity in the whole country went off. It went off for a while. So the match was shortened to 7 overs, and they got the golden ball. So that might be the case. And if it is, well, good luck, and it will be an absolute thriller. What a good day that we've had here today. Day 1 of the group always seems to be when everything happens. In Group A, we saw the hat-trick, and we saw a century. And we've seen the team here as well. And, well, Paolo's enjoying himself because he's got the weekend off. Our crew are pretty happy today, aren't they? I'm sure everybody's got their plans. But, yeah, we saw Tom Weston. He got a hat-trick in the very first match. And then, of course, we see that century in that last match. And what a super knock that was from Ghani.
Yeah, it was an absolutely outstanding knock from someone who has international quality, and he showed all of it today. Looking forward to seeing him next week. Of course, looking forward to seeing Creative for the first time, and I know it's just going to be another 3 days of action from Group B, of course, before we go to the quarterfinals and the knockout stages, which always throw out a few surprises. But I think it's time for us to go as we take a final look at what's coming our way on Monday. and it'll be feet up time for LCC. They've done all the hard work today, and they can look at what unfolds on Manic Monday, as Guildford have the first 2 games, and Creative, they have the long shift going for matches 26, 28 and 30. So by the end of that day, I think we'll have a relatively good view of how Group B is shaping up.
I think we will. And look, I just want to say one final thing before we go. We've talked about some highlights here. Highlights also, there were, I think, for Guildford. Young players, always excited to see the young players, and we saw a very good partnership from 2 young players from them earlier on. And don't forget, Fred McMillan, that superb catch. That will definitely be out there on our social media as well as the highlights. We're talking about the highlights. I think I can start to hear the music playing, so let's go to the highlights. It's time for myself and Tina to say goodbye. Have a fantastic weekend and join us back on Monday. And in the meantime, enjoy the action starting tomorrow there in Gibraltar. Thank you for watching. Be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Adios. Shukriya. Ciao.
Happy weekend.
My body. My body back and forth, move my body.